Okay, let me holler at y'all really quick. Okay, hold on. What up, Daniel? What up, Just B? How y'all doing today? So, um, I'm going live on this other computer, so hopefully I'm gonna get some work accomplished today. I'm gonna get some accomplished today. For a $25 chicken, $25 chicken wings, huh? When I could go and get 20 chicken wings, fried, with the in dipped in that sauce. It's not a sauce, but well, it's a sauce, but I ain't gonna tell you what it is. And it's for $30 on delivery, right? That ain't the delivery price and all of that. But and like on those delivery services, they charge the meal prices are like $2 or $3 more. So it's more or less around, let's just say $28 for them to already fried and have the sauce, and that sauce probably is expensive to make because I know one of the bases of the sauce is butter. Like, wait a minute. Like, what's going on? Girl, it was Keller told me that the food prices, girl, I didn't know. I told him I was going to pay attention, and I did pay attention. I was like, wait a minute. And I ain't know, I ain't see nothing that was out of the norm. Of course, I wouldn't know because I don't really be looking at the prices like that. But when I know chicken ain't no $25, I know that. I don't know about nothing else. I brought milk and everything else. I didn't know about no chicken was $25. Job by. No ma'am. No ma'am. Oh no. When the steak, when it costs more than the steak, the ribeye, huh? No. So that didn't make sense to me. That didn't make sense to me. Um, I see that I'm gonna start the trial from the top because I guess it's a few educational things that I heard. I just heard like about 5 minutes of it. I said, let me start from the top, and that way we can get some stuff in. I think they're on lunch now or something like that. So anyway, that's also, let me put something in my. I'll have to make sure I title this stuff right because I don't hide videos, and even when the music is in there, I'll be trying to um take the music out and whatever, and I like to make sure I put uh the information in here correctly. Hold on.
Laylogs are the state's arguments
Shit, wrong computer.
related to the
Hold on. Why is it skipping around? It's this computer. Process. Okay. Well, why don't it look right? Hold on, I'm coming out. Okay, all right, great. Y'all see the white, they got the white folks in there with YSL. Okay. All right. So, you know, just because you start with a new trial or a new case or whatever, doesn't mean that the old cases or old issues or whatever leaves you, right? It don't mean that you stop thinking about it, you stop updating them as best as you can, stop keeping up with them or whatever, right? Doesn't mean that. Um, as a self-proclaimed solutionist, at this point, I think I know the court would certify me as a expert. If that were a real thing to certify somebody for in court, but also for the people on Twitter, if you don't know how to reach us on YouTube, I know at least what was the number? At least about 100 or so of you know how to, right? Because you come from YouTube, but I'm gonna put the channel's link over there on Twitter X, right? Because a lot of times we be furthering the conversations on the wall, and we have some other interesting stuff that I don't have to do on the lives, and also you guys don't see the drop, so or the uploads, so you just get the lives because I mean I haven't found a way to update uh, to move all those videos over there. I don't even know if you can do it. I think maybe you could just have the ability to go live. So anyway, um, so you don't know like some of the things that's in my title, right? It's foreign to you. But listen, um, we try to continue the this. I mean, if you didn't know, I am in the R. Kelly sector. I mean, I got one foot in and one foot out, right? I've been trying to get in the other sectors and trying to clean it out since around June and July, right? Involvement. And I had some help doing it. but but pretty much I've been looking at everything and following by what it says, right? And it has been working. I'm getting the political people and and all of that, and so it is what it is. But I was doing some thinking about this R. Kelly situation, right? And all of his situations, actually. But Lord have mercy, I wish somebody showed me how y'all be scratching your ear and throat and make with that sound. I can't do it. I'm telling you, it's driving me crazy. Okay, but listen, I've been trying to figure out why his writ of certiorari was so thin going to the Supreme Court, right? She could have tackled more issues. I mean, like, seriously, are you gonna like take one issue at a time, and just send it to the Supreme Court? That requires a whole bunch of time. All right. So I still stand by my earlier conclusion that she is trying to undo the Protect Act, right? Well, not undo it, but trying to say that the Protect Act was meant to be applied prospectively, meaning going forward instead of retrospectively going backward, right? That way it wouldn't cover his what he was convicted of, right? Let me mute this.
The murder.
What he was convicted of doesn't cover it. It wouldn't cover that. It's very important to know that she did not, her, no one in that worked on the New York trial when she took over um, during the post conviction remedies, Bunging, I'm speaking of, and then the team in Illinois, none of them fought his case saying that their defendant was innocent. I'm not saying whether he's innocent or guilty. I am saying that the indictment is the tool you use to either defend your position if you are the state or the government. Well, the government can be local, state. I mean, local, state, federal, what have you. So, I'll just say the prosecutors. Defend your case if you're the prosecutors, or defend your defendant if you are the defense, right? Against the charges. However, if a defendant is actually innocent of what is being alleged on the indictment, there is an innocent defense. I'm trying to lay that foundation so whatever I say next, you'll get an understanding. You can't say that he's innocent because the people, the witnesses lied. I maintain that. We all found that out. I've said from the beginning before, um, the verdicts were laid down that nobody on either side told 100% the truth. So you can't say that somebody is innocent because of people lie. We know that. what you can say when you can say someone is innocent, and it's not even if they found innocent, because they can be found guilty and be innocent, is looking at that indictment. Are they innocent of what is being alleged? The indictment isn't about, okay, what anything they're talking about the lies. It's not about that. And although I understand the system of street thoughts and how you view the law because you are lay people, I understand that. The problem I have when you try to present it as if it is law and as if you know the law, whatever, it is no, And I should have titled this live or put somewhere in the title nigger shit. Because that is what is going on, right? That is what is affecting these cases. Nigger shit. And it is annoying to me, and this is just me, and you will understand that we sit up here, pay all this money on peso, all this money for these platforms, waste all this time to get people to a basic knowledge. Not of he's guilty or innocent, just a basic knowledge of how they got there. To roll it all, be taken all, erase all the way back by nigger shit. Establish if it's your opinion, when it's your opinion. Stop that. Preface what you're saying about, okay, in my opinion, I believe he's innocent because of this, that, and the third. We ain't got no problem. But when you start talking as if it is facts, is as it pertains to the law, that's when we have a problem, because we all know, or at least I do, that when someone speaks, whether they have the knowledge of the law or not, I can listen to someone and instantly recognize if that's a colleague. Right off the bat. I can also listen and recognize someone that has knowledge of the law, that they actually were trained in that area. It can be, whether it be a legal analyst or a paralegal or somewhere, criminal justice. I can pick those people up too. Because I know where my criminal justice people going to go. They know that Constitution like the back of their hand, baby. What? if you want to know about the Constitution, find somebody that has a bachelor's in criminal justice. You want to know about the civil rights and all of that? Go right, ask them. They'll tell you, baby. And don't let them come from one of them HBCUs. It's automatic. They can be, I'm like, Lord have mercy. They got it down pat. I'd be like, go ahead on. Honey, I be wanting to snap. And I can't really snap, right? Outside of all of that, it's just a bunch of confusion. And unfortunately, white lay people of the law and black lay people of the law are totally different. Black people like to lie it all up. Now, it also can be because, because I told you, I maintained that if we were outside of this sector, we wouldn't notice many liars. We wouldn't notice many crazy people. We wouldn't notice many addicts, so on and so forth. It's just where we are. It's a draw or something. I'm telling you. Because when Just B said it's about 8 black men voting for Trump, she was shocked. I'm like, Just be it's the sector. Because outside, you gonna have to canvass a whole bunch of people to find 8 black men voting for Trump. And I've run into circles where it should be a high probability. And you see, I'm asking, listen, hey, we got a problem now or later, right? About this Trump shit. Everybody's a suspect in this circle, right? So it's wild to me because we have an entire indictment, and you look at the indictment and say, okay, even if I'll give you this, even if you attack it from the evidence standpoint, and you can include testimony. Did the government prove its case based on the evidence? Hmm? And then they tied in with these wild conspiracies. That's like, I mean, this is totally nigger shit. And I'm telling you, I'm already dealing with the breakouts. And when I hear nigger shit, it's causing me to break out on top of the breakout. I'm like, oh my gosh. I got them Rocky Dennis head today. And I mean, it's the goddamn conspiracies and stuff like that. All that shit, it's the lies and the conspiracies, and it's just the ignorance. I'm like, oh my gosh. Please, Lord. Please. Say, for instance, right, with the idea that Sony, I'm talking about conspiracy now, Sony is the one that's behind all of this, right? The reason why R. Kelly's in jail. And of course, I ain't got nothing against him. I definitely don't agree with if he did those things, whatever, and the evidence, is highly favoring that he did. And I'm talking about the evidence based on the indictment. I'm not talking about whether nobody lied. That's not what I'm talking about. But what ignorance does is it doesn't allow you to make your conspiracies make sense, because they don't. If you're going to say that that Sony set them up, everybody, all these people set them up, Demetrius set them, everybody set them up, then so you're saying that Sony, gay, and all this is alleged, and this is hypothetical, and all the rest of it, right? That Sony and all them other people gave him the herpes, because that's an indictment. Huh? How they do that? I know by canvassing a woman who had the herpes to give it to him, or better yet, by finding a girl under the age of consent with herpes to give it. That don't make no sense. This is what I'm talking about. This is why the few times I had somebody march into my class with some kind of wild conspiracy, and I tell them, right, listen, wild conspiracies, you definitely working backwards to forward. Meaning, I need the end of your conspiracy, what you maintain happened, and work it forward, backwards. I already showed my classes how to work their last conclusion backwards. Because I'm gonna tell you where that come from. That come from when I was young and I moved into the hood, and when I was able to leave my porch and go somewhere, I went to, that same house that I saved the kids out of the fire. They had a grandma, and I have no idea why that lady was like one of my best friends, and it was what about 80 years between us. I don't know, not 80, not quite 80, but about 60 or 50 or 60 years between us, right? I have no idea how this works out. At least 60. And she taught me how to read a book backwards to forward. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, true shit. So I turned that into some type of skill or method. Y'all know me. I try to make use of everything. So yeah, so I know that's weird as fuck, maybe. But so so that's just crazy to me. His managers, all that type of stuff. I just ignorance is going to destroy this world. That's what I'm afraid of. But also, I have to like black folk be talking about, yeah, they, white people stereotype us and just say, I mean, can you blame them? You really give them the weapons to use. Can you blame them? I mean, so it's like, and here's the thing, right? People get into these situations, and then because you don't check their behavior, we don't have a responsibility to each other. You understand what I'm saying? That's how y'all think. We don't have a responsibility to each other. I say you do. I get so mad when my friends and family be like, I was scared to say something to you. You know how you do. You might do. Fuck that. You could be potentially saving my goddamn life. Fuck all of that. Shit, write an anonymous note. Give a fuck. You wait until these situations, turn into a bigger situation, and what? You know, I can maintain this. Those people, those guys that was on the beach or on various areas telling us, don't go in them parties, don't do this and whatever. They should have actually been inside telling, uh, oh Lord, telling whomever hosting the parties or whatever, hey, don't do this, don't do this. And maybe people wouldn't be in situations, right? Or maybe they did and no one listened. Okay. But that acting as if we don't have responsibility for, and the best you can do, like and my thing, I'm just gonna have to, I'm just putting my opinion on the record, but I'm qualifying them in a whole bunch of ways, right? He was indicted by an indictment. He was found guilty by an indictment. Not by no extra shit. No extra lies and extra people that didn't exist and all this extra stuff or whatever. It is up to the government to put forth a case. Who they put on the stand, what evidence they put in, it is up to them, and it is governed by the rules of evidence and FRCP, Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure. That's it. In his case. And if it was the state, then there are, when you be hearing in the YSL case, when you hear them holler at Georgia, blah, 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 that's that you know it's a Georgia rule. But if you hear them just holler at numbers like 402, that let you know it's a federal rule. Okay. So, um, damn, they're taking a lot of breaks in this YSL case today. I don't know what's going on. But I um I just think, and what happens is that you do a disservice to yourself, because your fight becomes frivolous. If you're fighting, if you're out there hollering that people don't lie and all this here, okay, that's not gonna play in the court of law, and especially where he needs assistance at. That's not gonna. And I'm telling you, y'all talking about R. Kelly don't have no sense. R. Kelly is uneducated, whatever. He got more sense than the people that's fighting for him. I'm tell you that. Because it seems that he's well aware of what's going on and how this thing has to be attacked. And finding that witnesses lied doesn't play unless what they lied about directly contradicts the indictment and there is no other independent source of evidence, right? Then you might have some type of traction. Other than that, all you got is the people, some lying assholes. That's all you got. And what happens is, my thing is, I don't believe in false hope. I think that is stupid and it's dangerous. Because you can build somebody up. So, hope, 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 hope. And then when it doesn't happen, your ass ain't got no motherfucking answer for it. You disappear or whatever the fuck it is. And then the people just left with, huh? That's dangerous and crazy to me. And you know what? And I'm gonna tell you, the only person that's going to get him out is Jennifer Bonjean, or and this is and of course I know God, right? But it's the power God gives. Now, if he don't want it to go down, it ain't going down. And and to be honest, you know what people should be fighting for is the way that people are indicted or charged. Make them put a little bit more in it. Not as much as they done put in that in the YSL shit, because that's just ridiculous. That indictment is ridiculous. Anybody got time for that? Oh my God, and no time for that, right? But I mean, to be honest, right? It was I didn't know that y'all didn't know that there were two types of lawyer: a transactional lawyer and a litigator. I didn't know that. I mean, I didn't know that until maybe what, a year or so ago, whatever. I didn't know that. I'm like, oh my God, they don't know it's two different types. I'm transactional. What you see going on are litigators, and I put a video and a link to another video to some attorneys explaining the different types. So I can maintain that the litigators' our job is way harder. I don't agree that they're more academic, as one lawyer said in the video, because we all receive the same academics, the same, I'll put it like this, the same text for the same academics. It might not be the same curriculum, but at least the same, the same subjects that we're supposed to cover, right? And the same test, depending on when you took it. When you took it way back in the day, I had different, different tests. If you took it like after 2010, 2011, you had the UBE. Some people still took the MPTs and all of that, but most people took the UBE because it gives you the certification to practice in multiple states without going through the hard process like we had to do. But nonetheless, I'm not care. But and another thing, right? They didn't have to put on um Dre's daughter and this, that, and the third, whatever. Right? They didn't have to put that in there. It could be several reasons, right? Why? I would say, and this is my opinion, I would say that they probably didn't put Drea on the stand because she wouldn't be a good witness. I think one of the girls said she slept with her and all of this, as well as I don't think that Dre's allegations could be substantiated outside of just her giving her testimony. And then if the girl get up there and says she slept with or whatever, that's gonna make her a bad witness. Why go through all of that? So just leave off. Just because the state leaves off witnesses, the government leaves off witnesses, it doesn't mean that they're doing something nefarious. It's their case to present. So they got the right to put on whatever they could, and they have to put on what they can substantiate. probably gonna be a rule anyway that the defense would find to keep her off anyway because she can't even substantiate what it is she's saying. And substantiated enough, she couldn't even be a a witness, right? Let alone a victim witness that gets up there and say I'm, so. And I don't challenge what witnesses says because there's a lot of psychology of why they don't come forward and why they do this and how they handle things and this and whatever. But I give what Drea says 50% that is true, 50% that's not true. That's probably the lowest ranking if I ever gave a ranking I've even given somebody. Something about that whole thing with her, the child, is whatever. I don't feel right about saying that. Um, giving her more of a defense. It's just something about the whole thing, right? It's the timing of when she does things. It's what she says, and of course, there is no way a victim, there's no particular way a victim acts, just like there's no particular way a victimizer acts, right? This is something off about everything about her. She from that Chicago. It's a lot going on, that I be like, know about that. We've heard how women act when they are sour at a man. You understand what I'm saying? Because of the relationship or whatever. We've seen that. We know how that works. You got some ghetto friends and family members that don't know how to just go ahead and go about their motherfucking business. No, women is coming back to get it back in blood. Right? And just the different, like women was the money thing. About the, his lack of support. Well, here she come. All before that, she at the party. My baby dead and all that bullshit. Let me tell you something. That girl damn daddy owed me to his death. And I still ain't talking like man baby dead and bragging on him and all that extra shit. Yeah, he got some points I could brag on. Do I? No. And he ain't hog tied me and whatever. And actually, he let me beat the shit out of him. But still, yeah. I tried to hit him with a car and all of that type of shit. Why people do that? Why do men do that? I mean, and like, what I mean by that, he had no reason taking that to the goddamn internet. But the way that he did it, it wasn't malicious. It was really funny. He wasn't trying to be mean spirited, whatever. It was really funny. I told you, my friends and my family, they roast me. It is not in a mean way, but they roast me. You know what I'm saying? It would be hilarious. We don't do nothing but sit there and crack the hell up. But yeah, and whether or not why she uses name, whatever, that to me, that doesn't even make any sense. I don't know why that's a big major thing. I'm just saying, just the ignorance. The fuck, who cares? Fuck all of that. Look at what she's saying and doing, and when she's saying it and doing it. And more important, I don't know if anybody saw the the little documentary that came out. Did you see what she was wearing? I believe that it's a lot of financial situations going on that's shaping her decision. If you notice, I don't know if that's her daughter's apartment or hers or whatever they live. I don't know where she live at, whatever. But that was coming out of an apartment. Which ain't nothing wrong with that. But I believe that her lifestyle is has drastically changed. And what she had on, I just was like, huh? Girl, did they not tell you well, did you forget that when you got that chair that the camera was gonna be able to see their bottoms? Because maybe she just got dressed for the top. But even at that part, I was like, what is this about? Or is it, you know, was it deliberate to look as poor as possible? Without looking, throw it away. It was crazy. I pay attention to everything. Because it's the optics, right? Like I was talking about them optics about Scarface. It's on the end. Scarface doing all that hollering and screaming, talking shit, bragging and boasting, shooting and then this one guy comes through the back, real quiet, and don't say a goddamn word. He don't say shit. He comes through that back, and Scarface all coked up and all of this in. Them people kept shooting whatever. He wouldn't go down. That man hit him with one shot, boop, and he fell in that goddamn um little pool. And that man ain't brag or boast. He just got took his ass down the stairs. Y'all remember? I put it on my wall, right? And I wonder, is that something that was consciously done? Because I know in productions and things like that, the optics is just as important than the main focus, of the action of what's going on. It's the optics, because with art, silence could speak. So you know, but that's neither here or there. It's like and it is, it's important. And also, I don't understand, like, if people speaking on the case or whatever. I think they should be. I'm going to. If I hear you say something wrong, I'm going to stop you and tell you, no, no, that's not what it is. It's just like, I don't know. It's just, I don't. So just a bunch of bullshit. I don't like bullshit, and I don't like bullshitters. Even if you're my enemy, I'm gonna cook. I'm like, no, they didn't say that. No, that ain't what happened. Nah, da, da, da. And some people will get mad at me for doing that. Like, I know I've been a few times. This is behind the scenes. I'll correct, people that I know have my best interests or whatever. Like, no, they didn't do that. This is what actually happened. And sometimes they take that as a sign of I'm taking up with a person, and then they shut down about giving me their opinions of that person. I know, and I had to figure that out. I know, continue giving me that your opinion or giving me what you done heard or seen or whatever, because baby, that's helping me. But I'm just telling you what happened. You know. So, but all this, you know, history revisionist shit or lies or whatever, none of that is gonna help them get out. It ain't gonna help them get nothing y'all can do to help them get out anyway, because when y'all on the wrong path. You ain't figured out that you need to start with the indictment yet. And this man is 5 or 6 years into his sentence. Ain't nobody got time for this. 5 or 6 years since he's been locked up. Ain't nobody got time for this. This nigga shit. I'm used to dealing with movements or watching movements that get to the source of the problem. Not no added extra shit. Uh-uh. I don't give a fuck who don't like what I'm saying. Ain't shit you gonna do about it. And I dare you to say something. Then I'm gonna tear your ass up. So be cool. Um, you know, because one thing these motherfuckers say, they don't like nobody put the truth out there or the proof. They don't like that. So I know ain't nobody gonna say too much of shit to me about nothing. Do it right the first time, then you won't have these type of issues. Bunch of bullshit. And I don't like wasting time. I like movements that make sense, not a bunch of nonsense. Just nigga shit. I'm telling you, it just breaks me out. So, another misconception or miss whatever is that Trump or Biden, because it has switched back and forth, just bullshitters, will pardon R. Kelly, right? You can go to, and I give you facts. Matter of fact, I'm putting in check for you. I'm going to help you out. I'm going to give you fucking facts. And listen, this is not about your hopes and dreams and all of that. And if you believe it and you all this hell, I guarantee you can think about a whole bunch of shit that you done hoped and pray. You done hoped and prayed for, forget speaking it to existence. You done hoped and prayed for and still don't have it. So I don't know nothing about that. I'm putting in the chat. So we're gonna keep it real. Everybody has access to it. It ain't no secret. I done said this 1,000 times. It's nothing in. There's nothing to suggest that either of these presidents would pardon him. There's nothing, and let me tell you why it's less likely. And And I don't care who he's pardoned in the past. Why did he pardon them? Why? You already know Trump does things not because it's in his heart to do it. He does things because he's an opportunist. So he have pardoned black artists. Well, it's for like guns and drugs and shit like that. Not for no sex crimes. And if you go look, they have never pardoned anybody with sex crimes. I didn't look up domestic violence or anything like that, but I don't know who would be in prison, federal prison for domestic violence. That's just what the fuck did you do, right? None. And one thing you have to know that, and we're just keeping it real. I can't keep it no other way. Sex crimes are unpopular. Sex crimes against minors are way more unpopular than that. Okay? And on top of that, you don't even have a big enough movement to support pardoning him or anybody with those type of charges. I ain't even putting cameras. If I thought, I mean, she doesn't have what? Was she a governor? I don't know what she do over in California, but that's a no go. Now, listen. Although, yeah, I mean, and when I mean a big enough movement, if you had a movement that's was geared to inequality, rehabilitation, and injustice, right? Like he was wrongfully convicted, right? Would be an injustice. His constitutional rights were violated, and you could substantiate it. That would be an injustice. Inequality, of course, how blacks are treated with regard, versus whites with the same type of charges. And the fact that you could try to make a case for that says that your rehabilitation favors him being outside receiving, treatment or whatever, something like that. You don't even have that. And you don't have a Kim Kardashian. You don't have nobody that knows somebody that can, get to any of them people. Especially, and then you got those charges. So that's what I'm saying. This is I don't give you nigga shit because I can't. It's not in my registry. I give you I'm mad shit. Okay, that's when I go off. That's totally different. But yeah, I just information is power. Whoever put that together was talking true shit. I don't know why that saying never did take off like it should. Maybe because the ones who started it, well, it was a song about it with Trevor Jackson and that other guy. I ain't never take off, so I take. But yeah, that's true shit. I don't like to throw out, just a whole bunch of problems and I'm about giving solutions. And I'm saying, even with a movement like that, based on those things I just named in place, it's still a long shot because nothing in either president's past says that they would pardon anybody with those type of charges. And nobody is arguing his innocence. And I'm talking about his attorneys. I'm not talking about what y'all think is innocent. I'm talking about innocence on the scale of the law. That's what I'm talking about. I don't went over the difference between innocent and not guilty. I ain't doing it no more. And where um it applies. I ain't because you don't get it. You ain't get it then. You ain't gonna get it now. And I use the simplest of the simple to explain it to you. I don't have time for all that. It's two types of defenses: innocent and not guilty. And innocent can also be played during post conviction motions and going forward to appeals, whatever. I haven't seen anything from his attorneys saying that he's innocent. And here's another thing, and the simple answer is there's a whole bunch of evidence that suggests that he's not. So you can't really use that. Now, if they were, if this was a murder trial, that's when you usually you'll hear that line of defense the most because they can challenge DNA, they can challenge witness accounts, and things of that nature. Witness recounts, rather, things of that nature. Other than that, I just don't like a bunch of bullshit. And then the last thing I want to say is, so again, back to where I started with, I was wondering why that writ of certiorari was so thin going to the Supreme Court. I still maintain that, she thought maybe if she can get the Supreme Court to agree to make an interpretation that the the framers of that particular protect act meant for it to apply prospectively rather than retroactively, right? And see, I do the work. I do my homework. So go back and look, right? Also included in the record that goes to the Supreme Court is what the appeals court said. And what the appeal court says and does, a lawyer can also take that and get a feel what, as to what to, to put on their writ of certiorari, whatever their application, whatever they're going to put. You understand what I'm saying? Whatever they list for review, they kind of got to get a good sense of what the Supreme Court will do based on what the Court of Appeals did. Because remember, the types of cases the Supreme Court takes are normally one that set a national precedent, right? Jennifer Bonjean being the best person for this job. Yeah, well, I don't say she's the best person on the job, but she's the best what he got now. She's better than the rest, in my opinion. She knew that, and that would set national precedent. Also, would help her in her New York case as well, right? Because she could simply take it and say, "Hey, come on," you know. So the other reasons she could have, she could have asked for a review at the Supreme Court really isn't matters that will cause the Supreme Court to take a second look. Because you ran all of those reasons by the appellate board, and they were like, it sometimes, and I'm talking about the Illinois and New York cases combined, as sometimes they were like almost saying like, "Well, are you serious? Are you that you sent this in?" I'm just being honest. They're like, "Yeah, she was," and I'm saying to myself, "Well, yeah, she's supposed to send it in. Where's she gonna send it?" Hold on. You know, it really not going to be too motivated to take a writ of certiorari just to review non-constitutional things like, sufficiency of evidence or shit like that, right? They are pretty much trying to set a national precedence. So that's another reason why it was so thin, in my opinion. And also to go along with that, they also she read what the appellate court said about the objections she raised, meaning all the things she listed. She already knew that the Supreme Court wouldn't be interested in hearing reviewing that or hearing about it. You know what I'm saying? So, it's just in my opinion, we can wait. I mean, I would think that the New York decision would be here by the end of October, maybe by the end of November. And it had a lot. I think she listed a bunch of issues on there, right? I don't know how many people, but the big one is, I don't know how many people have tried to dismantle that RICO. That has gone unsuccessful. And then you have those other charges, the other counts. Yeah, because if you knock that RICO off, he's like, he's been locked up about 5 years. 2021, 2021, yeah, 5 years. He only got a few to go if you get rid of that RICO. Outside of women, yeah, and he still have the Illinois, my bad. So wouldn't be that long. I mean, so it's like I would never tell nobody to lose no hope or whatever, but I'm just saying be realistic about your hope. So you don't be sitting here looking crazy. Or if you're misled or misguided by lies and inaccurate information. This is an uphill battle. You know, and then the habeas corpus, I mean, you gotta make your it's not really a decision or whatever, but it's going back to the district court. You can do a writ of habeas, if you are allowed to the Supreme Court. So he has some more chances. I'm just saying, just be realistic on your expectation. Cause baby, it is. I mean, I don't know, but that pardon, I don't see that by none of whoever get elected. It just don't work that way. So just be realistic and say in my opinion or a legend. That way I won't be my head won't be spinning and be like, oh my gosh, we going back. That's what I'm saying. Niggas will take you back. They don't want to be free. They want to go back, honey. I don't know why. I don't tell all these shit. You can't be that crazy. And here's the thing, right? You can't have selective intelligence. Nobody can. Meaning, you can't say you are intelligent and then say and do dumb shit. On purpose. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you can, say and do dumb shit and, it be a mistake. But if you're intelligent, you know better. And that goes for me and anybody else. So, I don't know. My thing is, it's never too late to mount a real movement for something you believe in. But understand that indictment, that's the whole thing. That's why you see lawyers trying to undo it. They don't deal with issues that didn't even happen in the trial or was precluded or this, that, and the third. They don't deal with all of that because that's already been dealt with. They deal with the indictment. And I'm telling you, if you look at the indictment right there, and I think that's why people don't really reference the indictment, because that indictment will tell you what you need to hope for, or whether any hope, should you be hoping, or should you just go to praying? Because I'm telling you, I told you in the beginning, federal laws, laws period, but especially federal laws, majority of them, they're written broad for a reason. They don't have it like you know one, two, three, four, but tedious and meticulous like that. All they write them broad for a reason, so they can put anybody in jail and have a leg to stand on. Right now, if they wanted to, they could probably find something in some law to lock just about everybody up in America. So yeah, just just be mindful and just know that you got to be realistic, and when it comes to the law, it got to be your fight has to be on real shit, not fake shit, not shit you're making up, not your questions you still have. You're still the same question. I'm like, oh my god, that's no growth. I can't. I don't understand how this works. And you know the next word I'm going to, right? Or the next question I have, are you slow? Shit. Are you slow? Are you slow, honey? So, me, in my opinion, I'm just saying, I just, with every day, and then I thought about it a lot today, and I just don't see a way out. I don't see a way out. Fortunately for YSL, their case is going so bad. Let me get to that, and I'll move on. I'll get to the today's hearing, but YSL case is moving along so terrible. Oh my gosh! And I dropped upload where a lady was saying that Miss Love lost her first chair. I know Sylvia had reported that she wasn't getting replaced by Adam Abadi. This white lady said that um, from what she has is that Adam Abadi has replaced Miss Love as first chair. She's still a part of the case. She's just not first chair, meaning she's just not lead. Okay, and they got all kind of white people in there today. So are they gonna get it, right now, or what? What is going on, right? So they say she has low, and we can tell over the as the trial goes, we can tell if she has lost her chair. And I think that Fonnie Willis, if that is the case, I think that Fonnie Willis had to make that decision. She had to make that decision. I don't know if that email, because this see how look at what happened, right? Now look at timing. Some kind of email comes out, and I don't know if it was, I don't know if it's sent by a true person or by somebody Fonnie Willis knows. I'm just, all of this is my opinion. I'm alleging it. But the email comes, right? And they're putting Love down for a job. And then Fonnie Willis not respond. She got time in her day to respond to an email from somebody putting Love down. She CC's the court and shit. I was like, okay. Next thing you know, and then remember then we started seeing Love a little less, this, that, and third, whatever, and they like a body had them popped up in the courtroom. He hadn't sat in the chair yet, whatever. The next thing you know, flip, 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 he's in the chair. This all within a what? Within a week? If that? Come on now. All the whole rules to put Adam Labadi in the chair. Not, oh, I see him in Love sitting up there, so she got to make sure he stay up to speed. Yeah, this is crazy. Okay, so for all of the potential lawyers or paralegals or criminal justice majors or whatever your desires are in the field of law, this is a good case to study. Also, I heard them, the judge, it was out of I think the defense brought it up, Illinois versus Allen or whatever versus Allen, right, which is a case law. That was the same one that, or it was Wisconsin versus Allen. I'm not sure. I think it's Illinois versus Allen. where they had to keep citing for who? Darrell Brooks. It had something to do with courtroom decorum. Time I heard it, I was like, oh no, not Illinois versus Allen. Wow. They brought that out. So I'm going to tell you right now what it is. Is it Illinois versus Allen? And y'all, I mean, if y'all, yeah, it's Illinois versus Allen. That's it. And I was like, oh no, they are bringing up Illinois versus Allen. So, yeah. So I see Love is back at the table, but yeah, we're going to take it from the beginning. All right, let me drop down.
To outstanding motions and limine. Motion in limine 64 and the response. And essentially, I mean, honestly, the motion in limine is basically saying, can we make sure that we follow 24/7/704, which we will. But in terms of preventing testimony short of something that would violate that action, it's so it's not going to change any of the previous rulings about what various experts can do. Let me look at the response again real fast. I printed those out, but I didn't bring them with me this morning. So give me a second. Actually, I think they're arriving right now. So the contours of Investigator Viverito's permissible testimony have already been established as well. And so we won't be changing the ruling on that. But nominee C6, which concerns Mr. Lamar, Rich Homie Kwan, and neither side really should be able to say, the defense didn't call this witness at trial, which obviously, and say they have no, but the defense seems to maybe be suggesting that they would like to to present that the state could have but did not call that witness. And I would not permit that either, because we're clearly nowhere near, unfortunately, the end of the state's case. And obviously, Mr. Lamar has now passed, and so we don't know whether they would have called that witness or not. So I wouldn't permit
changing. The state sent us lists of witnesses that they were going to call Mr. Lamar, who's the performer known as Rich Homie Quan. This was well before September 5, 2024, when he, God forbid, passed unexpectedly. So, to me, and the state has put in evidence over objection that starting in the fall of Lamar, Mr. Donovan, the state put
to make that kind of a presentation either. Yes, sir.
Good day, Your Honor. Good day, everyone.
Good morning.
So, I understand your ruling, obviously, abides by it, but what I'd like the record then to show, if you don't find this to be changing, the state sent us lists of witnesses on a short list that they were going to call Mr. Lamar, who's a performer known as Rich Homie Quan. This was well before September 5, 2024, when he, God forbid, passed unexpectedly. So to me, and the state has put in evidence over objection that starting in the fall of 2014, Mr. Lamar and Jeffrey Williams don't get along, and Mr. Lamar is with Mr. Donovan Thomas, who doesn't get along with Jeffrey
Right.
Williams. And it's all, to me, it's all made up. It's not supported. Obviously, the jury can make that determination. But I think that it is important that the state, in writing, put the predecessor court, as well as the Mr. Williams et al., on notice that they were going to call Mr. Lamar. They filed their service of a subpoena, and they don't call him to support this, supposed beef. And I can't do anything about his prior statements now because it would be frivolous under 24-8-807, which is rarely used. It's frowned upon and has to have the same guarantees as a dying declaration or something. It's not like that. He gave interviews throughout all the years talking about his close relationship with Jeffrey Williams. And if you let that in, that's great with me. But I'm assuming you're not going to let it in, so I wasn't going to try to get it in because I don't think that that's a dying declaration type of statement. So I'm stuck. So I would like the jurors to know that unfortunately he passed, and this the state stated. If the state has reasons that they didn't call him, that's fine. I am saying I'm opening a door, but that's why I put it in writing. That's my motion.
All right. Well, I mean, if the state's case were over with, then that would be a different argument. But it is not as though the state's witness list has stayed in anything like any semblance of order during this trial. So, I mean, I don't think that if you can get a concession out of the state that they weren't going to call him even if he stayed alive, that would also be different. But I don't think that we've got that situation.
I understand the ruling.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. And then we have this issue of the state wanting the court to reconsider its ruling, striking whatever day that was, that one day of the detective's testimony and the defense response. And I believe, and Mr. Armstrong, I see you standing because you might want to argument that is presented in the defense response is meritorious. I think that the arguments that he made after that certainly were not made at the point in time when I could have done something about it. But in addition, the state last week ended up calling a Detective Wood, who's on the stand essentially right now in the midst of her testimony and seems to be covering the same things that the other investigator was covering anyway. So it doesn't even seem, it seems like this whole issue is moot. You may be.
May it please the court, Kevin Armstrong for the state. First of all, the contemporaneous objection rule, which was cited by the defense, which is the waiver argument that Your Honor referred to, is one about preserving an issue for appellate review. It is not about a court who can reconsider their rulings during trial. One of the issues that is here is that the court precluded the state from calling that individual back to testify about other things. And that's one of the things that the state filed the motion for reconsideration to avoid. And so the state is asking that for other issues and for whatever issues that have not already been addressed, the state be allowed to recall Detective Dennis to testify about other matters that were not the offending statement, which the court appropriately excluded from evidence. And one of the things the defense brought up in their response was confrontation. I want to make it absolutely clear that there was no intention in the motion for reconsideration to have state's evidence in that they didn't get the right to confront. And so that was not part of the issue. But the issue isn't only the testimony that was struck from that day, it was his future testimony, precluding him from testifying in the future. And while there are other means to get in some of the testimony, I don't believe that is all the testimony that the prosecution team intends to get in through detective evidence. And so essentially, it's an ongoing order of the court that we would be asking the court to authorize the state to present that witness to testify further.
So tell me what it is that this other investigator or detective is not going to be testifying to because she got was qualified to be able to testify to the meaning or her opinion as to the meaning of particular lyrics. So what is it that only this other witness, Dennis, could testify to?
I'm going to turn that over to the facts prosecutor.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Dennis testified to
Yeah, I'm here. I switched my other computer. I can't deal with all of that. So sorry about that.
I don't believe that is all the testimony that the prosecution team intends to get in through detective evidence. And so essentially, it's an ongoing order of the court that we would be asking the court to authorize the state to present that witness to testify further.
So tell me what it is that this other investigator or detective is not going to be testifying to because she got was qualified to be able to testify to the meaning or her opinion as to the meaning of particular lyrics. So what is it that only this other witness, Dennis, could testify to?
I'm going to turn that over to the facts prosecutor.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Dennis testified to a statement regarding defendant Kendrick in which investigator Underwood was not present for that interview. And so he testified to that. He also testified further regarding the Quindarius Zachary interview in which investigator Underwood was not privy to that interview as well. Additionally, Your Honor, he was able to introduce several additional exhibits to include the Magic City video that will not be able to come in through investigator Underwood. And I believe those are the three primary things that investigator Dennis was able to testify to previously that was struck that investigator Underwood would not be able to introduce during her testimony. And course indulgence for one moment.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Steele, I guess you sort of led the charge on this, if I'm not mistaken. What do you say to the state's position that the court's decision to strike and prevent further testimony of this witness isn't a remedy that is permitted to the court by statute or the Constitution, and understanding that if this were reconsidered, the state would be, I mean, the defense would be permitted to cross-examine?
So I believe that you have the authority jurisdiction and power to prevent a witness from testifying when that witness shows that they are not capable of providing a fair trial and intentionally, and that's my word, but it was clear to me sitting there that when Ms. Hilton hired Detective Dennis, tell us about this photograph that has Mr. Kendrick standing on top of a car. His initial lead into that answer is, well, Mr. Kendrick just got out of prison. And, you know, that affects Jeffrey Williams. Mr. Kendrick, as the court may have heard, is signed to Mr. Williams' record label. Mr. Kendrick, as you will learn, is at Mr. Williams' home on May 9th, 2022, when Mr. Williams and Mr. Kendrick are arrested. And it is just not that simple to unwind that instruction. It was an intentional, obvious infliction to denigrate this trial and prejudice Mr. Williams, Mr. Kendrick, and all. So you then have to do something about it. And what you asked to do is declare a mistrial. And you said, I'm not doing that, but there will be a sanction. So what are you going to do? So to me, that was the second time. The first time the court, I'm not saying it's not accurate.
So obviously, considering that I'm the one that imposed the sanction, I think it was an appropriate sanction. Address the state's argument that a trial court doesn't actually have the authority to impose that sanction.
I think that's wrong based upon, let me give you, and I put it in my response, but Illinois versus Allen, 397 U.S. 337, it's 1970. What happened there, and the U.S. Supreme Court took down, that was an accused, the accused's right to be present at a trial, constitutional right. And there's a dissent in it saying the accused, no matter what their conduct is, they could be gagged and bound. They have to be in the courtroom and watching the proceedings. Otherwise, it's a constitutional violation. But the majority said, this is ridiculous. Courts have to have the power to ensure that the trial is, and I'm quoting, conducted with dignity, order, and decorum. They are the hallmarks of a court proceeding. And then I found a case, I just found it amazingly similar. California versus Navarrete, Navarrete. Your Honor, it's 181 California Appeal 4th, 828, 2010 case. And in that case, a detective is testifying, and there was a suppression motion granted. There was no Miranda rights given to Mr. Navarrete. And the detective testifies on the witness stand and said, well, the reason I didn't follow up on this DNA swabs is based upon the client's or Mr. Navarrete's statement. The judge did exactly what you did. The judge called the prosecutor, well, a little different, called the prosecutor and defense counsel in chambers and yelled at the prosecutor and said, you know, I'm demanding, what are you doing? And the prosecutor said, I didn't know that that would happen. Just like here, I'm not saying that it was Miss Hilton eliciting that on purpose. I had no information that she would ever do that. But the judge said, well, this detective knows better. I find the detective is trying to harm this trial. The detective is barred. His testimony is struck. The direct is gone, and he can no longer testify. And the state did exactly what happened here. The state in California, the prosecution, the people, they called the next witness. To me, it's on all fours. The appellate court, Mr. Navarrete is, God forbid, convicted, and the appellate court then reversed and said, that remedy did not go far enough. That had to be a mistrial, that intentional conduct. And here, I'm asking the court, I believe that you have total authority. There is no way that anyone will convince me, I'm not the one who needs to be convinced, that Detective Dennis did not realize. It came out of nowhere. What difference does it make that Mr. Kendrick was released from prison 5 weeks earlier? What difference does it make? He did that to bring out to the jury that Mr. Kendrick was in prison for, and I'm telling you, it's a federal offense, a gun charge. There was no basis. So to me, to say you don't have the authority to do that, I believe you have every authority. If a witness comes in here and starts cursing, I'm using an example, I would assume, you are going to say, you know, this is just not decorum. You can't curse. The witness curses again. You're going to do something. You're done testifying. Courts have that power. So I believe that the state's argument that you have no power to control the proceedings is not backed up by the U.S. Supreme Court.
All right, thank you.
May I respond?
You may.
There was a defense attorney who raised their hand before I.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. I want to be very brief because I don't think what I'm going to add is truly what Your Honor is looking for, but. Jay Apt, Your Honor, good morning, on behalf of Mr. Kendrick, and I'll try to be extremely brief. Your Honor decided this issue in lieu of granting a mistrial, and one of the things I want to remind the court, really I'm just here to remind the court, is one of the reasons for this sanction, Your Honor, is because of, and I'm not pointing fingers at any particular district attorney, but the state's repeated unpreparedness, their repeated discovery abuses. And so this is a compound issue. And I think my perception is that the court finally had to say, okay, we're not granting a mistrial, but we got to do something. And if you now go back on that decision and reverse your own decision, you are essentially creating an incentive for the state to continue these, I'll call them mishaps, whether they're negligent or intentional. And I think the court has sent a clear and convincing message to the state that they need to be buttoned up, more buttoned up than they have been. And so I would ask the court, certainly the court has the authority. Mr. Steele's done a very good job of explaining that, but I would ask the court to uphold its own decision to send that loud and clear message. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Armstrong.
Yes, Your Honor. I would agree with Mr. Apt to the point that I would like the court to uphold the determination that the court made, which was that it was not an intentional, willful act, as Mr. Steele has argued. I want to address both of the two cases that he referred to, Illinois versus Allen. One of the issue in Illinois versus Allen was a defendant who refused to act with decorum and was excluded from the courtroom, but was permitted to come into the courtroom if he was going to behave correctly. And so it went specifically to the offensive behavior for as long as the offensive behavior went on. We are asking the court the court appropriately struck the testimony that was at issue. We are asking the court to go further with other testimony that was not the offending testimony. Now, People versus Navarrete is the only case the defense has cited to suggest that this specific remedy was permitted. That is a nationwide search in People versus Navarrete, Navarrete, is the only one that they were able to cite. And that is materially different in a number of ways. Number one, the facts are wildly different. The officer in the case was mad at the judge for excluding a statement that the officer had obtained, and actually had told people that when the prosecutor found out, told the judge after the fact, when they found out, that the officer had basically said he was going to do this because he was mad at the judge and would show the judge what for. That is not anything what happened here. And the reason that the appellate court in California decided that a mistrial was necessary in that circumstance was because of the specific evidence in that case, which is basically three things. You had a witness testifying the defendant had committed lewd acts against them. You had somebody testify they took about, I think it was a dozen or more swabs relevant to that. And then you had the officer testify, oh, I didn't think it was relevant to get the swabs because of the statement the defendant made that I can't talk about. The officer specifically said that because it would prejudice the defendant. And those are the circumstances in which it would, in fact, be incapable for a court to take that away. I would note before I go on to my main point about People versus Navarrete is that the California appellate court stated, we note that a trial court can almost always cure the prejudice of an improperly volunteered statement by granting a motion to strike and charging the jury with an appropriate curative instruction. This court did exactly that. It was just the exact facts, how thin the state's case was on that issue, on basically the entire case. And the reason for it was why they decided a mistrial was necessary on appeal. More importantly, this is the case that they cite that says the remedy of preventing Detective Dennis from testifying further. This is the case that they use for that proposition. At no point in this decision does the appellate court address the legality of that. They simply don't do it. It is not addressed whether that was a legal remedy to occur. It's not something that stands for the proposition that the defense is citing it for, which is that the remedy to prevent Detective Dennis from testifying further is appropriate. And so they have not pointed to any statutory or constitutional authority, and under Rule 402, the exclusion of evidence can't exist outside of that in the state of Georgia. Now, I'm sure, let me just strike that. So we're just asking that the detective be able to testify further in the case when the prosecution team determines that he is the person who's best able to testify to facts that are relevant for the jury's consideration.
All right, thank you. So I don't think that the facts in the California case are really that different than the facts here. Frankly, I think that an argument could very plausibly be made that the detective in this case was upset with somebody about his qualifications having been challenged and had made a decision that he was going to show somebody what he thought about that. I don't know that that's what happened, but I do think, like I said before, that the detective absolutely knew better than to have said what he said and did it anyway. And I have given consideration to everything that has been presented, but I am not going to change my decision about this. All right. I think that the next thing that we had to do was the sort out the remainder of what we're calling the Ryan evidence. So if y'all want to present what you've come to agreement on and what still needs to be litigated. And thank you, Mr. Armstrong.
Yes, Your Honor. And one small matter that's in this act we can address
Okay.
is in the CAD report. Okay. Never mind, Your Honor. Counsel and I have been discussing stuff in frequently. So
Yeah, I know.
I will turn to all that's left to my understanding is the last little bit of Blaylock's Instagram.
Okay. And do y'all want to give me some kind of, I don't know if it's written or whatever, indicator of what y'all have agreed to, or just put it on the record, or what's in, what's out?
Your Honor, I'm trying to think.
Or I guess, if you don't have something at the ready, then I would assume y'all are on the same page about it and will abide by whatever it is you agreed to.
Your Honor, I believe that is accurate.
Okay.
I think what the state would be moving to enter into evidence is things that we've agreed upon or the court has already ruled on.
Okay.
Besides what it is we need to discuss this
Okay.
morning.
All right. And so what is it that needs to get discussed this morning?
This morning, Judge, we're going back to content in Mr. Mr. Damone Blaylock's Instagram messages between him and third unknown parties. Your Honor had asked me to take a look as far as co-conspirator hearsay.
Okay.
From what I can tell, every instance I've found requires evidence really from the outside, that basically you could ignore this entire statement and there's still something to indicate participation in the conspiracy. I don't have any sort of law stating one way or another that that is what is required. I would just point back to the statute, Your Honor, that I think what Your Honor had referred to, I would say kind of are indicia of reliability, that they're talking about things that a person who's a member of the conspiracy would know about. And just simply, that's not what's articulated in the statute. If it was supposed to be indicia, then I think we would be there. But that's not what the statute requires. So I don't think that would be sufficient. I think it truly does have to be from outside of that hearsay statement.
All right. And is there further argument from the state on that? And I know there was one, and there might have been two that we had already looked at that were kind of outstanding, and I had given a preliminary ruling subject to further argument on this. And the second one, I think I already brought up, and I don't know, Ms. Abbasi, if you were here that day, but that I didn't think there was enough, so I have excluded that. But the other one, does the state have any further argument or authority on that?
So, Your Honor, I don't have, the state's argument was in looking at 801 D2E, just the basic building blocks of if the court finds through the four walls of a statement, evidence in trial, or some other evidence the state will present. Ultimately, it is the court has to find that that other party, whoever they are, to a preponderance, are part of the same conspiracy against who it's being used against. And I will use, I don't have a specific case for this principle, but I think it illustrates this point the state is making, is if you take aside a gang conspiracy, say you had a murder committed and the defendant's phone, they get a search warrant, they extract it, and he is messaging someone after the murder that you do not know who they are. And he says, I need you to go to my house. The murder weapon's in my back bedroom in the second drawer. And they respond back, yeah, the police, I can hear the sirens coming down the street right now. I'm gonna go grab that gun. Where do you want me to take it to? And they have this whole conversation. You don't never know who he's speaking with. By my reading of and understanding of co-conspirator, that conversation, if you had it in that trial and trying to introduce it, I believe a court could find from the four walls, so to speak, of that conversation that person they're speaking with, to a preponderance, is a co-conspirator. And by that same analogy, if you have in the conversation that the unknown party, so to speak, whether it's their Instagram handle, the fact that they're referencing specific individuals, or that gang AP detectives have referenced are, say, YSL members, or they're discussing locations, or they're using gang identifiers in a private conversation, coupled with the evidence that hasn't came in yet, because no evidence about Blaylock to the jury has came in, but when AP gang detectives speak about Blaylock and his Instagram in public and private conversations indicative of his own membership in the YSL criminal street gang, all of those the court can use or not use in making that determination. And so I don't have a seminal case that says you need more than the statement itself. I think oftentimes the statement itself, absent this kind of, in a gang context, there's other information versus when you have just, say, a murder case, you would, other than the factual analogy I just gave to the court, it would probably be hard to decipher if you just had a single text with an unknown party. You wouldn't know who they are unless it was like the analogy I used. So the state doesn't have any additional case law. I always will cite, because I think it's a seminal case and important for a criminal street gang conspiracy, which all of Blaylock's are, the state's arguments related to them are not tethered to the murder of Jamari Holmes. They're tethered to the YSL criminal street gang, at least the ones that are in dispute, I should say.
All right, so can somebody remind me where it is that we're going to find the statement specifically that we had been paused on before?
Okay, so let me explain real quick. And see, this is driving me insane, right? So what the defense is trying to say, that good white lady that spoke over there is trying to say that apparently there's some type of statement or some piece of evidence that's indicia, meaning that is likely to prove whatever the state is trying to offer as evidence, right? As proof of something happened. Okay, in this case. And no further evidence should be needed to support that particular, truth. So, you know, um, it's like a power line, for to simplify words, right? One of the things that I told you that it was going to be a 403 situation throughout this case, because apparently the state seems to think that they need 10 photos to prove one fact in a case, which is ridiculous, right? Now, I don't know how y'all, I'm not in favor of the judge tearing up the state's case, but I'm also not in favor of the state not knowing how to build its case where it's effective and efficient. My problem with her is that she's always trying to do something to save time. When to me she should have been a little more patient and a lot more tolerable to know that it's a bunch of niggas that did this. Okay. And she can't get on the bench and try to gut the indictment and not know that it can cause some harm. They built it wrong. They plan to lay it out as they built. All she should just do is grin and bear it and make the appropriate rulings and just try to get out of there with her little white pocketbook. Okay, you know, to come in to try to to rectify something that is already built can be doing a bunch of harm. The way you're trying to save whatever, you can be costing because if it comes back around again, you understand what I'm saying? It's going to cost the state money or whatever, and a bunch of time, and you know you could potentially, if you're on the side of justice, and you could be. I mean, you're supposed to be, of course, supposed to be neutral. I get that, but ultimately, you know, she um, has some role in making sure that the streets are a lot safer. So that's my only issue with her. That's why I get frustrated. I'm frustrated with all of them. Okay, but I just don't believe that you should. You know it's all fucked up. It is the indictment. I don't know. I don't know what they was thinking about, but this is this. You know this and he makes a good point, right? You don't know who's on the other end. It could be a co-conspirator. It could be somebody that's totally independent from this whole situation. Could be a wrong number. Who knows? So you do need that probably that additional evidence to support who the person is talking to or whatever. So let's see how she rules on this.
Sorry, excuse me. I don't know if the state sent to the court a new link or we're
I'm
still on
sure
the
there was
prior
a
one.
link that y'all sent me at some point.
I can create
Over and over again, I know, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
for a,
Most recent
If,
one, I
if you
don't
want to
know.
just remind me when that was, I could probably find it.
The-
Or what folder it was in.
yes, Your Honor. The initial folder was 9 October centralized motion folder in Dropbox. For efficiency's sake, I can
Okay,
quite quickly create and
that would be
send.
wonderful. A new link.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And I guess it'll be easy enough to see once we're all looking at it again. But I cannot remember whether in this particular one that we were talking about, there was anything like the other speaker's handle or anything like that that would have been outside of the statement itself. So I guess when we get the link, we can look at that.
And Your Honor, I'm going to try initially to email because Blaylock's Instagram is 28-page PDF. So I think that should be small enough to send via email.
Okay.
That email has been sent, Your Honor. I utilized the Zoom link email that Ms. Percival had sent. If anyone does not get it, please let me know.
Okay, thank you. All right, so it was at some point after the 293 one. It may have been the one directly after that.
I
Yeah.
believe we had the court's preliminary ruling of admissibility pending additional case law from defense ended on 344.
Right.
And so there's only, I believe, 5 PDF pages left for
Okay.
Blaylock. And so it will start in PDF page 13, Instagram page 359.
Right, but my preliminary ruling pending the additional case law is still a preliminary ruling. And
Yes, Your Honor.
so the conversation, if you will, that starts on
342.
342 and goes through 44.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's the one that it was only a preliminary ruling. And so the person whose true identity is unknown, is their handle Snake Life Maniac?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And did I understand your argument to be that the court could take into consideration in determining something outside of, if there's anything outside of the statement itself or the conversation itself that would indicate kind of a co-conspirator nature, that the court could and should take that into consideration?
Yes, Your Honor. And what the state's referencing in regards to that is the totality, specifically or almost exclusively from APD gang detectives, which started with Detective Belknap, the first witness in the trial, in terms of, like, for example, and there's also, they're discussing, someone references Pokey, which has come up periodically in this trial and is one of the individuals that Quindarius Zachary mentions participated in the shooting of Miss Reed's home, right? When he's discussing Kenneth Copeland returning. And also when this Snake Life Maniac, when Blaylock, who's One King DO1, states he was stamped into the street gang by Pokey, the individual responds, he's been locked up a good 6 to 7 years. When did you get stamped? And he's kind of checking to see if that story checks out. And so the state's argument, and then it of course continues on, but and the Snake Life Maniac says, I never met the young rock crew. There's been a lot of testimony about
Right,
robbery.
but if
Yes, Your
I'm,
Honor.
if I have to find something outside of the statement itself, then that would indicate, I think, that I can't take into consideration the contents of what this unknown person is saying to make that necessary determination, right? So,
The state's understanding and argument is that you can use, whether it's this statement itself alone, the court just has to find to a preponderance that this
well, we
individual
know
is
that the
the
statement
conspiracy.
alone can't establish the existence, or I'm sorry, the participation of the declarant in the conspiracy. I mean, that the statute itself provides that much information.
And I guess my argument, Your Honor, is that the testimony in trial is in addition to the statement. As in, like, if you just had this in a vacuum and I presented no other evidence of why what they're saying is significant, if you didn't have APD gang detectives who've testified about what these indicate or mean.
So because we have outside of this statement testimony about pokey and testimony about how people get included in gangs and things like that. Is
Yes,
that
Your Honor.
your argument?
That's the
And
state's
in
argument.
addition to that, this person's handle itself indicating their connection to YSL.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. A preponderance is really not that high of a standard burden to meet. So I am going to find that this one does meet that outside of the statement alone, so that entirety of that can come in. So we then need to move on to whatever was left. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And so the next one would be on page 430, or are there some that y'all have?
359, Your Honor.
Oh, that's a different one? Yeah,
It's
I'm
a different
sorry.
one.
Yes. Okay. So 359.
So what's highlighted is Blaylock stating you have to pay the dues January 15th. That's the day you got stamped. And then the individual responds back essentially like he will pay him when he sees him. The state, I will, because this conversation is so brief in terms of comparatively to the one before, the state will concede or not utilize 359.
Okay. So y'all withdraw that one.
But with yes, Your Honor,
Okay.
430.
Mhm.
So the individual that Blaylock is messaging, YSC Prince,
Mm-hmm.
he says he's leaving that YL up to you and me. YL is Young Loyalty. So when YSL, the criminal street gang, you have remnants of, Young Loyalty is essentially a subset of that. And so when he said he's going to leave YL up to me and you, he said when he gets out, it's still going to be YL, but we're going to take it over basically. Let's push up next weekend. The state wanted to include that because of direct reference to Young Loyalty and someone having to take it over. This would be in conjunction with, which I don't believe or do not recall, testimony thus forth in trial, as in through Detective Belknap, or will be when Detective Viverito testifies about Young Loyalty YL. But that was the state's request or argument in terms of this would have to be, the court would have to deem YSC Prince making that statement is in furtherance of the conspiracy to admit this as an exception to hearsay.
Okay. And you're saying we don't thus far have any evidence about YL or the meaning of YL? And are we going to get any?
Your Honor, yes, the state, I am drawing a blank if Detective Belknap addressed that when he first testified in this trial. I just do not recall as I'm sitting here. But if he had not, the state would proffer that Investigator Viverito would discuss that at a future date. I do not have any additional
And
evidence or any-
YL is, how is YL furthering this conspiracy? I'm not following your argument. I'm sorry.
So Young Loyalty YL is a part and parcel of YSL. It's like a subset. And so the state, by him saying we're going to take over specifically YL, that is trying to assert leadership over Young Life or Young Loyalty, Your Honor. So
That one seems a bit, I don't know, far afield.
understood, Your Honor. The state will not
I'm gonna-
utilize
all
430.
right.
And
Okay.
the last one, Your Honor,
Ms. Atkins, do you mind if Your Honor, can I just interject?
Sure. I mean, they're withdrawing it and or I'm excluding it, but so do you need to?
No, I
Okay.
thought it was still up in the air.
All right. So 2145.
and Your Honor, the last thread of this nature is when you go to page 446, there's just one line where Blaylock is discussing, he says, you're not slime. And on 447, they go back and
I don't see a 446, 447.
it is PDF page 15, Your Honor, and PDF
Okay.
page 16.
Okay.
And
Sorry.
the key, the statement that the state is seeking to introduce is when Blaylock on page 447 states, I stamped you in slime behind the blue house, talking about bringing that individual into the gang. The 446 is only included for brief context to that. The state would not necessarily have to use 446, but the argument is that when Blaylock states, I stamped you in slime behind the blue house to this individual when they're going back and forth about if that individual is slime, that statement, the state believes there's two arguments for this statement in terms of Blaylock definitively stating that he brought this individual into a criminal street gang, and he references the blue house of just a specific location to remind him where he stamped him in. That statement is a co-conspirator statement, but in addition is a statement against interest. And the best example of why it's statement against interest is the case of this nature. Is, and if Blaylock was in this physical courtroom right now, that statement he made there is against his interest in terms of definitively asserting he has enough rank in a street gang to stamp someone in, and would be evidence that could be used against him in a criminal street gang or RICO predicated on a street gang trial. And so the reason that the state articulates that this is 801D2E is because when he's telling someone, I stamped you in slime behind the blue house, it's a conversation between, he's asserting in this statement that he brought this person in the gang. And so those kind of conversations, they have to be able to speak freely amongst each other, and they're discussing criminal street gang activity in terms of he's referencing when he brought him into the gang. And given the liberal standard of admissibility from Kemp and its follow-on cases, and that fostering cohesion, also, the direct reference to the exact criminal street gang conspiracy that the state is alleging they are a part of, feels that Blaylock's statement, I stamped you in slime behind the blue house, should be admissible under either of those two bases, Your Honor, is the state's argument for why it's not hearsay.
All right. Why? I think that one passes muster. Yes, sir.
I believe that a statement against a penal interest, as articulated by the prosecutor, if it only goes to Mr. Blaylock, that we would get a limiting instruction.
I think it comes in as a co-conspirator exception. I stamped you in slime behind the blue house.
Okay, and understand the court's finding, then I would ask you to decide whether 24-8-805 hearsay within hearsay would apply, because I don't see the exception on the other end of the conversation. I don't see I stamped you in The other person's statement is also 801D2E.
The other person's statements, frankly, are GMFU and you not.
So how did
I mean, I don't
that conversation
think
further
it
interest?
seems, I don't think it does, but I don't think those statements are being offered for their truth.
That is correct.
All right. All right, so what's the next one?
Your Honor, that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Bossi or Ms. D. Williams, but all of the remainder of this are conversations we have discussed that are pertaining to the February 23rd, 2019, the day of the murder itself, not gang co-conspirator statements. They're tethered to, they're ones we've discussed of no issues with. Unless
Okay.
defense counsel corrects me.
That's right?
Accurate.
Okay. All right, and so is that it for
That's the entirety of Mr. Blaylock.
Ryan evidence? All right, and when are we, we discussed before about how we need to get to this kind of grouping of evidence before the end of this month. Is that going to happen?
Your Honor, there is yes, Your Honor, the state, we could reach this case today.
Okay. All right, sounds good then.
See, she getting on my nerve. And see how I spoke that up? Oh, that drives me insane. You're gonna get there today? She like she got somewhere to be. She got another trial or something. Damn. We're gonna get there before the end of the month. We're gonna get there. How we gonna get there? Are we there yet? We ain't gonna get there. Damn. So impatient ass on some goddamn web. You know you ain't had time to do this case. You should say, No, you see that this 2024 was the year of female judges making an impact on the judicial system. Because they had some cases, right? One in Florida. Or was it at the end of last year? Well, whatever. Within the past, let me see. Couldn't it be within the past year or two? I'll just put it like that. She want to get her name out there. I guess she might want to run for something. They said that she just came out of um, the DA's office in either in 2020 or 2022. I don't know which one it is. But yeah, she's so impatient. You know how you go places with white people and they always want to know their itinerary. Here they come. After every movement, every stop. What we doing next? Where we going next? What we doing next? And you know how black people they like to, in between activities or whatever. And I'm calling activity because it could be like dinner, and then we going to a movie, or dinner, and we going like maybe to play putt golf, whatever. They always what we doing, even though you might have told them in the beginning what we doing. And don't go on a little 1 or 2 little day little situation with them, even though you might have told them. And I know me, I am I'm kind of listen, I like to address shit before it begins to get on my goddamn nerve. So what I be doing is I will make an itinerary. Thank you. That will cut, because see, I don't like nobody asking me a bunch of questions. I don't like all that. I'm real funny acting, But yeah, everybody loves me. I got a whole bunch of friends and shit like that. But I don't like all, but don't ask me a bunch of questions. Don't ask me all of that. So what I'll do is I'll put it in print so you can get your ass somewhere and sit down. Right? I don't give you, because my friends up there already know that. Don't hug her. Don't ask me a bunch of questions. Don't do that. She don't like that. I know I'm ridiculous, so you ain't got to tell me. But And so I put it in the goddamn itinerary. Even though they said on the paper, where we going? Where we going? I'm like, what's next on the paper? Ask me stupid ass questions in the goddamn car. Oh,
And then how about the Mr. Arnold scheduling? Is that got nailed down? Okay.
that's why sometimes I have to get some of y'all. Y'all like some ask me to some question is right in the title. Or if you come in, you hear me, you hear me talking about something. If it's in the title, good. If it's not in the title, still good. Why you asking what we talking about? I don't like all that. Well, that's no goddamn question. Lord have mercy. Shit. I advanced it. I didn't want to go too far. So it'll click on in a minute. Yeah, that just worked my goddamn nerves. It's coming.
Do we have whomever's going to argue for the state yet?
It's Miss Love. I'm just trying to get her ETA, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So in the meantime, do we still need to sort out anything about the evidence that's going to come in with Wooney Lee? Because I see that witness is on our list for this week.
I thought we discussed everything that was in his folder,
Just
Your Honor.
making sure.
I didn't know that we had gone through all of his Instagram posts. I don't know that all of it will be relevant, although it depends on what he says on the stand. I don't know if the state would agree or disagree with that.
Sure. Just want to sort out what we can while we've got time beforehand and not have the jury waiting because Lord knows they have to wait on us enough as it is. All day today we're waiting on them.
Why they wait? Now I just see why they call that girl Jigsaw. That's on Zeus Child. That's on Jocelyn's Cabaret. I see why they call that girl Jigsaw. I can't. Nigga shit, I can't, Joe.
Where did Misty Williams go?
This is the restroom.
Okay, what?
I laughed so hard when I heard that other attorney on. I dropped the audio, but I didn't copy that part where she said they were. I think they want her to say something about the state, like Miss Love and them, and she was like, I hate speaking bad on other attorneys. I was just got that loyalty, baby. It doesn't matter if we know each other or not. It's not a good thing. But
Can we get the state in, please? All right, I assume we're going to be picking up with Detective Underwood. Okay. All right, if you want to go ahead and get her on the stand, we're going to get the jury out. Unless, let me ask, is there anything anybody needs to put on the record before we get the jury out and start with testimony again? Nope. Nope. All right. Okay, let's get Detective Underwood. And we can be getting the jury out as well. All right, the jury's going to be coming out also. I don't know. Sorry, I didn't write it. You know what? It's probably on this witness. Oh, you know what? Detective Underwood? Oh, maybe Mr. Abadi's getting her? Yes. Yeah, no, he went out to get her. Good afternoon. Sorry to keep you waiting around. All right, thank you. Everybody can be seated, and we're picking up with Detective Underwood's testimony.
Good afternoon, Detective Underwood. How are you today?
Good.
All right. Soon as Ms. Knight gets set up, we're going to start with some defense exhibits that I want you to look at. Let me ask you this while we're trying to speak this. Last week, you said that that some of the violence died down in about March of 2015.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as defense exhibit, Mr. Williams, number 19. Do you see what the cover of that says?
Rodeo tour,
And what's the year?
2015.
And I'm going to flip to, I believe, page 3 of that exhibit. What does that say?
Tour schedule.
All right. And can you tell us roughly when did that tour begin?
Look like Saturday, February 28th, 2015.
And when did it end?
Maybe it's the last date on this page is April the 3rd, 2015.
And Prior to today, had you heard of this tour?
No,
Do you know Mr. Williams was featured on this tour?
I don't know. It just says rodeo tours, but I don't know who. It don't say who was featured.
I want you to go back to that tour date page.
Okay.
Do you see a stop on that tour for Houston, Texas?
Yes, March 23rd, 2015, Houston, Texas.
All right. I want to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 418Y. When you look at State's Exhibit 418Y, do you see the caption on that picture?
Yes,
What is the caption on that picture?
we in Houston with this S word.
Okay. And are there emojis next to it?
Yes,
And are you able to tell what those emojis are?
snake emojis.
All right. And what's the date and time of this post?
9:43 p.m., 3/22/2015.
Okay. And in looking at that post, are you able to identify any of the individuals in that post?
Yes.
Okay. If you can. Permission for witness to step down?
Okay.
And using this, the model board, you can just tell the jurors.
There should be a pointer somewhere and a laser
Oh,
pointer.
I got it. Just who you are able to identify in that post.
Vivian Darlington, Anastia Wells, Kelvin Treadwell, aka OG Bidley, Octavia Stevens, aka Tick, Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, that's Demise McMullen, aka Nard. That is Antonio Sledge, aka Wintu. I'm not sure which sister this is, one of Williams' sisters. I don't know which one. He has a couple. I don't know who that is or that is.
Okay, thank you. And did you say that the tour made a stop in Houston around that date?
Yes,
So based on this picture and the tour dates, is it fair to say that at least for this date in March, some people associated with YSL was in Houston, Texas?
yes.
Now I want to go to what's been marked as defense, I think Williams 220. And what we're going to do is we're going to scroll through defense exhibits 220A through XX. And as we scroll down, I want you to tell me the dates that are in January. And as you're looking at the dates here, and you can slow down a little. As you're looking at the dates, are these dates, let me know first, do they appear to be in chronological order?
I can't tell. My screen
Is
is not.
there a paper copy of this exhibit?
All right.
Would it be easier to let the witness look at the paper copy?
What?
Unless I can make my screen a little bigger, because it's kind of minimized.
And as I'm looking for the paper copy, if it's easier to turn around and look at the bigger screen to see if you can see the dates on the bigger screen.
I mean, I can see the date on here. It's just the actual window is not as big, I guess.
That's as big as it is on anybody's.
Yeah, that part is not. Is that yeah, that one would be bigger.
Are you able to see the dates on the flyers?
I can.
Okay, we'll just keep scrolling till I can find the paper copy.
Okay.
They appear to be in chronological order as well.
Yes.
Well, it's fine, Ms. Hilton. Y'all sorted out the issue with her
Yeah,
not being able to
I can see the
it,
dates on the
so
flyers. It's just kind of smaller than what it probably should be.
And are these flyers now in the month of November?
Yes.
And now these flyers starting in December.
Yes.
Are we now in January?
We are in January.
Is this the first one in January?
Yes.
What's the date of this post?
January 18th, 2015.
And sorry, going back to this post, where is this show located, supposed to be performed?
Like I said, Tampa, Florida. At the bottom, maybe.
Is this another one in January?
Yes,
What's the-
January 21st.
And is that in 2015?
Yes.
Where is this supposed to be performance?
She moved it up a little. It looked like Santa Ana, California.
Are we still in January?
We in February now.
Okay.
on this
And I just want to keep scrolling down, see if we see anything else for January.
No, it's still February.
Now, I asked you earlier about the rodeo tour, remember?
You did.
Do you see the fence exhibit 220 KK?
Can she roll it up just a little, maybe? Okay.
And remember earlier I asked you who was on that tour?
Okay.
Who's on that tour, that rodeo tour?
Travis Scott and Young Thug.
And that's the same tour that's in the book that we just referenced a few moments ago?
Yes.
And where the group was in Houston, or where the tour stopped in Houston in March of 2015?
Yes.
Now, are we in March?
Yes.
Okay. Are we now in April?
Yes.
And are we now in June?
Yes.
And is that the 220XX, is that the last of the exhibit?
Yes.
Were the only two January flyers, January 18th and January 21st, 2015?
I think so.
Okay.
It wasn't very many January.
All right. Did you see any flyers for January 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, or 15th?
No.
Did you see any flyers in Miami for the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, or 15th?
No.
Have you ever been to Tampa, Florida?
Yes.
Have you been to Miami, Florida?
Yes.
Do you know about how far the distance is between Miami and Tampa?
I haven't driven them. I know from Georgia, where my house, south of Atlanta, it was like 10 hours when we drove to Miami, but I have driven to Tampa, it was like 6 hours.
Okay. So from Atlanta to Tampa was 6, from Atlanta to Miami was 10.
Right.
Now, in 2015, immediately following the death of Donovan Thomas, were there social media posts that appeared to threaten members of YSL?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury the type of posts those types of posts?
Sustained is the best evidence.
Have you seen pictures of those types of posts?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey Exhibit 546 Yankee. Do you recognize Stacey Exhibit 546 Yankee?
Yes.
How do you recognize Stacey Exhibit 546 Yankee?
I recognize it because back during the Operation Planners investigation, we actually had a war room at APD.
See the terminology?
We
Don't
ha-
take anything from the fact that they called it a war room.
It was like our meeting room.
I understand.
And we put all our pictures on the wall involved in the Operation Planners investigation. So we would collect social media posts and we would put them all that was related to the actual investigation on the wall. So we had this particular one on our wall.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the one of the posts that you had on your wall?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I say what I intend to say, Exhibit 546 Y into evidence.
Object under foundation and authenticity. Just because it's put on a wall does not mean where it was posted or found.
All right, sustained, but you may establish a foundation if you can.
Was this where were these posts?
On social media.
Okay. And was there a particular name or social media account that were posting these type of threatening posts?
Yes, it was named.
Sustained.
Was looking at their refresher memory as to what the name of the post was. Just look at it, if it refreshes your memory, look up when you finish.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
The name of the actual account was Death to the State N-words.
And were there multiple posts on that website that you all gathered back in 2015 from,
Ye- Yes.
from that website? And is that one of those posts?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Your Honor, I'm going to maintain my objection, which was the same as Mr. Steele's, regarding the authenticity and foundation behind these posts.
Okay, overruled at this
in-
point. Go ahead.
My objection is we're talking about the collective, we did this, we did that, and I don't believe that this witness is the proper foundation for these posts. I don't believe this witness collected them.
Did y'all work together as a team to collect or view social media in order to assist with your investigation in this case?
Yes, we work as a collaborative group between Atlanta PD Gang Unit and ATF.
And as a part of this, is this one of the posts that you saw on social media at the time in which you all were investigating Operation Planters?
Yes,
And was this pulled from the site that you saw on social media?
yes.
All right, it's admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
And what was the nature of what the post would say? So not specifically, but what was the nature of the post when you all were pulling? And let me answer that question. What made this of interest to the Atlanta Police Department?
But
I'll object to that. The phraseology, first would be hearsay and then talking for other people.
Sustained.
What was the nature of the post?
the nature,
Overruled.
actually, there were threats coming in right after Donovan Thomas's murder from this particular social media site, and it was towards only members of YSL. So it was significant for that reason.
Okay, I'm sorry. I ain't mean to cut it off in between, but I'm laughing at her facial expression. I don't know what the hell is. I'm trying to get something done. I don't know what the hell is going on, but baby, they trying to get it out. Well, objection for this, objection for that, objection. Like, what is it? And her facial expression, like, baby, calm down. We finna get it in. We got to figure out how to get in. They got a lot of stuff to overcome and achieve. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to tell you, this is a lesson. This is a lesson for all y'all aspiring attorneys and aspiring whoever, whatever field you want to get in. Do stuff the right way. Take that extra minute. Always proofread. Now, I post stuff on my board and stuff like that. I don't always proofread it, whatever. It is what it is. But when I'm putting stuff out professionally, I proofread it. And you understand what I'm saying? Building a wild ass indictment. This is and just wait till the YFN one comes. Girl, bye. We're gonna be in our 60s. But her face like, She finna figure out. They finna figure out how to get this stuff in about this gang. I think they probably gonna try to use all these detectives to really cover Genesis stuff he messed up. This is crazy, right? And the if Love did lose her seat, which is apparent she did, because she came in and she sat second chair. Um, and all the time you don't sit in your right chair, but I'm just saying, why is a body there and Love there too? They don't need both of them. So something is definitely going on, and I'm leaning towards what the white lady said, that that a body took first chair, rather than Sylvie said Love didn't, you know, lose her position in the case. Maybe she said she didn't lose her job or something, but she didn't make any reference that a body is now part of who's going to be in the courtroom, right? This is wild. This also could signal that the state is doing something nefarious with these witnesses, and they are pressuring people, whatever. Like I said, there's a bunch of black people on this jury. I have no idea how that even happened. I don't know. This is great. They wanted to lose this. They wanted to lose this case. I just, if they get a verdict about it here, I'd be surprised. I mean, a guilty verdict, I would be surprised. I really would. You know. But her facial expression is funny.
Thank you. Now, after 2015, did you all continue to look at social media even after 2015?
Yes.
Specifically, I want to direct you to 2019. Did you have the occasion to look at a post of an individual standing on a car?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may approach the witness freely.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's the market stations in 3TT. Without telling me what is contained in the picture, is that a picture that you've seen previously?
Yes.
And where did you first see this picture?
On social media.
And
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the authentication and foundation of this photograph. I don't think that this detective has the personal knowledge of who took the photo, who posted it. Whoever posted the photo should be the one laying the foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
and specifically talking about the picture itself, what was of significance, without saying what's in the picture, what was of significance of the picture itself?
Significance was disrespect from one gang to another.
Okay. And
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that response and ask it to be struck. That is beyond 24-7-704B. Talks about the significance of somebody's state of mind.
Sustained.
as a gang investigator, what was of note in that exhibit?
There was a individual standing on a vehicle.
Okay. And the vehicle, who did it belong to?
Objection. Also speculation.
If it's within her knowledge, don't speculate.
It was Rayshawn Bennett's vehicle, YFN Lucci.
They're getting it in. They're trying to get it in, baby. Baby, don't count. Hey, don't count my partners out now. They don't get this motherfucker in one way by hook or by crook. We finna get it in. Ray Sean Bennett. That's who he's standing on. He's standing on the object. No wonder. They knew where it was leading up. And I told y'all a long time ago in the Kelly case, we know, kind of, sort of where it's going with them. Now, I'm a transaction lawyer. This is not what I do. Okay? You have to get someone that gets in. I told you, I was going into court 3 times. We was going, go the distance, but I was able to listen here, to get on the flow and cut a deal. Looking, I can lower it to this here. All right, I ain't with all that trial. I ain't with all of that. Okay. So, and it didn't see light of day. That was back in the state days. I ain't got time. This ain't what I do, right? The deal lady. But they trying to get it in. Boy, they trying to get it in quick. This funny as hell. Oh my God. But this is what they get. They put themselves in this type of predicament. But she got it out quick. Rayshawn Bennett.
And the person on the vehicle, were they a member of, okay, were they associated with a rival gang of YFN Lucci's?
Yes.
And
She can't wait to get it in. The question wasn't even already asked. She said, "Why?" She said, "Why?" She was SL motherfucker. What up, open? Oh Lord, hey, bruh.
And there's been no foundation laid for how this detective has knowledge about someone's political
Actually, yeah, there has. Overruled.
And it was that of note when you all first saw this picture back when you first saw it.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit Exhibit 3 TT into evidence.
3, TT?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, it's admitted.
Permission of public.
You may.
Is that the picture? Is that the picture, y'all? Is that the picture? Oh no! Oh, oh it's a picture.
Now, looking at State Exhibit 3 TT, is the car that you were just referencing this blue Maybach?
Yes.
All right. And was it of note of the individual standing on the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who that individual is?
Diamante Kendrick.
Okay. And again, was this posted on social media?
Yes, it was.
As a gang expert, is there some significance of a person associated with YSL standing on top of a vehicle with someone associated with YFN?
It is significant.
I'll object under 24-774B about significance of somebody's name.
All right, I don't understand it to be asking that question. Overruled.
What, if any, significance is that as a gang investigator when you see a post such as this?
It showed the, like I said earlier, the disrespect between, I felt like that this particular,
In your opinion,
in my opinion, this is a sign of.
Just a second.
Okay.
Your Honor, it's also part of her have.
She's been qualified as an expert.
She's just because she's an expert doesn't mean she knows someone else's mental state.
And she's not testifying to their mental state. Overruled.
Ooh.
Go ahead.
Working as a gang investigator and dealing with different actual rivalries and, you know, the gang problems that we have had in the city. When we saw this particular post, we saw that it was like a gang member taking a shot at another gang member by standing on his vehicle outside of one of our malls here in Georgia.
And what mall was this?
Lennox.
Okay. Now, we've spoken about this term gang culture. Can you just briefly explain to the jury when we talk about gang culture, what, if anything, are we referencing when we talk about that term gang culture?
I think of gang culture as the behaviors, the actual gang showing their characteristics, may it be whether they're displaying their hand signs, their colors, their tattoos, and just their way of life as gang members.
Can music be a part of gang culture?
Yes.
How?
A lot of the gang members, especially here in Atlanta, uses music to express themselves. They kind of, you know, talk about where they came from, how they came from it, things that they've done, their lifestyle in the music.
Do gang members sometimes use music to promote violence and fear of their gang?
Yes.
How?
Hypothetically, if gangs are beefing and even if they're local and they know that they listen to each other's music, they would take a shot. One gang would take a shot at another gang by saying disrespectful things or just letting them know that they are actually targeting them or talking to them through the words that they use.
Do gang members use music to promote allegiance to their gang?
They do.
How?
They brag about their gang. They glorify their gang. They glorify their gang members. They show the, like you said, alliances. It could be a blood gang that's, really, really friendly with a Crip gang here in Georgia, and they will actually shout them out in music.
Do gang members use music to send messages to rival gangs?
They do.
How?
They send messages, you know, indirectly, maybe directly, just, you know, they might say, you know, I saw you at the club, or I jumped you at the club, and you are this gang, and they might call out that particular gang in the song, or they may not.
Do gang members sometimes use music to send messages to other members of the same gang?
All right, I don't think that anything I've heard so far is in contravention of 704B. You may have a continuing objection.
Do gang members sometimes use music to send messages to other members of the same gang?
Yes.
And do gang members use music to send messages to promote cohesiveness? So sorry. Do gang members use music to send messages to promote cohesiveness with their fellow gang members?
They do.
In your experience, what genre of music do gang members use to promote their gang?
Just from my experience, being here and working here in Atlanta for over 30 years, I've only seen the gang members use rap music.
Does it always have to be rap music?
It don't always have to be, but that's what I've seen over my career.
As a gang investigator, do you focus on music and hope that it leads to an investigation, or do you focus on the investigation and it may lead to music?
Sustained.
I'll ask first. As an investigator, do you focus on music?
No,
What do you focus on?
the crime at hand and the actual person that committed the crime.
And are there times in your investigation that music may become part of your investigation?
Yes,
How is that?
because if it's a particular person that was maybe a singer or a rapper or whatever that may have committed a crime, that us looking at the crime, me looking at the particular crime will kind of lead me back to the music portion, or if they're a rapper, or if they, like a lot of gang members here in Atlanta, they call themselves rappers, but they're like studio gangsters, or they just put music out on YouTube. So we, even if they're not as big as most rappers, we still pay attention to what they're saying, the drill music that's going on, and because a lot of time it does lead to violence.
And you said drill music. What is that?
Drill music is kind of something new where the rappers, they kind of talk about, they rap about violence, and they mostly target, you know, the rival or the ops in that particular music. And it's really fast and really, you know, they actually, like I said, talk about violence, talk about firearms, talking about drive-by shootings. And that's been popular here in Atlanta as of recent.
And as you're listening to the music, are you in your mind thinking about your investigation and whether or not there are particular words in the music that match your investigations?
It depends. Every investigation is different. So if we do listen to it just to see if we can get any kind of, I guess, maybe confessions. Sometimes it's confessions in music, or any kind of thing that is said that relates back to our investigation.
Now, as an expert, I want to ask you a couple hypotheticals. If you heard a gang member sing a country song about putting 100 rounds in a Tahoe, and that song comes out a year after a rival gang member was gunned down while standing near his Chevy Tahoe, and that Tahoe was hit multiple times with bullets, would you consider that song in furtherance of the gang that gunned down that rival gang member?
Sustained.
Redo it.
Would that be consistent with something that's in furtherance of the gang? Not if you say
Overruled.
like I said, each case is different, but if a country artist did do that and that country artist was a gang member, then yes, we would look at that gang member furthering the gang in that particular song.
I ain't gonna get nothing done today. I see that. Y'all see what they did there? They changed it. She changed it to country singer. You know why? Why did she change it to country singer? Why would she make an inference as a country singer? Why would she highlight? Why would she say that? No, ain't no. This ain't about no country singing or no country singers. Know why? Because they're saying, telling the jury, because you just can't tell the jury, hey jury, just because they black, that's not why we're going after them. Because if they were white, if they were country singers, and it was 100 rounds put into a tie hole, we would be pursuing them as well. Oh, they done got coached up, or this being in love or whatever, and I done missed it, or whatever. I don't know, but it's something, yeah, something a little different. I asked the question. When you go white, do you get it right? I don't know. I don't know. And she is answering those questions pretty perfectly, right? So, and they objecting like them. They about to have a goddamn seizure trying to object over there in that corner, baby. But they still leading though. In my opinion, I don't get shit wrong too many times. I probably gonna be all wrong, about this because we could go all over the place with this case. Cause think about this, right? And this thing about this, they did bad in the state's case. The defense is yet to come. So, and I don't think the defense is gonna do that bad. Okay. I don't think that there's anything that the state has put down too much anything that the defense can give a pretty much successful defense to. Maybe a few things here and there, but it is what it is. I mean, I don't see how they can get a conviction out of this just by the nature of this whole shit. It was doomed from the start, from jury selection, honey. But yeah, y'all see why they changed it. But I just want to point that out. They changed it to country western, a country singer, but to send a signal to let the jury know that hey, we'll go after them regardless of the color and regardless of if regardless of the color, if the lyrics suggested a crime, and then we have evidence to support that crime.
What if a gang member had a calypso song where he said, I shot at his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me? And there was some information that members of that particular artist's gang shot at his rival gang member's mother's house. Would that be something that you would look at as being consistent with furthering the gang?
Overruled. Overruled.
Yes.
Now, when you're listening to songs, if they come up in your investigation, will the entire song be disrespect or have words of cohesiveness, or would it be portions of the song? What has your experience been when you were listening to the music?
My experience is it's not the entire song. It might be a verse, or it might be just a line or a couple of words or a few words.
In preparation for your testimony, were you asked to review 3 songs in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 535 Y Alpha, 539 Y Alpha, and 537 Y Alpha. And tell me if you recognize those as the songs that you were asked to listen to.
Yes.
First, starting with 535 Yankee Alpha. What is the name of that song?
Slime, S word,
And who was the artist?
Young Thug.
Now looking at 537 Yankee Alpha, what's the name of that song? Oh, excuse me, 539 Yankee Alpha.
539 is gonna be Just How It Is,
And who was the artist?
Young Thug.
And then looking at 537 Yankee Alpha.
It look like it says Juice World, Bad Boy featuring Young Thug.
You're right. This time of state with like the tender and the mid. States did with 535 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, 539 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, and 537 Yankee and Yankee Alpha.
What are Yankee? Because all she's testified to is
The-
the Yankee Alphas.
The actual song. So it was 535 Yankee, the song that you actually listened to prior to.
Yes.
Okay. For each, that's true for each of those.
It's 537 Yankee, the actual song that you listened to.
Yes.
And it's 539 Yankee, the actual song that you listened to.
Yes.
I just want to say what like the tender and the mid. Stacey Exhibit 535 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, 539 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, and 537 Yankee and Yankee Alpha.
All right, those are admitted.
Hi, Andy.
Hey, what's happening? What's happening, ma'am?
Oh, I just had one too many glasses of wine, and Keller is busy, so I thought I'd try to talk to you. What you doing?
I got the case going.
Yeah,
What's
I
going
saw that. Okay. Um. I mean, I guess I shouldn't interrupt. I mean, it seemed inappropriate to interrupt, but I felt like you were available. I felt like you were available.
um, oh, the Twitter folks is the YouTube folks today, so we
Hey,
good.
Twitter people. I mean, listen. What better place? What better place to embarrass yourself than on Angie's channel?
Ah,
I
they do.
just, I just ran right in.
Yeah, girl, you ran in like, hey, girl. But
Look,
oh,
what's love partner called? She just up there talking, and I just show up talking about, "Hey, Angie, girl,
hey, girl, like, baby, this good. Hey,
your evidence ain't
okay.
important. I came in here to say hello."
Ain't shit going on. What's going on? Hey, oh God, I remember me when I used to, drop the link while I was giving, breaking down stuff or whatever. And oh my God, I had the diva had hit the link and DV wow, baby. When I tell you, them people had done I had got so many goddamn messages. I don't like when you drop the link
Oh
because
my
you know
God.
what you're doing in
Hey,
your
wait, hold on, new people, Twitter people. Y'all ain't gonna be coming in here, making changes and telling us what we gotta be. This is what we do over here. We inappropriate. We interrupt stuff
no,
that ain't supposed to.
this was prior to all of that. This was like like maybe what I was breaking down when Von Jean went to the um
Appeal?
argument for the appeals court. So
Yeah.
that's been that long ago. Baby,
So,
they
but
was
who was
hot,
complaining
baby.
about us?
Girl, that was like, and they I don't like when you drop the link early because they be interrupting and stuff. I'm
Who
like,
said that?
oh Lord, I'm
Is
sorry.
it people in our sector or people from the Twitter universe or the face?
No,
Who
no,
said
it's
that?
people from the sector. No, no, and listen.
They got some nerve
But
by
no,
being
you
in this
probably
sector.
hold on. Tell the wine to hold on for a minute. Listen, you probably
It's gonna do what it's gonna do, Angie.
missed it that the people the people that's on YouTube they we got a little underground tunnel where they on
Oh,
Twitter now. Yeah, so because
oh.
no used to be involved in all this and bullshit. So a lot of people they just viewing it from the Twitter.
Is
So
Harriet Tubman there?
who is Harry Tubman?
Now, lady, see, this is why. If Kamala doesn't win, I'm going to white men, because then I'll have more white friends, and then I won't have people saying stuff to me. Well, actually, no, then I will have more people saying to
I
me
know
when you
who
said
Harry Tubman is. I'm
that's
talking
what
about
you
who you
said.
calling it. Oh, I thought no.
You
Are
said it
you
was an Underground Railroad.
right? I didn't know you was literally talking about Harriet, the damn
Yes,
Tubman.
that one,
No
that
shame
Harriet.
there.
Well, you said it was an Underground Railroad, so
Hey,
I didn't.
and speaking of Harriet Tubman, when they be talking about, I'm talking about them Tubmans. What they talking about? I know they talking about money, but what denomination of what money they talking about? Dollars
I
or
don't know. They at
when they
one
say them
time said
Tubmans?
they might put Harriet on a bill, but
They
obviously that
talking, we
never
talking about
happened.
them Tubmans. And I'm like, what y'all talking about? I gotta
I
look
don't
it
know if
up.
she was a 20 or 100. I don't know. She might have been a 10. Hell, in
Oh
America, she might have been
Lord.
a $5 bill. Yo. Well, they don't even have $5. What? No, they don't.
Oh Lord have mercy.
I don't. She listen. They might put her on a penny. You don't know. Can't
Oh
trust them. They not like us.
yeah, they're not like us. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. Mm-mm. But
Well, I didn't mean to interrupt you and this here lady. But I
I don't know
did
how you
mean.
ain't go ahead. I don't know how you
Huh?
don't see her up there.
I did mean, I mean, I didn't, but I did. Like, I knew that this was probably bad timing, but I figured I would give it a whirl. And honestly, I just want to thank you because other times people have interrupted what you was trying to do. You wasn't as nice. You would let them talk and be like, "Are you finished?" And I don't really want nothing. I can't.
Because listen, I'm experiencing growth. Did I do that for real?
I've listen. You got Debo together the other day. Debo, I
Oh,
think
that
you
was
were
cool.
reading. What were you doing with Debo? You were talking about what the daughter said, R. Kelly's
Oh
daughter
yeah.
said, and Debo just came right in and told you was falling for the okie dokie. He was like, you just immediately jumped on the defense and got him right on up together. But he stuck around because Debo is made from that cloth, and
Oh
he like
yeah,
he
yeah.
like a little trouble. He can't get
Yeah.
by without a little
Oh,
trouble.
oh, well, listen, people. If I've done that, to y'all, um, I don't apologize, but y'all understand why.
Everybody don't understand, Auntie.
I'm better now. I'm gonna
You
try to
have
tell you.
been
See,
a
I'm
lot
starting
better.
today. Apparently, I'm starting today. Apparently, I'm on it. This is growth. But
Look, I'm not gonna.
don't get it
This is my only
twisted.
time. I usually try to come in if I have something to contribute. Oh, and
Yeah.
then the other night when you was on with Atmos, and I found out he was a MAGA. Well, I knew he was a MAGA because Keller had told me, but then I would constantly defend
I
Atmos,
didn't
and
know.
then I
I
heard it
didn't.
out his mouth, and I knew I was half asleep and had taken some sleep meds, but I hit the link anyway, and I couldn't even get my words together. So y'all will forgive me for that, but I was still mad. Whatever I said, I was mad. Whatever I could get out, I was mad. I was hot. I'm telling you, if she don't win,
Well,
I'm going to white men, Angie.
you going to white?
I'm
Well,
going back to them. Yeah, I used to date white men.
oh, for real?
Not exclusively. Not like that.
Right. But
Not
you at least had one.
yes, I've had more than one. But And
Oh,
they all,
you had the information. I should drop your ass
hey,
because you
man,
had
they
the
all,
information the whole time.
let me tell you, I've never been treated as well as a white man has treated me, especially
Everybody
coming.
says that.
No, I don't want to. Now, listen, I'm not trying to perpetuate that message. I'm not here to
I
spread that because Keller's a good man. But
okay, well that's one in a thousand.
right,
Ain't
I
nobody got a thousand trying to. Ain't nobody got no type of coochie to last no 1,000 men. Anybody got time for that? No, this is
and I
inappropriate as
don't have, I
hell.
don't usually keep a calculator on me to calculate all the percentages. But I will say the first time a white man treated me well was coming out of that relationship with that ex I told you about, and he treated me
Yeah,
so well that I was almost out of place in the treatment because I wasn't used to being treated that well. Like I knew in my mind people could treat you this well, and I always thought that's what I deserved. But because I sat around for years and let a nigga treat me like shit, I was
yeah,
like was grateful for small stuff. Like he took me to a really fancy dinner. Well, not a really fancy. I can't say that because all of our dinners were pretty grand, and then like lunch would be something casual. But we were waiting for valet to bring the car around. And I remember being cold. And I remember he took his coat off and he put it on me and warmed me up and stood there and waited with me. And I remember thinking about a time with my ex, I told him I was cold. And he told me if he took off his coat, he would be cold too.
oh my! I was just gonna
Yeah,
ask you. I was just gonna ask you. You not used to nobody taking their coat off for you? I was just
I
gonna ask
think
you that. I was gonna ask you that.
it sounds
Mm.
so sick and bare to the bone. Like
Mm.
it sounds so terrible for me to say that now, being the woman that I am. But I think
Yeah,
at that time, because I had spent so many years being deprived of what I knew to be human decency, yeah, I was. And it wasn't
wow,
like I didn't know people should treat you like that. I knew that. That's what I was grown up to think. Like, people should treat you well, including a man. But because I
yeah.
stuck around for so much shit, that became my normal.
Your norm, right?
Hmm.
Wow,
Yeah,
that is crazy. I was after
that is
you
sick when
got
I
the
think
coat,
about it.
right? That after the coat, I thought you was gonna say some extra shit, right? Like,
No, it wasn't
and,
extra.
and
It was something
yeah,
just
oh
very normal.
wow,
And the people standing next to us said, "Oh, you guys are such a beautiful couple." When he gave me my coat and things like that, they were like, "You're so pretty. You guys look so happy together." Like just normal human decency that I had been missing out for so long. That really, the other things he did a lot of things for
damn,
me, but the other things meant less to me than the small minor good treatments. And I was very young at this time. I was still in my 20s. Don't get me wrong. I don't think I hope
right?
I could never fall for some shit like that today. And I'm not trying to spread some story of, niggas treat you bad, but white men.
Girl,
That's
I
not my
have
message.
everybody. I'm telling you, everybody that I've spoken with about it, they talking about I've never been treated so well. I was like, what? That
Yeah. And I
really?
hate
So
to
that's
admit
why
that
I'm
because I
trying
love
to.
black men.
I'm convinced now. You should have been told me this. I'm
Well,
convinced now.
I have not ever had enough wine to come on here and say this. And I hope Keller's busy, but I hope his ears are covered. Um,
Oh, he
and
whitish. She whitish. Don't worry about it.
and yeah, I mean that's really my story. And today I had a lot of reflection, so while I was drinking this wine it kind of crossed my mind. A lot of different things crossed my mind, so yeah, that's my story. But because I still believe in black men and I still love them, I would never be the type that's out here like, oh, you need to get you a white man. That's like, I've had so many friends say, you'd be married if you just would just settle down with a white man. I'd be like, but you've never even dated a white man, why are you telling me that?
Because they want to date a white. I'm telling you. And it's something like Tamar. She done lost her mind over
No,
JR.
but see, not see that type of, I wouldn't be dealing
Nah,
with
but
that
that's a
type of
different
white.
kind of
No,
white
that's
man.
different. That's different.
He
I
but he
don't.
dressed real good, but he got
That's
black
cool. That's cool. But
but he has black that defeats
too
the
many
purpose of
tendencies, and I would rather you be
he got too many
not dressed
black
right,
cute
have on a
eyes.
weird shirt, and just be, white. I like my whites Caucasian, and I like my black men black.
Yes,
It
yes.
doesn't need to. It doesn't
I
need to be a
really want a
crossover.
true Caucasian. Okay, washing your hair every day and all. I want the whole
With Perk
experience.
Plus.
Yeah, exactly. I got wait a minute,
I
hold
don't even
on,
know if
because
they sell that anymore, but I
yeah,
think
they
that's what
do.
they
Hold
still
on.
use.
Because before I started, well, I couldn't use it no more. That's what I use per, and that's why I put in
Angie,
my
don't make me
shampoo.
get
Hold
off
on.
this. Your black ass was using Perk.
Yeah, I still got it. You think I'm playing?
Um,
Don't let me play. Tell me I'm lying. I go right there and get it.
Please
I got
don't.
pert
I
and
think you should
Perel.
be
Don't play with
ashamed for
me.
that. No, you should be ashamed for that.
Why?
Please be ashamed. Because first of all, it has sulfates, and your black ass don't need to be shampooing with sulfates. That's first of all. And I don't
Okay,
know what else is in Pert Plus.
first of
Pert Plus.
all, the talk about sulfates and shit like that, that was long time ago. What does it do?
Girl, I just caught on to it. I think, listen, I think Pert Plus is like in them little travel shampoos that they put in the bathroom at the Motel 6. That's what I think Pert Plus is. At the Motel 6, you use the Motel 6 shampoo.
Hello. Wait a minute. Let me tell you something. I use that in conjunction, right? There was a reason.
Conjunction.
Conjunction, right? Because let me
Conjunction,
tell you.
junction, what's your function? You remember that?
Oh, yes, I do. I use
Ooh.
that conjunction of with my regular shampoo because of dandruff and stuff like that.
I,
But yeah,
uh,
okay.
is Pert Plus the one for shampoo? For dandruff? I thought it was another one.
I've used Prel and Per. I couldn't remember which ones I used to use when I was younger, when I was like in my teens and stuff like that. So I have gotten both of them. Don't play with me.
I mean, honestly, you might have dandruff because your black ass scalp is not supposed to be using those shampoos. But what do I know? I don't know nothing. I just started taking care of my natural hair about 2 days ago, so I don't know nothing.
Yes, I got my Pert and my Prel. Wait a minute, let's in the other bathroom. Hold on. Don't play with me. I'm
Well,
going
for
straight.
anyone who's hearing this and is going to catch it on the replay, I do love black men, but if Kamala loses, I will be returning to the whites. So y'all can notify Keller for me. I can tell him myself. I was actually going to tell him tonight before I interrupted your live, but he was busy. So I came on to make this announcement here. I'll be returning to the whites, to the Caucasians. That's where
Hey,
I'll be.
and listen, I ain't never asked nobody to hook me up with it because I don't have them type of problems. But this white situation, I'm having problems.
Well, you
I
know,
ain't never, but I ain't put myself out there because I don't do shit like that. But yeah,
I mean, they're
gonna
not
get
they're
on with
not
it.
they're not really. I mean, they're no more difficult than any other man. I think for me,
No,
it's just
you can't find them.
oh, I can. Like I so let me tell you a
Oh,
story. So
you of
I have
course you can find them because you look more like my mama than I do. Of course
oh
you can
God.
find them.
But
Okay,
I'm still
white
but
people.
I'm brown. Don't never be confused that the lighting is different in one of my pictures. I am a brown skinned person. Like I've never tried
Yeah,
my
people don't understand lighting because lighting can
my
make you
my mother's
darker.
light skin.
Yeah,
My mother's light skin and her peoples are light skin, but my
yeah.
father's was not. And I have a friend and I love her to death. We go and have a ball. When we go out, it's a five. Well, we haven't been out in years because I'm here. But when we used to go out, like even when I stopped going out, like we would maybe catch a concert, and then from the concert we go everywhere else because she be knowing everybody else. Because before she got into real estate, she did bottle service, so she really be knowing everybody.
She did what? She did what?
Before she does real estate, but before that she's a broker now. But she used to do bottle service,
Oh
and
yeah,
so
they know
she's
it.
super connected. She know all the peoples,
Yeah, they
and
know.
when we go out, it'd be like a easy 5 a.m. morning. We'd have ended up at the strip club for the after hours. Like we really be doing it. And even once I quit doing that, I just knew that if I went out with her, chances are I'm not coming back before daylight. And um, she's really light skinned. Like I would say, even lighter than my mother. Like she one of them. She high yellow. She like Carla color, honestly. Sorry to use her as an example, but she is.
Oh,
And yeah, and
well,
so
I know.
when we would go out, like, cause that's the lightest black person I can think of, like that color. So when we would go out, sometimes like just casual places, not the after hour places, she would be like, "White men really like you," and I'd be like, "Yeah, I know." And she'd be like, "They don't." But she said one time, she said, "But they don't like me, and I'm light skinned." And I didn't know what she meant by that, and to this day, it still bothers me. And this was many years ago. And I wasn't sure if she was saying like I'm light skinned, so therefore I'm prettier and people should like me of all races, or if she was saying I'm light skinned and therefore I'm closer to their skin color and I don't understand why they don't like me the way they like you. I wasn't sure what she was trying to say, and I never questioned it. But I always sat in my soul that she said that to me. So I
Why?
still don't know
Well,
what
I
she
mean,
meant.
it's probably It's probably stop playing with me. If I tell you, duck can pull a truck, shop and hook the
Huh?
fuck up,
Oh my, you didn't go.
trail and
Oh
purse.
no, this is
Yeah.
embarrassing. Oh my God. So I'm gonna send you some links to like some of the black hair care forums where you can find out about all the hair products. You can find out how they boycott Miele.
Ah,
And yes, I need to put you down there. You can get down there. You can get um Shea
ah.
Moisture. They actually they done boycotted Shea Moisture too. I think they said because they done so they don't like when the small black businesses try to turn into big black businesses. They hate that. So then they start boycotting them online. But I need to send you some links, sister. You can
Well, but
you
girl,
can't be doing the Perk Plus.
there's a now there is
And
a
you're not
white
even with a
lady that
white
comes
man.
over and wash my damn hair.
No, you're not
Um,
even with a white man. If you was at least with a white man, you could excuse that perk. You have no explanation.
did you see my mom? That's so I was having
She don't
no,
so
I was having a long back in the day, right? I'm not gonna see not a flake in my head, right? And it's just my hair so thick and it's so nigger to that was the only thing that would like get rid of them back in the day, right? Them goddamn dandruff. So they will, put use per our per I didn't know which one it was. I couldn't remember from back in the day. And they would mix it in, with the regular shampoo, and just wash my hair. And I can remember it would just like seem like my pores and my scalp will open up because it was
mm-hmm.
so strong and medicated, right? It
Mm-hmm.
felt yeah, it was just only like oh my gosh. So and I had to stop using them. You see how old them bottles are? I had to stop using it once I started having the reactions in my scalp and stuff because of possible openings and stuff like that, right? And in my face and stuff like that. So I couldn't use it. So that's why the the white lady she found because my nigga ass was finna sit there and look for all the stuff that I shouldn't have in a shampoo when your scalp is opening and shit like that. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
do.
sure your scalp did feel open, but that's also probably the reason why your scalp dry. I don't think you're supposed to be. Now listen, there's the
No,
girls
no, no.
that
I
know.
don't use no. We don't use that no more. She found something else that she washes my hair with. She found something totally. It ain't even you. She orders it, so I don't even.
Oh,
She orders it and bring
who
it.
is she? Is that your hairstylist?
No, that is my roommate ex fiance.
What the hell? She washes your hair? Why?
Because she's one of the ones that's more than a nurse, less than a doctor. What is that?
Oh, a practitioner.
Yeah, practitioner, right?
Oh
And
yeah.
so once I started with the breakouts and stuff like that or whatever, she would come and look and see if I had openings. And I go to my doctor once a month for them to do all of that, but I'm so whatever. So she does it in between those appointments and look, just comes over and then also make sure that she washes my hair because my doctor's not washing my hair. So she comes, she does all of that. So she can look for all that stuff. I ain't no damn doctor. That's not what I do. So um so that's why but she cool people. She one of y'all.
Oh God, I don't even want to know who one of y'all mean today, because I could be
Right, right.
anything on any given day. I don't even know. According to you, I have no idea what my ancestry is. I don't know. Could be in Africa. It could be in Mexico. I don't know. I could be
If you
anything.
ain't black,
All the
you're
things.
white.
Colombian. I could be
Yes.
Colombian. I don't even. I never even been to Colombia. I don't think my mama's been to Colombia, but I could be Colombian. So I don't know what's gonna be today. So I'm not
Girl,
even gonna
you know
ask.
Griselda Blanco. She one
Oh
of them Griselda
Lord.
Blanco people. Don't let her
Lord,
fool you.
they mowed Griselda down outside of a they
I
sit outside a
know. On
lingerie
one of them
shop.
damn mopeds that
Yeah.
I asked you about. Like,
Okay,
do
I don't
y'all use the drug money
Oh
from
God.
that to buy them mopeds that they be
Hello,
smuggling
federal
people across
government, if
the
you're
line.
listening, this lady is crazy. I don't know nothing about what she's talking about. You be trying to put all sorts of things on me.
Seem like you should know that information.
Yeah,
I'm
but if
just
I had
saying.
never told you that Keller likes me because I'm Hispanic, you wouldn't even known this stuff. You just now you've been putting all this stuff on me. It used to be on Diva. Now it's all on me. Let me find out y'all all. Let me find out
I
y'all
swear
all
all
anti-immigrant.
y'all are
Yeah,
part
all
of the
y'all is
same
anti-immigrant. That's what this is.
situation. Y'all part of the same
Mm-mm.
situation. Y'all are the others, honey. The
And
others.
you and y'all are all anti-immigrants and pro-white. That's what this is. That's what this is. Y'all don't like a little variation.
Girl, no ma'am. So, baby, and listen, I don't know which one it is, but one of them, he used to get it, girl. He used to get it. 'Cause I'm not gonna put no grease in my scalp. I'm not greasing my scalp. That's
You
beneath me.
you know they done turned this against Greece, and I just feel like that was unfair.
Girl,
Depending on how
I
you
ain't
wearing your
gonna
hair,
lie.
you might need a little grease in there. I get this one little spot that's always like just itchy, and I have to like use like a clarifying shampoo and like scratch it deep, and it'll be tender. And I'll put a little I keep a little grease to put on that little area, and it'll get better in like 2 weeks. But every now and then it just gets so dry and so unmanageable, and grease is the only thing you can use. You have to grease it down a little bit.
Girl, listen. I am not finna sit up with nobody no goddamn greasy scalp. Huh, girl.
Some of the
I
natural
ain't gonna go there.
hairstylists I watch on YouTube say that grease is still that girl. They say grease is still the way to go.
Mm,
So it depends on who you listen to. These new stylists, the ones that don't take appointments by phone, and you can't
mm,
really, and you have to go to with your hair already washed. A lot of them, and halfway done. Your hair also got to be halfway done. It got to be also blow dried straight. Those girls tell you not to use no oils, no grease, no butter,
mm,
no nothing. You can't use nothing but a leave-in, according to those girls. But you can't also
mm.
get them on phone and ask them no questions. If you have any questions, you can't get them. You have to, I don't know.
Well,
You send
well,
them an
my
email, but they
girl
ain't
who
gonna
does,
answer.
yeah, my girl who was doing our hair, she's like that. She doesn't do any short hair, and you have to have your hair washed. And when I wash my hair, I like if I pull it, put it in a ponytail, it will straighten. I'll be like, okay, so I don't have to dry it and all of that, because baby, that's when the fight begins. So yeah, that right there, that ain't gonna work out. That ain't gonna work out for me. That ain't gonna work out.
See, my mama did hair. And she
Oh,
was really, really, yeah, she was really good. She stayed booked. We worked till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning on holidays and stuff. Like she was that girl for a while I was in high school until she had surgery and then she had to step out. So her clientele really fell back. But when I tell her about like the prices that I would pay like these days to get like a weave or something, and I would tell her how like mommy, I'd be like, mommy, they don't even wash your hair. They don't do none of that. I was like, they you gotta come washed, blow dried, ready to go. She'd be like, well, what do they do? I say, mommy, they put on a wig or they put in a weave and that's it. That's all they got for you. Okay. They can put some layers in there and curl you up, but you gotta go after that. There's nothing else.
shut up,
There's nothing
open.
else, nothing else here for you.
Right. I'm serious though, but yeah, I'm gonna say this so I can get back to it. I'm telling you, I have not ran into a black woman yet that has said that anything different. But oh, child, this white man treat me better. This
I
white
just
man treat me
no.
better.
Well, see, but I did say that, but I'm not promoting that message because I
I
can't
don't
do
care
that.
what you promoting.
Oh,
Okay,
okay, all right.
you putting your disclaimer. I'm not promoting it. I'm telling you
I am
that is
operating
what it.
under disclaimer number 11 that's specific to white men. It is specific to the Caucasian male species.
I'm serious. I be like I be looking like what the hell is going on? Where are they meeting these white men from? And this one girl who's from she's from New York, and I think she spent some time in Atlanta, and she's here now. She be on the apps with the white men.
That's a
She be
good way
on
to
the,
meet you some. I mean,
I don't fuck around them apps. So
it's
it'll be
not
a
that. I
good.
mean, they could be a serial killer, but it's not likely to
Yeah,
be
no,
one.
I ain't never done. I ain't got that bad. What I'm saying is, this. See, I know. Um, I got to. I'll figure out how to. Where the. I'll get the information. I just don't be. I ain't really been trying to, like figure it out or whatever. But I know how to. I'll get into the rooms. I ain't worried about that. It's just I don't want to be in the rooms where, it's MAGA supporters there. You know what I'm saying?
Now listen. Now that would be scary.
Yeah.
Now that would be real scary. See, all the white people I know, they vote Republican, but they'll tell most of them that I know would tell you they vote that way
Oh, but
because
you
of them.
already know the answer to that question. Tell me, is the practitioner white? You already know the answer to that
What
question.
practitioner?
The one that washed my hair.
Wait, you got a white girl washing your hair?
You missed that. Is it just one?
I didn't
We
know
had a
she was
whole
white.
conversation about it.
Yeah, but I just assumed she's black.
Uh-uh.
Y'all, Auntie out here letting
Before
white
me,
people
no, no,
do her
no.
hair.
Before me, listen. Before he dated and was engaged to me, honey, he had some white chicks. He had some black chicks.
I mean,
He had
Becky's
chicks
need love
like you,
too.
huh?
Becky's need love too.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's what I'm saying. That's why I want to know who this new girl he's dating now, because it could be anybody. But I know she up to par. I just want to know, is this a white chick? Is it a black? I'm just being nosy. It ain't my business really. I ain't jumping up
But
and
how are you
down.
gonna find
No.
out?
How I'm gonna find out?
Are you gonna do like a camp out? Are you just like gonna wear a
No, I don't
disguise?
do no. I'm just
No.
going. I'm one day. I'm just gonna ask. Hey, who you dating now? I'm gonna get.
Well,
I'm gonna
that's a
get.
good. I
I'm
mean, I
in.
think that's probably the most adult way to handle it, to just
Mm-hmm.
ask. But
And
if you
he
don't
gonna be
want to be
like, what?
adult, if you don't care about being adult, the best
Uh-huh.
thing to do is to find a friend who has access to a different vehicle that he does not recognize, and then that's the way you go. And I know this because a friend taught me that.
Really? Well,
Yeah.
I can simply look on the tracker and find out where he's laying his head, and just take my ass on over there and see what's going on. Right? I
What
could
kind of
really do
trackers
that.
y'all have on each other? Y'all track? Well, how y'all tracking each other? Just let me
We
know in
have
case
um
I
we
ever need
have
to track my dog or
the
something.
police, yeah, the police tracker, and then we have one that, if just in case that failed. Not hold on, let me say it differently. If either one fails, then we have another way of tracking. So yeah, and then my daughter and I got her back on the track. So she's girl, yeah, everybody's tracking everybody, right? But that's the police. So shut up. Tell me I need some black Dax. Shut up. I don't need no damn Dax in my damn head. That's for y'all and the big brown boys.
No, Angie, that's not what he said. He said you need some black dangling. That's what the dax
No, he's
means.
saying black Dax. Like Dax to
No,
go in your head.
what is dax that go in your head, Angie?
Dax for men. See, that's what I'm talking. That's because you ain't been around no black men.
I
Dax, they
don't think that
used to
that's.
use
I
Dax.
open. Can you verify if you mean black
Yeah,
D
yes.
or
He gonna
black dax? What
verify.
is black
He
dax?
gonna
I never heard
verify
of
with his
black dax.
ridiculous ass.
Never
He's so
heard it.
fucking
Never.
ridiculous.
Mm-mm.
He's
Never heard of
ridiculous.
it. Never heard
Open
of
is
it.
ridiculous. I don't even know why we even entertaining his ass.
I like open. All he
I
just
don't even
trying to
know
help.
why I'm entertaining your ass.
He just trying to help you stay. Because I'm drunk
Those
and
the
I'm
same
nice
ones
and
that
I'm
use
friendly.
dry shampoo out of the can. How that work? Come
Oh,
on,
but
white man. She wants you to clarify. Are you talking about Dax to go on your head or Dax to go on your ass? Which one?
I never heard of Dax. I don't know what that could be.
Because you don't be around I can't say your people. I mean my people. more of my
I
people.
would like to disagree. I like people of color, please, and I would like to be on the record with saying that. Now, when I return to the white men, that will be all of the black men's fault because of Kamala. It won't be. I won't be responsible for it. That would be me doing the responsible thing. Y'all, we can't depend on y'all. What the hell would I be doing, wasting my time?
Listen, girl, I'm gonna do the, what is it? When I get my white man, I'm gonna do the nay nay. Ain't that where you roll, put your hand in the air and do
Yeah,
some
that's
kind
the
of
name.
wobbly
Now,
walk?
why would you be doing the name?
When I get my white man,
Is that the
I'm like,
celebration
I
dance?
had it, yep,
Okay. Yeah,
I
I think
had
you
it
should pass
high.
on doing that dance. I think for multiple reasons, it's not a good idea. It's just probably not. One, the white man's gonna be disturbed. Two, the black people are gonna be appalled, and you having a celebration dance for being with with a white man. Like it's not a good idea. It cannot end well. I
I'm done.
I strongly oppose to you doing this. It won't be good.
All of that, I'm done. I don't know if anybody, what is it, blade or sling blade, where they push that man in that wheelchair in that door. He throw his hands up and like fuck it, I'm done. Oh man, that's me. Hand on the air.
Oh
I'm
God.
done. I can't.
I
I can't.
think I think just play it cool. Just be cool. Just have your white man to be cool. Just be cool. Don't do too much in either direction. Just be cool. That's my advice for you. Just be cool.
I'm not. Listen, I can't, I gotta be me. I hope I ain't trying to. I do. I have to not like. Do I have to not set it off with the white man?
Don't set it off.
That's gonna scam.
Uh, Listen.
Is that gonna scam?
Yeah, yeah. My favorite white man once told me that he was like, "There you go, call me by my real name." He was like, "Getting your attitude and moving your head and moving your neck from side to side." That's what he told me.
Oh,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
wait a minute now.
Yeah, yeah.
I
And
don't
another,
have to cuss
these
his
are the
ass
things.
out.
Hey, these are the things you may have to encounter, Auntie. I'm just preparing
No,
you.
because I would let him know. And it, because I'm real sensitive about that shit. I
Hey,
do
they
overtone.
might tell you,
I do racist
hey,
overtones and undertones. And I'm gonna tell you,
hey,
I'm gonna listen. Don't
they
have
might
me
meet you
cuss
right
your
there in
motherfucking ass
right there in the
out.
middle and let you know that they've noticed a little difference in your presentation. And
What?
you know, yeah, yeah, you might have to deal with it. Another time. One time he called me a cunt, and I was at my mama's house.
Oh no.
Yeah, he called me a cunt. He
Oh
called me a
no.
cunt, and I don't even remember why he called me a cunt.
I'm not really offended by that word, but since
No, no,
everybody
no, no.
is,
I
I
was
get mad
offended. You
too.
know why? Because I know what it meant to him. So therefore, I was offended. It didn't mean shit to me, but it meant something to him. And so he not going to call me a cunt. So I just said, "Excuse me, mommy, I need to step outside." So I politely stepped outside and got his ass right on up together and told him I don't care what in the hell he has, what in the hell he was raised up with, and would make him think he was better than me. But the one thing he was not gonna fucking do was disrespect me. Yeah, we never had that problem again.
Well, why you think he thought that he was better than you? I mean,
Well,
I,
I mean, I didn't grow up
did
dirt
y'all
poor.
was it a bunch of y'all living together? Is that
Oh, see, it really be your own people from another country. It really be them. But no, I mean, I didn't grow up wealthy, but I definitely grew up having all the things that I needed and wanted, and
right, right,
I have no complaints about my life. But I know
right,
that his father was in the same business that he was in, and he did probably grow up with more money than I did, and he had more
right?
money than I did. And I
And
didn't
talking
want him to
shit.
think that he
Yeah,
was in such a position of power that he could say whatever he wanted to say to me as if he was better than me. No, fuck you. I just got out of a bad situation.
exactly,
You listen here. I will not be your cunt. You
exactly.
call
I
me
ain't gonna
cunt,
be
I'm
no
call you
name.
honky. Fuck you
Yeah.
and the horse you rode
Oh
in on.
no.
Yeah,
Oh no.
I
Real
wasn't
talk.
finna go for that, and I just had to let him know.
I know
Listen,
that's
that
right.
ain't gonna work. That is not gonna work. None of that
And
will happen, and we
see,
never had that
yeah,
problem again.
yeah. Cause see, I would probably listen if he called me a name, I'm going to hear it differently from a white guy. I instantly say this is some nigger shit. Then it's gonna be a
Well,
problem.
I don't think we ever had that, but like I said, I do think like when he said "cunt," it's not a word that I would use, but I knew it triggered me that this is a white person's insult.
Exactly. He called me a cunt. I'm hearing nigga, and that even though
No, not quite, because they will call each other
I'm hearing
cunt.
it. I'm hearing. That's how
Oh,
sensitive I
yeah.
am about
No, I
it.
don't think he
I'm
meant
hearing
that.
it, and it's gonna be a problem.
I think he just meant like I can get off these derogatory terms that I call other women, and it's cool because this
Mhm.
is what I say when I'm mad. It might be, but you're not gonna say it to me. We finna set some boundaries, and there's finna be some rules here, and this is not gonna be allowed.
I had two. I don't know if they were like real chances or whatever, but I didn't know what to do. I'm looking for. Oh, he talking about I need some black.
I
Oh,
told you that.
you was
See,
right.
Andy,
Y'all
I
so
be
fucking
knowing.
terrible. Shut
Andy,
up, open.
make sure when
I'm
you
gonna
talk
put
to
my
Kelly,
damn
you
clothes.
reiterate to him that I have a very high percentage rate of being right because he's in denial, and I just feel like maybe you could just help me with nailing it.
No. I actually told him your shit don't be right. Yeah, no.
See what I'm saying? Because you are working against me. That's what this is. You are working against me. It's a conspiracy. I can't wait till they get you with the Rico shit. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. You got it right. You got it all right. Did you bring him something from Nosy Hole or from the Messy Sweet Spot? Did you take him something like that? Is that why your ratings done
No,
went down?
I haven't. I haven't. I actually haven't watched Messy Sweet Spot, and I don't watch Nosy Ho, but I haven't watched Messy Sweet Spot because she hasn't been talking about nothing I want to talk about. I know she just creates topics for views. I know she do that. And now, listen, now she got an even older lady filter. Like now she got like a little old cripple lady. Like the filter that went from old to even older. Like she got an old lady now, like 85, 90-year-old lady.
That she doing it live or it's on her picture?
No, I don't know how. Now I don't know how she does it because I'm not in the content creation realm. But like it's you, I guess it's her body and like her
But what
head,
I'm
but
saying
it
is
has
it
this.
like you see her moving or is it like a picture she done
Yeah, it's
posted?
moving.
Oh wow, I gotta see that. Is that like one
It
of her latest?
That's one of her latest. Now it's like an even older lady. I don't know what she's doing over there, but she says she don't want people to know what she looks like. And in the times that she tells stories about like her transition and stuff, she'll post like some pictures, and that intermediary. I mean, I know it might not have been the final result, but she was a pretty girl. So I don't know. I don't know. I just know she got some big old tatas.
Oh,
So yeah, but she
I'm
said
going to look.
she want to be able to have peace and go out. I guess like talk about all the celebrities and everybody, but just have peace when she go out in public. So that's what she said she's seeking.
Girl, let me tell you. Um, I'm gonna find that damn thing because I was like I said I've been fooling around with when she was a he, and and I had just because she ain't never getting nothing right or whatever. That's not the reason why I just left. I just I just didn't really have time to be in there, over there, keeping up with them, or this way, that way, that. It's too much to keep up with. So I'm like, I tell you what.
It's really all too much today. I fell down a rabbit hole. I don't even know how I got there. But I ended up looking at like all the pimps that be talking, doing pimp interviews and stuff. Like I was in a weird hole.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I think I got there because um a snippet. Do you know Sharp?
Who?
See, you don't even know nothing about this world I'm trying to explain. So you remember? Okay,
Oh,
you remember that what you posted on your community wall about that girl saying she knows something about Diddy's parties and stuff.
yeah.
Okay, so that channel is called Soft White Underbelly. And
Right.
Soft White Underbelly has interviewed a lot of prostitutes, drug addicts, pimps, just a wide variety of people he finds in and around the Figueroa area of LA
Hmm.
and takes their photo. You watch his channel?
Yeah. I
Okay.
mean, not all the time. But if I see something that's interesting, I do. When he be off into like a all them random sex workers and shit like that, I ain't in all of that.
Well, he's interviewed a series of pimps, and one of the guys that he interviewed was Sharp, and I think he interviewed Sharp like 3 4 times. Sharp was handsome. He was he has a very authentic, like, or different type of like deep raspy voice, and he was just a fascinating person to listen to, and apparently he was very popular. And I think from his popularity, well, I know from his popularity from the show, he ended up on the No Jumper podcast over there with them. So now he's fallen out with them. And I went down the rabbit hole because I saw a video where they were like saying bad things about him. And so then I went over to his channel because then he also goes live on his channel now and he's been speaking on some of the things. And then after just watching those 2 things and shit start popping up in my feed with other pimps. And the next thing I know, I'm just watching there all the pimps and this pimp telling this pimp talking about that ain't the pimping. And I was just all in tune. I watched a few hours of it. And I was like, what the hell am I doing with my life? But yeah, I was intrigued by it, just listening to them talk about who the pimping, who not the pimping, what's not pimping, and I don't know. I was in a weird place.
Yeah, that's weird. That's weird as hell.
I slid down that hole. But I
Yeah,
mean, yeah. But I mean, it's fascinating because it's so different than anything you know.
it is.
Like
It is.
it's so and it's interesting to hear. It's interesting to hear someone talk about a lifestyle or I don't even know what to call prostitution. A lifestyle is probably all I can come up with. A lifestyle that a lot of people would look down on, and hear like a man involved in it who, I mean, he ain't selling his body, but he doesn't really speak down on these women as if they're trash, but he lives off of the fact that they have sex with. It's just all very strange and fascinating to me how they kind of like speak of it, and it's like this separate thing that's not like, I don't know, it's not regular life because their understanding is so different. Like these women know that they're going to sell their body, so if they're going to sell their body, why not just give it to them, to your pimp, a man? And to me, it's like, well, if you're going to sell your body, why give it to a man? But it's like something you just normal people can't understand, and it's just, it never fails to fascinate me. Yeah.
Right. Right. I get it.
So yeah,
I get it. But I mean, like, I'm never. Yeah, I see the filter, child. Ooh, this
I told you, she done went real old now. She one of my sister patients.
girl. I mean, when I tell you, I don't know what kind of device she be using, cause this is crazy.
Yeah,
Cause it
she done
looks
got,
like it looks really, really. She has a lot of people food.
and but not that a couple like just maybe 2 weeks ago, she was using a young person filter. I don't know if it looked more like her, but it was a young person's filter. Now she down to a real old. I mean, listen, she gonna max out. Next filter gonna be a dead person filter.
Oh no, the one you talking about? So it was a different one from the one she had been using,
So
where she looked
when
like
I
a.
mentioned you to her around the Fox Soul fallout, right? She said
Mhm.
then she was using an old lady's filter because you said to me, well, why she looked like that? Like she didn't turn herself into an old white lady. She said
Yeah,
it was because of her filter. She was using that one for a minute. Then she switched it up. Now it might have been some in between that I missed, but then she switched it up to like a younger looking filter, like a more attractive looking filter,
I didn't see
and
that.
then now she's to this old lady. So I don't know.
It's crazy. This crazy. She been going through for a minute, honey. I don't know. I remember when she went and had, if I'm not mistaken, I could be rusty, but I when she had the snip.
I so she said she's talked about like her transition and stuff like that on the channel, but I've missed it. But I do know that just because you transition doesn't mean that you had the snip. A lot of them
Right.
still have a
I
penis.
remember her come. If I'm not mistaken, I remember her supposed to be coming from that hospital when she was talking about what happened and everything. If I'm not mistaken, It was, but it
But
was a
was she
surgery
she talking
procedure.
about a bottom surgery? Because that's different. A lot of them still have their penis. That's what I'm saying to you. Most of them, I think like 90%, have not had
Well, wait,
bottom
wait a
surgery.
minute. Well, what? No, no, no. Like I said, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was the penis because I
Well, I mean, they
remember.
do other surgeries as well. A lot of them will move, like they do. It's called like feminine reconstruct, what something like that. Like they like okay,
Well, I
someone
don't
that I
know
know.
what it is, but I know it's something dealing with the penis.
Well, I know someone that's had a lot of surgeries and has not had their penis touched. They haven't even
Oh,
decided if that's what they want to do.
oh, well,
They
I
had,
don't know. You know all them type of
I
people. 'Cause,
do.
yeah,
They
you
had
get
their
sick.
forehead
I don't know
moved.
nobody.
They moved their forehead. I was like, I can get my forehead reduced. I need to be on that. But yeah, they had their forehead. They do something with the forehead. I think they like shave the Adam's apple. They do some like
God
jaw
dang.
type realignment. Like they do those things. But that was the first surgery he had was breast. And then she had the like facial sorts of surgeries. But she's not had a bottom surgery.
Oh, I knew it was something. I'm pretty sure it was something down below. That's all I know. Cause
I think you assumed that's what it was, but
no,
honestly, they
because she
do.
was talking about it. Oh, let me see if I can
Oh,
like and see. She done changed the name of the channel so many times. I hope she ain't know. She ain't take down all her videos. I'm trying to tell you, I've been with her for a minute. Like when I
I,
was with a lot of these other people. Girl, I got to get back and put this damn case on. Talking to your crazy ass.
yeah, I'm gonna get off and let you get back to business. I will say I know a few things about those like fake vaginas because I was just curious. So I also went down a rabbit hole one day when I needed to know things about the fake vagina, but we can save that for another day.
Oh my god.
Yeah, yeah, I had questions like how, anyway, I wanted to see what they look like, all that. But anyway, I'm gonna get my drunk ass about off of here. Also, I want to say power to the black man. Don't listen to Angie or anything that I have said tonight. I do not know nothing, and neither does Angie. Um, black men are
I
king.
do.
Black men are king. What was it? uh 333? That's it. Black men are king. 333. Black man is God. 333. Was that what the girls were saying?
Huh? What is that?
What?
What is the black man
What?
is King 333?
Wasn't that what oh, Alicia Bishop the
Oh,
wasn't that what those girls were saying?
I
333.
don't know. I know
Oh,
I don't know about no 333, but
I
I
thought that
do
in the
know.
end that's what they was yelling out three because he was a three god.
I don't even know what that means.
Carbonation, those people. Well, I don't know. I thought that's what they were saying. So yeah. But anyway, I just want to reiterate that black man is king. Power to the black man. I love them. Don't listen to Angie with her anti-black rhetoric.
I'm not
Black men are still
anti-black.
where it's
They
at.
are.
Black men are still where it's at. But if Kamala loses, then I'll do a follow up. That's all I'm saying.
Lord have
And
mercy.
I'm probably write down my feelings for that, so I can make sure I get them all out clearly. But all right, girl, I'm gonna let you get back to the case. I'm gonna drop down until I falls asleep.
All right, ma'am. Appreciate you.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye bye. All right, let's get back into it. This should be interesting today, though.
And permission to first publish 535 Yankee.
Slay. Hey, get out your motherfucking seat to this one, you know. Slay. 100 rounds in a towel, nigga, lighting up your tacos. Yeah, give him surgery, no lipo. Down, like that bitch will pull you down. Pull up to a nigga town. I'm prepared to take him down. Nigga, hey, do that slime shit. Hey, YSL shit. Hey, kill it 12 shit. Hey, fuck a jail shit. Hey, drink it at the bitch. Hey, on that snail shit. Hey, cook it white brick. Hey, bricks and bell shit. Hey, bitch, I'm super rich. Bitch, I'm stupid rich. I go ape shit. Call it ludicrous. I'm not new to this. I'm so true to this. I done put a whole slime on a bitch. Slime with the slime. Maniac don't have a mind. These niggas be bitches, a lot of them snitching, a lot of them dropping them down. I come to the point of my life that I just want one of my wives. I think that I want that respite. We rich, so I know that it's like. I'm so true to shit. I'm some hammer shit. Damn it, that's the bitch. YSL VVS. In the VIP, and I ain't got that pistol on my hip. You praying that you live. I'm praying that I hit. Hey, get that slime shit. Need a slime bitch. Compromise shit. Down the ride shit. But the police. In the high speed. Let her out and bleed. Let her out and bleed. 100 rounds in a towel. Nigga, lighting up your tacos. Yeah. Give him surgery, no lipo. Down, like that bitch will pull you down. Pull up to a nigga town. I'm prepared to take her down. Nigga, hey, do that slime shit. Hey, YSL shit. Hey, kill it 12 shit. Hey, fuck a jail shit. Hey, drink it at the bitch. Hey, on that snail shit. Hey, cook it white brick. Hey, bricks and bell shit. Hey, bitch, I'm super rich. Bitch, I'm stupid rich. I go ape shit. Call it ludicrous. I'm not new to this. I'm so true to this. I done put a whole slime on a bitch. Got banana clip for all these niggas acting up. These niggas sandwiches in the street, they need hooked on fun. Got 10 trucks slaps, stay bunking, all of them going on. They just be talking, I swear these little fuck niggas don't want. I'm praying up my money and I'm still in the trenches. Working calculators when we fuck with weight, we call them bitches. Got burger local, true, they with me. Real neighborhood. Banking neighborhood six. Tiny low still fish. I get it, I get it, I get it, I get it on my own. What? The burger said they got me so high, I swear to God, I'm in my own damn zone. $1,000 off alone. All of the extras up off your home. And it's big like the dome. Hold up, catch up, I call my phone. And I just sold up. 100 rounds in a towel, nigga, lighting up your tacos. Yeah. Give him surgery, no lipo. Down, like that bitch will pull you down. Pull up to a nigga town. I'm prepared to take her down. Nigga, hey, do that slime shit. Hey, YSL shit. Hey, kill it 12 shit. Hey, fuck a jail shit. Hey, drink it at the bitch. Hey, on that snail shit. Hey, cook it white brick. Hey, bricks and bell shit. Hey, bitch, I'm super rich. Bitch, I'm stupid rich. I go ape shit. Call it ludicrous. I'm not new to this. I'm so true to this. I done put a whole slime on a bitch. Did that slime shit. Did that mark shit. Did that $100,000 do the charge shit. Down the dive, but they rush it, cut it to my money. They say we getting money, now these niggas acting funny. And they all fake. Like some bitch titties. Tell they bitches another locker. We ain't fucking with them. And they groovy niggas. And they hold tight. For the jail, why I say all that, that mall like. Got these bankrolls on up, we in Vegas. Yeah, I ain't going back and forth with y'all. Hello. Yeah, I'm bet me $100,000. Like all motherfucking hundreds. Good. Check. Yeah, put me up.
And looking at Stacey's Exhibit 535YA, when did this song come out? Or when was this song at least posted on YouTube?
March the 25th, 2016.
And as an investigator and an expert, were there any particular words of note to you as you listened to this song?
Yes.
What were those words of note?
the 100 rounds in the Tahoe,
And why was that of note to you?
because 2015, the year prior, we had investigated murder of Donovan Thomas, where
Hang on just a second. Yes, sir.
I'm going to check this point. This court, the trial court in this case, has previously ruled that.
Do we need to take this up outside the presence of the jury?
Yeah.
I'm going to excuse y'all for a minute, please. And Detective, I'm going to ask you to step out, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So there's a previous order in this case bifurcating that any expert who would be on the stand in this case, who would also be providing factual testimony.
Oh, yeah.
That would be
Splitting out the factual and the
And
expert.
so, yeah, and this witness is now, she's given expert opinions, which we've heard, but now she's testifying about factual information. And I think that's going to mislead and confuse the jury. And even if Your Honor doesn't believe so, there's a previous order that in this trial, we would have a bifurcation of those issues. So I'll object to her testifying about any factual information about what happened in 2015. I also think that I also want to raise an objection because the state has proffered this evidence as something that happened in 2016, when in fact, I think the state is misleading the jury because this particular song that they've now introduced and played to the jury was actually recorded 2 years earlier in 2014, prior to any murder of Donovan.
All right. Well, you'll be able to cross-examine on that. Can you address the issue of the bifurcation?
Yes,
I
Your
mean,
Honor.
not address the issue. I know that was the order. Address why this is or is not violating that requirement that the fact and expert testimony be bifurcated.
Your Honor, there is evidence already in about the shooting of Donovan Thomas. I believe as an expert, I could simply ask her, I can probably show her the evidence, the pictures of the evidence that we're discussing at this point to make sure that we don't violate her talking about her opinion as to why this song was significant.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking through when we have a medical examiner who is an expert, who can talk about the facts of the autopsy and give their opinion as to the cause and manner of death, that this is similar in nature, that she as an expert can speak to specific facts and give her opinion as to why that particular fact is of significance in her opinion. And so that's what I'm trying to correlate it to, very similar to a cell phone expert who can talk about the facts that come out, but can give their opinion on certain information. I'm trying my best to correlate how we can do those two things, because I do think an expert can speak of facts and how those facts can form an opinion.
All right. So are we finished with the portion? Has this witness testified to all of the facts that she's going to testify to as a fact witness?
Yes.
Okay. And so whatever you were about to elicit was
information that has already come out, but we're not.
right. I mean, you were getting an expert opinion on something?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so when they started talking about this, so when they started talking about fact witness and all of that, so this particular witness apparently is dubbing as a fact witness and an expert witness. So you heard them say she was already deemed to be considered an expert witness as well. So right now she's testifying to the facts in the case. Then when she starts talking about her knowledge of why it's about gangs and all that type of stuff, that's when she converts to a expert witness. Okay. And with the bifurcation, that just requires two different verdicts. It's part of the same case. It's slightly different from a severance, because a severance is a whole new different case, and you get the one verdict. With bifurcation, it's part of the same case, but you're getting a verdict on whether or not someone is guilty, innocent or guilty, and what the hold on, let me look it up. I'm almost right. Shit, saying what I do. Hold on. Um, Transactional lawyer, not this. Hold on. Criminal cases. Okay. Okay. Guilt or innocence, and the penalty. What the like how much time they should, so what the judgment should be. I was going to say judgment, but sometimes people don't know that judgments are also what it means in criminal cases. So I hate to use judgment, because when people think of judgment, they think of civil cases. But yeah, so oh Lord, now you want to get shot in the back. But yeah, so and I think this judge, because bifurcation had been brought up um before, and I think she be trying, and Glanville denied it, and I think she be trying to highlight, like when somebody brings it up, she be trying to highlight and ask them, see, he ain't do it, and I don't know why he ain't do whatever, because I mean, listen, it's either lady, either I don't understand, she the one wasting time, either give them the bifurcation or not. Why the hell you got Hilton wasting her time to speak on why it wasn't you? Should you speak on it? Why you ain't, girl? Bye. She play games.
If the state proffers that they're going to stick to asking about expert opinions, then I'll withdraw the objection. It certainly sounded like to me that she was asking about factual evidence about an incident in 2015.
Okay, but you're not establishing that fact through that witness. You're asking, why is this fact significant to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I don't think that violates that bifurcation order. All right, let's get the jury back and the witness. Is there anybody that knows that we need the jury back? I don't know. I think We surprised y'all with a short break. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Holton.
So I think when we left off, I was asking, what was of note to you in that song?
The 100 rounds in a Tahoe,
And why was that, as an expert, of note to you?
because of the murder of Donovan Thomas. When he was murdered, he was standing outside of his Tahoe.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 6 Exhibit 8Y. I'm going to also show you what's been admitted as 6 Exhibit 12Y, 27Y, 26Y, I'm sorry, 218Y, 174Y, 193Y, and 221Y. Is that the Tahoe that you were just referencing?
Yes.
Okay. And why was that of note because of that particular wording in the song?
It was because it was actual crime that was committed with a murder happening, and the fact that it was a rival between the two. It was a rival between the YSL crew and the Inglewood Family Bloods crew. Donovan Thomas was an Inglewood Family Blood, and it was significant for us in our investigation.
And when you were talking earlier about sometimes gang members use music in order to make sure we get the language right. In order to send messages to rival gangs, is this an example of that type of messaging?
It is.
Overruled.
It is.
Okay. Was there anything else of note to you in this particular song?
I think the part about killing 12.
And why was that of note?
Because the police is referred to as 12. And if you're, I guess, rapping or singing about killing somebody in law enforcement, that's not nice.
And let me ask you, this was in 2016. Were you aware of any incidents of YSL members alleged to have shot at police after 2016?
After 2016, yes, we had a police officer shot, a gang officer shot.
Baby, they trying to get it out. They trying to get all of that out. And it seems like it's coming in. This is wild, wild, wild. Oh, let's listen. Oh, shout out to everybody that's just joining. That's a 5 o'clock crew.
Sustained.
Uh oh.
Was there anything else of note to you in this particular song?
If you can refresh my memory with a copy of the lyrics, maybe.
I'll get you a copy because I think my copy has writing on it. My copy has writing on it, so we'll get you a copy. We'll go to the next song while we're getting you a copy. I want to go to State's Exhibit 539Y. Is that just how it is?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
I done fought the crew. I done did the robbing. I done did the jacking. Now I'm full rapping. I put on my brothers. I put on my bitch. Had to wear the dress, cause I had a stick. You know where the bag at? Tell me where it is. I came from rats with riches on the shit. I can no longer disguise a bitch, cause I'm rich. I got cause good Lord, little bitch, cause I'm rich. I escaped every one of the list, cause I'm supposed to be rich. I don't care about no car, I'm telling you just how it is. Put it in a Uber, send it to a shooter. Ask me how they do it, kicking shit right you. Put it in a cab, send it to a Arab. Hit them with the net now, now it's a whole body scale. Cash on delivery, hey, go talk of that century. Oh, no time for gibberish. All the critics hearing this, all the bitches lipstick, and that pussy slippery. I can call a troop, go by the name of Duke. Can't never take a roots. I can send a moose. Niggas stole a chain, but they ain't worried fool. I'ma keep on spinning till they tell me ooh. Ooh, diamond speaker boo. Ooh, I done fought the crew. Ooh, I done did the robbing. I done did the jacking. Now I'm full rapping. I put on my brothers. I put on my bitch. Had to wear the dress, cause I had a stick. You know where the bag at? Tell me where it is. I came from rats with riches on the shit. I can no longer disguise a bitch, cause I'm rich. I got cause good Lord, little bitch, cause I'm rich. I escaped every one of the list, cause I'm supposed to be rich. I don't care about no car, I'm telling you just how it is. I don't gotta throw you shit like Captain. I got 7 bitches with me, Captain. Yeah, I repeat this, I can tell you how to get rich. I can tell you how to die or how to live in this bitch. I can tell you how to talk the most impeccable shit. I can show you how to walk like you got decimal bitch. Show you how to get the top from all the top 10 bitches. I got white outer raws, I have my son. I got lights on, baby, I got mouse in this bitch. No flat zone, caught you like your mouse in this bitch. Grow tycoon, and I took some losses, you bitch. I'm a boss, but I don't like to take a loss in this bitch. Such a player, but I can't control all of my bitches. I got layers, I got millions, I got all type of billions. Fuck around and add a pussy nigga out like me. Last nigga tried me, almost got popped in minutes. Ask the cops, ask the detectives, they know all the business. Ask the cops and the detectives, all the jurisdictions. Ask the kids at school who ambition, all the mission. Gave the lawyer close to 2 million, he handled all the killings. I don't know and I don't want to know who Florence business. I don't know what's going on, bro, I think they all spilling. Don't speak about shit on wax, it's all my business. We known to kill the biggest cats of all kiddies. Ooh, ooh, diamond speak up, ooh. Ooh, ooh, I done fought the crew. Ooh, ooh, I done did the robbing, I done did the jacking. Now I'm full rapping. I put on my brothers, I put on my bitch. Had to wear the dress, cause I had a stick. You know where the bag at, tell me where it is. I came from rats, riches on the shit. I can no longer disguise a bitch, cause I'm rich. I got cause good Lord, bitch, cause I'm rich. I escaped every one of the list, cause I was supposed to be rich. I don't care about no cop, I'm telling you just how it is.
When was this released on Mr. Williams' YouTube channel?
September 16, 2019.
What, if anything, was of note to you in this song?
We killed the biggest kitten of all kitties.
And why was that of significance to you?
Again, it reflected us back to the Donovan Thomas murder. He was a big person for the Inglewood family, Bloods. He was a high-ranking member, well-known, well-respected, I guess, among his gang.
Overruled.
Was there anything else of note to you in this song?
It was a part about I did the jacking and the robbing. Now I'm rapping.
Okay. And let me ask you specifically, in 2013, were you made aware of any robbery with Mr. Williams was a person of interest?
Yes.
Okay. Did one of those involve an Archillian Bennett?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we can approach.
Yeah, I think y'all might need to. All right, go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
So before we broke, we were talking about an incident made. Oh, sorry. I'm back around. It's okay. Sid, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay. All right. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 1AA. And you were speaking about brief. Do you know where this is or the location?
Look like Trussell Tree.
Okay. And are you aware of an Archillian Bennett?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you were talking earlier, based on your review of reports and information that you gathered as an expert, were you aware of a robbery of Archillian Bennett in May of 2013?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Sustained.
Were you aware of a police report involving Archillian Bennett,
Yes.
in which she alleges to have been robbed in 2013?
Object to what she said is a leading question and new facts and evidence. Jury already heard from you.
So I'm trying to narrow down the issue so we can get to the answer as an expert that she's reviewed and she's aware of
All right.
this.
So the jury will recall what the prior testimony was. Go ahead.
And as a part of that, are you aware who was a person of interest in that armed robbery?
Yes.
Who?
Jeffrey Williams.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 23AA. Are you familiar with the individuals in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Who were the two individuals in that picture?
Look like Jeffrey Williams and DK, and his name's not coming to me right now, but his nickname is DK. He's a YSL member.
Okay. Does the name Walter Murphy sound familiar?
Walter Murphy, yes.
All right. Now I'm going to also publish for you what has been marked as 170 or admitted, excuse me, as 175C alpha starting at 4 minutes and 12 seconds.
Hello, this is a free call from
Adrian.
Hey.
So you got minutes on the phone. Bro, what's up, man? What to do, Brody?
You alright?
Hell yeah, man.
I just talked to them niggas thought, though.
What they talking about?
Shit.
Man, I know how that nigga, man. Them nigga down there got a nigga killed, boy.
Fuck you talking about, man? I seen
Little
that
nigga
shit,
DK,
man.
little nigga DK shot at 12, nigga.
Yeah, he said it.
For no reason, boy. He shooting for no
Nigga
reason,
said-
though.
That's why they started shooting that child.
Man, that nigga just start busting for no reason. Call the little young guy there. I'm like, hell no, boy. Hit Big Fred, hit his ass. Me and Thor got there. We get out the car and run. I just went the wrong motherfucking way, man. I should have fought Thug there.
Fuck that
Everything
wild.
happened for a reason, though, man. They got to get this shit off his back anyway.
For sure, bro. Yeah, yeah. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, yeah, man. Damn, bro. We had to go like that, man.
Nah. Everything for a reason, though, man. You know what I mean? It was all set up. I did the same
What
thing
they
I did. Sit around, got there last night, got there talking that bullshit. But I ain't gonna never got there do it like this. I never do this, man. Can't no
What they got you charged with, bro?
shit, but little punk ass little driving license, suspended license, little charge. Goddamn the aggravated assault. I ain't charged with none of that shit today. I could have gave him AC name and been at home child, man.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought you did. I kept telling the store, don't tell me
I just
that.
thought that I was a victim, man. I had to take out robbed, man, and they was shooting at me. And I was running for my life.
For sure. That what's up, nigga. Cause goddamn, I ain't see DK them pull out on that boy. All they know is Red. Them that nigga Red was trying to rob y'all.
Yeah, that's what they said too.
For sure. They just let that nigga out though.
Around, man.
They just let that nigga go, bro.
Yeah, they let the nigga go, man. Me and that nigga, he ran. I went too far from him.
Nah.
He went to Mickey D, nigga. I went from around the laundromat to goddamn that Dollar King over there, trying to make it over there through Little Haiti for Cleveland E. Goddamn, up through the top of there, and I go hit Jamal in my old apartments. Goddamn, go down there and chill with Big Nick now. But shit, man, that whole goddamn come out of nowhere, boy, ran me clean over.
That was goddamn double thumb, man.
Big Nick out.
Yeah.
They hit you with the car.
Yeah, they ran me smacking ass over, man. My mom broke my goddamn collarbone and shit, man.
You alright though, ain't it, bro?
Big ass knot on the back of my head.
That nigga skate brought the police back to the spot, bro.
He did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, went up there trying to get the fucking car?
Yeah, what they told him, bring him to the person who he let the car to.
Nah, he come out goddamn. I been down here chilling with Bean. He been staying down here and all this and shit.
Them folks car fucked up.
Yeah.
You don't even look like a nigga to survive in that motherfucker.
Fuck you so much, nigga.
That shit,
alright, man.
that shit breaking news all day long, man. It's like that vivid on news all day long.
I'm on the news?
Yes, sir.
My picture and everything?
No, they just show you get in the police car.
Oh, shit, man. I made the news.
Well, that shit everywhere, man.
Damn.
Yeah.
Man, they look it up, man. They don't like everybody happen for a reason, though, man. Fuck it.
For sure,
I
bro.
don't
Get this shit out the way, man.
do shit with nigga like that anyway, so.
For sure, man. That would make sense. That's sad, man.
Like, I can't even think about this. All I've been thinking about all them, like, just told babe, you know what I'm saying? Like, this shit crazy. This shit don't even seem real.
Fuck, man, broke over these niggas, man.
You drive your own shit. I don't give a fuck what's going on. You feel what I'm saying?
Because, like, nigga, you just stay here. We went to Ken Shop first, right? But you know, when you see shit, man, you gotta go on and get that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Like, go on and get, bro. I said the same thing.
Man, when you see it, you
it
gotta go on and get it right then. Man, we got them going back to the Ken Shop. Okay, they coming out of Ken Shop right there by the Chevron. Boom. Damn, man, they ride. I see them being, I turn around, I'm following them nigga. I follow them nigga all the way up there on some of them. Okay, cool. Soon we see the tire. I said, give me a chance and let me see what the fuck this is in the tire first before you even get out the car, DK. Man, that nigga hopped out the car, man, and just started busting. Wow. 12 goddamn bag. I turn around, bag up. Niggas by that time now trying to turn around and get up out that motherfucker. They run and hit me. Boom. Bump the car. I run clean through the goddamn gate through Summerdale on the opposite side. Boom. He shooting through the car. Boom, 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 boom. Man, I'm talking about, man, I'm talking about bullet come straight clean through the window, boy, down the light. Like it had went through my head, boy. I guess came through my head and came out my face, boy. Bullet come clean through that motherfucker. Boom. Then I believe one of them niggas in the back shot Big Cub, man.
Say the police shot.
12 shit. Big Cub, DK had to shoot that nigga. Cause 2-3 shots went off with the car. And we were jumping them hills and shit. So I was like, damn, boy. After we prayer, I'm glad one nigga didn't just hit me in the head and shoot me, boy, cause the nigga ran.
That nigga Thursday goddamn Big Fred got out of the car, the police shot, they was still shooting.
Nah, that nigga probably shot Big Cub. Him, Big Fred, and goddamn DK had to scrap. I wouldn't even scrap my 22 at home and my AR in the trunk. You get that $150 out the cup holder, bro?
Huh?
You got that $150 out my cup holder?
No, Thursday he had $150 to go buy the lane.
Nah, man.
Well, no money in the cup holder, bro.
That was my motherfucking money.
Yeah, he said he had the money to go buy the lane.
Nah, that nigga ain't had nothing $50, $40. He didn't even have that, because DK didn't even get him his 50. All that money was mine, and money came out of Buck hands. Well, he ain't had no business doing that. He made Buck goddamn come off 100. I told him, hell no, nigga goddamn go 50, you go 50.
Nah, Buck told me, you don't want to fit.
No, he gave me nothing. I had a fit of my own money. I had $350. They got $340, $5. I got to let Babe come down here and goddamn go to profit and get that shit. come down here and sign a piece of paper. I gotta fill out a property release form or a waiver form.
And we're going to stop it at 10:46. In 2013, and have you looked at any reports of a armed robbery of an individual by the name of Derek Dotson?
Yes.
And who was a person, or who were some of the persons of interest in that particular case with the armed robbery of Derek Dotson?
Your Honor, an object on the bifurcation.
This
Overruled.
Confrontation clause, Your Honor. This legal report.
Overruled.
Jeffrey Williams and Walter Murphy.
Have you heard of the name of Adrian Bean?
Yes.
And what about an individual by the name of Frederick Prothrow?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was Mr. Williams ever charged with either the two incidents we just referred to?
No.
No, he was, or no, you don't know?
No, he was never charged.
Okay. Next, I want to go to 537 Yankee.
And make sure that you know that we all human beings, we all on the same earth. So with that being said, you can achieve anything, if not more than what you see other people achieving. And that's facts.
Will Smith and Martin Lawrence, I'm a bad boy. And I got off my ass and got to the cash and got in my bag, boy. You don't think it's sweet, I stay with the heat even though I'm a sad boy. You better watch the way you breathe around me for that breath be last, boy. I've been drinking red rats, boy. I've been chopping out these birds, McCoy. No, I bet my rich $1,900,000. Overseas, honey skin, bitch, croissant. Rent the GTR, I love the crash cars. I'm a bad boy, so I got a bad bride. Futuristic ride, from Mars. Smith and Wesson 45, all in his heart. They done put me, kills and stay with me. You'll be late with me. You feel in love with my eyes, shit a hockey ring. Come to kick it, I'm not on the soccer team. Won't make it as part of my prophecy. Rap Simmons, that's my prodigy. I'ma do the dash, get to the bag, ain't no one as bad as me. Smith and Martin Lawrence, I'm a bad boy. And I got off my ass and got to the cash and got in my bag, boy. Don't think it's sweet, I stay with the heat even though I'm a sad boy. You better watch the way you breathe around me for that breath be last, boy. I've been drinking red rats, boy. I've been chopping out these birds, McCoy. No, I bet my rich $1,900,000. Overseas, honey skin, bitch, croissant. Sticky, Ricky, I so scared there's not no sticky. I shot at his money, now he no longer mention me. You say you want smoking, I've been coming down the chimney. You got barbecue, your bitches are so fried and they crispy. I had all my jealous when I shot at the curb. Act like you on wire and they gon' smoke you like a plant. I'm just keeping it real, but your understand black sports Ferrari got the pipes at the back like a stank. Yeah. That's to the side of the bench. I keep it the bench. I keep me a text. I be a mess. I bust on the chest. I made a mess. I went for the best. Go like a chest. I be the best. I got the neck. I can turn a check. Live like Project X. I ain't Smith and Martin Lawrence, I'm a bad boy. And I got off my ass and got to the cash and got in my bag, boy. You don't think it's sweet, I stay with the heat even though I'm a sad boy. You better watch the way you breathe around me for that breath be last, boy. I've been drinking red rats, boy. I've been chopping out these birds, McCoy. No, I bet my rich $1,900,000. Overseas, honey skin, bitch, croissant.
We can stop it at 2:46. What is the date of the release of this song? Or at least when it was posted?
Said premiered January 15th, 2021.
And were there any particular words of note to you in this song?
Yes.
What was that?
I shot at his mommy. He no longer mentioned me.
I'm going to show you what has already been admitted as 1 triple DI. Are you familiar with what that location is?
Yes.
And where is that?
That's 1007 Hill Street in Atlanta, Zone 3.
And how are you familiar with that location?
That location was YFN Lucci's mother's residence during the time that she was a victim of 2 drive-by shootings.
And would it be of note, hypothetically speaking, if the drive-bys were purported to be by members of a particular gang whose gang member wrote a song or sang a song that says, "I shot at your mommy, now you no longer mention me"?
Yes, that would be significant.
Overruled.
Why would that be of note?
Because it actually happened. It was a real crime that happened where the rival's mama was shot.
Showing you,
You understand the bifurcation
Yes.
issues, so.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 4 DDI. And 5 DDI. 6 DDI. 8 DDI. 11 DDI. And I want to also show you 1 GG. Is that the same location?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you 3 GG. Showing 6 GG. 14 GG. 17 GG. 20 GG. And 26 GG. Again, as an expert, what if there's a word such as "I shot at your mommy" and you no longer mention me, and you see particular evidence of that when you're doing your investigation? For you, in your opinion, what if anything is being communicated?
Sustained.
Why is that of significance to you?
Because
as an expert, why is that of significance?
I don't know what the answer is going to be, but it is potentially going to be a 704B issue. So
I'll move on, Your Honor.
all right.
Now, we spoke about the first song, Slime S, and you said you wanted to look at the lyrics to see if there was anything else of note to you. Permission to approach around?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 535YB. Would that help refresh your memory to look at those words?
Mhm. You ready for me to answer?
Yes, I'm fine.
Just looking at the words, as far as significant, for gang or furtherance of gangs, the part about the neighborhood
Hold on.
sixties.
Consistent with being, just what is of note to you without talking about whether or not
Just,
that's
just
further?
lyrics about, neighborhood sixties and troop and stuff like that.
What is the significance of troop?
Troop was a, NH60, leader in, over off of Old National Highway.
Okay. You said an NH60.
Neighborhood rolling 60.
Okay. I want to ask you a few more hypotheticals and then we'll be concluding. Hypothetically, if there was a member of a gang who shot at or in the direction or shot a gang investigator that was trying to arrest him, and this person shot at him multiple times, would it be of any significance to you as an expert if there was a song by a member of that same gang and in that song it says killing 12? Would that be of any significance to you hypothetically as a gang investigator?
Your
As a
Honor,
gang?
I think so.
No, Your Honor, that was the one that you sustained it earlier for mentioning that Mr. Apt objecting, you sustained it earlier.
That's incorrect.
He asked.
You sustained a different objection I made. She was allowed to testify about her opinion about 12 and has been asked an answer.
Sustained.
And I'm not talking about the word 12.
Sustained.
Okay.
Okay, love, the fence done shook your ass. Better bounce back. They done got you. They stopping the
Just
time.
generally speaking, when you talked earlier about how the music plays a role sometimes in your investigation, again, are you looking at to see whether or not there is some information that may or may not support any music that you may listen to, that you may find as a part of your investigation?
Objection to our investigation and the contours of it irrelevant.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I object to the premise of her investigation. She can testify to facts. She can't educate the jury on what's important to her.
Okay, can you rephrase the question, please?
Sure. As a gang expert doing your work with gangs, if music becomes a part of your investigation, does it become important if there is any type of evidence or information that support what may be contained within the music?
But the same objection is not found in Kennedy jury anyways.
Sustained.
as an expert, was shooting at a police officer, and could that increase the status in a gang? Yes.
She trying to answer fast.
It shows your the other gang members that you are willing to put in work for the gang, put your life on the line, because sometimes if an officer fires back, then you can be killed. So you will risk your life for the gang. But if you can do it and get away with it, you get stain. And stain, the definition of stain is you get like uh, not really rank, but you can get like appreciation, or you can get, uh, street creds. With a lot of the gang members are looking for to be get street creds, not only from the higher ups in the gang, but from uh, the gang members that they, you know, roll with, or even just from the public.
Thank you. Courts indulgence for a moment.
No further questions. All right, cross-examination. All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
May I ask you some questions?
Yes, sir.
Don't ask me some questions. All right. I want to talk with you about Jeffrey's music
Okay.
and how many total lyrics or songs has Jeffrey Williams made?
I have no idea. I don't keep it. I don't keep up with it. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. And you may have the same answer, so I apologize. How many songs or has he put out, or a record label put out for public consumption, besides how many were made, if you know?
I don't know.
I'm not just including it to you, I'm expanding it to your coworkers, your team, the prosecution team. Do you know if anybody ever had that type of information to your knowledge?
I don't think that was relevant. I think the actual relevance was the things that were said.
I think she's using it in the lay term of the word. So overruled.
I don't even understand. Okay.
You can continue.
I was just saying, I don't think that we targeted the music per se. I think it was just certain songs. We didn't try to keep up with how many songs were released over the years, or it was only particular songs that stood out, that had certain lyrics that kind of either taunted the other side, or, like I said, it's when you rap about stuff that actually happened, we paid attention.
Still, baby, I thought still do have something, because he's just pretty much trying to show like, um, you know, one, he could be trying to say you're not an expert really, because you don't even know how many songs he gonna put out. You don't know all what we probably may get into, like, what other lyrics has he rapped about, or just asking her questions that she doesn't know the answer to. That's another strategy to show that she's not an expert. um yeah, but you can see she is on guard, because she saw what happened, and she went as a witness. She wasn't supposed to be watching what happened with her co-worker, but she watched what happened. Or he got on the phone and told her. She's like, "I'll be ready," because you can see she's anxious. But let's finish listening to this. This is funny as hell.
ever look to like a pattern? You know, how many times in Jeffrey Williams' songs, I'll just leave it at his, then I'm going to broaden it, but how many times did he talk about, you know what a lick is?
Yes.
Just tell the jurors, they probably know. But
A lick could be a jacking, a robbery, or putting in work. It could be a snatch and grab. Anything to get money. It can be considered a lick.
how often in Jeffrey's music does he use poetry to talk about licks?
Like I said, I don't listen to the music that much just to be an expert on his music. These couple of songs, he talked about licks, but I can't tell you definitely how many times, but I understand that that was a way of life for him and that he.
John, I have a motion.
I'm going to excuse the jury and I'm going to excuse you, please.
They need to stop that shit. They need to stop that because they're in there trying to help the prosecution. They're so bad that they gonna fuck around and get a mistrial. Now she know damn well that was out of line. Fulton County, y'all. One day I'll talk to y'all. Fulton fucking County. Do y'all hear this? I'm not trying to be here 10 years from now with this. Or it goes up the feds or whatever, and we can't even watch it or whatever. That was totally out of line. Girl, bye. Get your ass on. He probably moved for a mistrial. Did y'all hear that? Oh, he read it, baby.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, my belief is that I was asking about Mr. Williams' music and how often he would sing about or use poetry about licks. And the answer that came out is that is his, and I'm not quoting it, but so if I'm wrong, please apologize, but it just happened. I believe that's his way of life, something to that effect. I believe that's character. This is a gang expert. This is a 10-year, 12-year police officer, gang unit, ATF affiliate, and it's just repetitive. We just had the same exact issue come up with the former retired Detective Dennis, and I just don't understand. You know, I'm asking questions. I did not invoke character, and I get that's his way of life. Whatever the quote is. Okay, Mr.
I understand that was a way of life for him. Also, in the same answer, she's talking about not being an expert on his music. And I know she mentions lick as well. I don't think it comes anywhere near what happened with Investigator Dennis. I think that's a kind of vague, I do think it's somewhat non-responsive, but a vague answer that doesn't cross the line in the way that what Investigator Dennis said in his testimony. But I will have her back and instruct her, which frankly she'll know better anyway. But I do think it was kind of vague enough, wrapped up in enough other things. I'll give a curative instruction if you all would like, or we can just move on. Whatever you prefer.
I would just ask for the mistrial. I believe it will be denied, and that I could preserve it with a curative instruction. Yes.
Told you.
Okay. What? We need to probably take a break as well. So if you want to work on curative language,
Unbelievable.
just be a couple minutes, and then we'll be back to consider potential curative language.
Okay.
And if y'all want to get together on it and come up with something that y'all agree to, fantastic. If not, just work on what you think would be appropriate, and then I'll take it into consideration. Let's take our break as well right now. And can you please instruct the witness to stay as far as possible away from things like that that might get into bad character evidence. Thank you.
Jesus Christ.
All right, we'll take a quick recess. 10 minutes longer. I'll be back before then.
Thank you.
Let me put some music in here. Let me play my song. I just posted about it. Hold on. Why don't we start from the beginning? Yes. Yes. Hey. That's my song right there, baby. Hey. Go. 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 Hey. Now y'all want to let y'all know I be dancing with these feet. Especially when I remember the videos. Hey.
Whenever my sunshine turns to rain, whenever my hopes and dreams are aimed in the wrong direction, she's always there, telling me how much she cares.
Come on.
She's always in my head. She's always in my head. My head. Whenever I feel like not too great at all, whenever I'm on down, even if I hit the wrong notes, she's always in my bed. She's always there, telling me how much she cares. She's always in my head. She's always in my head. My head. Yeah, I'm having a baby, I won't. Baby, I feel nothing wrong. If I was to give it low, I wanna lie low all my life. She's really there, telling me just how much she really cares. She cares. She's always in my head. She's always in
Come on, friend. Hit it.
Whenever I feel like giving up, whenever my sunshine turns to rain, whenever my hopes and dreams are aimed in the wrong direction, she's always telling me how much she cares. Telling me always in my head. She's always in my head. She's always
Hey. 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 Yes. Well, I don't know what's going on lately, but baby, they are letting us play Prince Child. Oh, I'm taking advantage of it. Yeah, I am. Now, I don't know if they're gonna let me get away with this one, cause I don't know. But I don't know if I should try this one. I don't know. I got my email up. I don't know shit. I got my email up, y'all. I don't know. I'm gonna try it. Hold on, if I don't get in trouble. Oh, it's my song. Oh, That's my song. I hope I don't get in trouble.
She was alone for company, even in the summertime. Everybody knows from the corner way, the girl's got a lot on her mind. She's got big thoughts, big dreams, and a big brown Mercedes sedan. What about this girl? She really wants to be in love with a man. She wants to leave the glamorous life. She don't need a man's life. She wants to leave the glamorous life without love. It ain't much. She saw him standing in the section mall. You have to ask, you can afford it, lingerie. She threw a breath and made me scream. In the dark, what could you say? Boys with small talk and small minds really don't impress me in bed. She said I need a man's man, baby. Diamonds and fires, love would only conquer my head. She wants to leave, hey, the glamorous life. She don't need a man's touch. She wants to leave the glamorous life without love. It ain't much. They made peace around Sedan. They drove to 55 Secret Street. They made it loud. That was 7 away. She knew she had a problem. She thought really loud. It's really scary. Hey. Money only pays away. Love is for every night, all your life. Love is everything. It's glamorously. The glamorous life she don't need. A man's touch she won't believe. The glamorous life without love. It ain't much. It ain't much.
Let me cut it off because, baby, I don't know about Sheila. Sheila's still here. I don't know. Let me stop fucking with these. I gotta play with one more person. Okay, this whole little, which is my girl. Y'all, can y'all believe I was rolling around these people's streets? Kind of dressed like this one. It's a long story. Oh Lord, I got a lot to answer to. What was going on? What was going on? Hey, come on, y'all. Y'all old ass people. Come on. Y'all remember this? Come on. Baby.
That's right. Pleased to meet you. I still won't say my name.
Hey.
Don't you believe in mystery? Don't you wanna play my game? I'm looking for a man to love me like I've never been loved before.
Hey.
I'm looking for a man to go anywhere, even on the fantasy floor. Cause tonight I'm living in a fantasy, my own little nasty world. Tonight, don't you wanna come with me? Do you think I'm a nasty girl? Tonight, I'm living in a fantasy, my own little nasty world. Tonight, don't you wanna come with me? Do you think I'm a nasty girl? I guess I'm just used to sailors. I think they got water in the brain. I think they got more water upstairs than they got sugar on the candy cane. That's right, it's been a long time.
Hey.
man, I did it real good. If you eat
Hey.
check it out. I'll do it like a real man,
Hey.
that's what you should. Tonight, living in a fantasy, own little nasty world. Tonight, don't you wanna come with me? Do you think I'm a nasty girl? Tonight, living in a fantasy, my own little nasty world. Tonight, don't you wanna come with me? Do you think I'm a nasty girl? Da 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 da.
Come on, Banter. Hey.
My own little nasty world. Tonight, don't you wanna come with me? Do you think I'm a nasty girl? Tonight, living in a fantasy, my own little nasty world. Tonight, don't you wanna come with me? Do you think I'm a nasty girl? Please, please,
Hey.
please, please. Nasty girl, nasty girl. Do you think I'm a nasty girl? Nasty girl, nasty girl. Do you think I'm a nasty girl? Nasty girl, nasty girl. Do you think I'm a nasty girl? Nasty girl, nasty girl. Do you think I'm a nasty girl? I'm a nasty girl. Nasty girl, nasty girl. Do you think I'm a nasty girl? I don't like this groove. Try and give me something I can prove.
Child, Lord, honey. These streets and these different cities and states could talk. Oh, Lord. Oh, my God. Y'all remember now, listen, I am a vanity. Oh, some nice ass Louboutin shoes. But hell, you got to pay $25 for some chicken. And I can't wear that. So, listen, y'all. So y'all remember when Apollonia stepped into the role, right, with Purple Rain, and used this big old controversy, right? Who looks better, right? And so I'm a vanity girl, and I just felt like, I guess I don't know. I was biased, shit. Vanity came first. Like Apollonia, baby, you the replacement. I'm getting that off of Zeus. Y'all, how Zeus is calling them goddamn baddies the replacements. I holler every time they call them girls the replacements. I don't think of it. I think they're part of the cast, but they
Your Honor,
call
if
them
you would
down.
just consider asking the jurors if they can strike from their memories, their notes, the last response. It was non-responsive of this witness, and we will do it again.
I'll just say disregard the last response if the witness is non-responsive. And then pick up from there. All right.
Then, Your Honor, can I just reserve my motion for mistrial? Thank you.
Oh, he's so annoying. Yeah, we got it. So.
And then feel free to re-ask it in a way that is not going to elicit the same thing.
Okay.
All right, can we get the witness on the stand and the jury out?
So while they coming in, I can see where Apollonia could look better than Vanity. I don't know. I think they pretty much even to me. I don't know, but if I do the measurements of the face, I have to give it to Apollonia. But I like Vanity. She got the whole thing to me. She got the whole thing to me. And I don't know. But honey, Vanity had me around here wearing them goddamn knee-high boots.
Be a couple more minutes.
And then when I got a little older, baby, they went to thigh high
A few minutes.
with dresses and skirts and shit. Yeah, but like stop playing. God, you could tell me. Yeah. And I had so many long coats and like long little what the thing she had on. Not, you know, I don't wear no camel salt out in the streets, but baby, I had this one black. I had several black dresses, but this one black dress that you knew I was gonna be a problem tonight. I would put on that black dress and I would drop my daughter by my cousin, which is that the other Kenny, the Kenny y'all be hearing, um, mama house to babysit because we finna hit the street. And I walk in the house and bring my baby in my car. He told me, oh, look at that black dress. Hey, y'all want me to call him on the phone and don't make me do it. I would do it. You remember that black? I still think I got that black. Now I can't wear it, okay? Cause that's for a curvy girl. All right. I'm about half that size now. No, I'm pushing it, but y'all know what I mean. Oh, baby. Oh, I still that dress wasn't going nowhere. That dress was so deadly. That white it was a white guy. I haven't told you about the story. White guy who ends up doing a sportscaster show on TV. He used to work with me, right? We walking out at night. This is our night job. We were walking out at night. He just zipped that black dress down. Just zipped it down. The next morning, I go not the next morning, but the next day when we get to work, 'cause that was my second job at night. They got me in the office asking me, "Am I okay?" And blah 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 blah. They was finna, they was like, was finna get his ass. Yeah, and I was like, I'm fine or whatever. I mean, I didn't know. I mean, I wasn't really thinking about all of that. But baby, I didn't want no shit. I figure if that's his second job, maybe he got a second job the same as one I have one. But when I started seeing his ass on the little doing the little sports casting, I was like, damn. Mm-hmm. Sure, I've been doing all kinds of shit. It's ridiculous. He zipped it, zoop right down the back. And it had to be somebody that was walking with us, went and told, because I didn't tell. When I got to work, they called, first they need to come in the damn office. Never forget it. But I didn't want nobody to get fired. All I just told him, I said, can you zip me back up? Like, are you serious? A white guy. That was so weird. I'm telling you, that dress, that hell, oh my God. I'm already flat in the front. Right. Well, since this little bullshit that done gave me, I got a little something I'm trying to work off whatever. This is the longest carbon dioxide releasing. I'm still releasing carbon dioxide. That's got to be what it is. Because it's still going on. I done released more carbon dioxide since that surgery than I have in probably 2 years combined. I ain't lying. All day, every day, carbon dioxide being released. And no smell now. Carbon dioxide. I be like, what the hell? When is it going to end? That ain't proper all day, all night. Carbon dioxide. Shit. hmm But yes, honey. I watch. I'm gonna find that dress. It's packed up somewhere. Lord knows I don't need it. I can't wear it anyway. That's when it's gonna be some shit. I got that dress on. Oh, babe, it's gonna be trouble. I'm telling you, Vanity was a heavy out of all the influencers on my appearance. I think Vanity played the most part. I told you I went and got an Easter dress out of that to look like that looked very similar to that last dress she wore in The Last Dragon. Ain't that crazy? And Yvette called me the Easter hooker. Had people call me the Easter hooker. Oh, they were snapping pictures of the Easter hooker. Yeah. Oh, I like that little jacket he got on over there. Little sweater. See, she look better without that black and white thing. That black and white thing is too much. Oh Lord, Thug done lost a lot of weight. Thug done lost a lot of weight. He lost that weight.
All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to instruct you to please disregard the last response given by this witness just before the break, as it was non-responsive to the question asked. And go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you. How many songs, if you know, does Jeffrey Williams in his poetry talk about lyrics?
I don't know how many.
In your testimony in DeKalb County Federal Court, I believe you said Fulton County, you might have said Gwinnett County. If I'm wrong, you correct me. You've testified as an expert in gang.
In Fulton, DeKalb, Federal, and that's about it. Three. Yeah, the
Okay.
three counties.
I apologize. So, in any of those times, have you ever testified about lyrics?
No.
This is your first time?
Yes.
And do you have any experience or study or expertise or training in the history of the rap music?
No.
If I tell you a duck and food truck, then I tell you he was going after her expert status. Uh huh. Let's keep listening. Let's see how if he's successful.
And do you have any training or study or experience or education in African American literature culture?
No.
Okay. To prepare for today's testimony, did you ever speak with Jeffrey Williams producers, the people who actually put out the songs?
No.
Do you know whether any of your coworkers ever did that exercise?
I don't know.
Have you ever spoken with the promoters or the marketers who market this music?
No.
Okay. Have you ever spoken with any record label personnel that's affiliated with Jeffrey Williams?
No.
How about, do you know whether Jeffrey Williams you mentioned 3 songs, I believe, Slime, and I'm just not going to say it, but SH blank T, Just How It Is, and Bad Boy. Fair to say?
Yes.
Do you know who actually wrote the lyrics to any of those songs?
I don't.
Do you know when any of those songs were actually created? By created, I mean actually done in the studio.
No.
All right. Did you ever speak with any of the co-artists on these songs?
No.
Now, when you talk about, let's say, let's take the song. I'm just going in order of the numbers. So 535 YA, which should be slime SH blank T, okay?
Yes.
You testified that it was released in March of 2016 from what you were either told, investigated, found out, discovered. Is that fair to say?
I think we said that that's the date that it was uploaded to YouTube.
Okay. Do you know the date it was actually released?
No.
And on that, you talked about you were interested in a lyric. I just want to make sure that I don't misquote it, about a Tahoe. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And it's 100 rounds in a Tahoe. If I'm saying it wrong or you think it's different, just, correct me. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Do you know what the next line is to that song?
N-word, lighten up your tacos.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
When it says 100 rounds in a Tahoe, does that mean that the bullets went into a Tahoe, or does it mean that there's 100 rounds of ammunition inside of a Tahoe that someone's driving? If you know.
100 rounds in a Tahoe, it could be either or.
And did you do any type, and I know you, Detective Underwood, did you do any type of investigation to find out, if you could, what is the essence of that line?
I did not. It was just ironic that crime happened with a Tahoe and the victim was the ops.
How many rap songs, I'm just limited to rap songs, and if you don't know, just say, I don't know, talk about rounds in a vehicle?
I don't know specifically how many. I haven't kept up with that.
The next line of that song is something to the effect, and if I'm wrong, again, correct me, give him surgery, not lipo. Do you see that? Is that something like that? And if I'm wrong, just correct it.
Say give him surgery, no lipo.
No lipo, thank you. And then the next one, the next line or artwork is, they don't blame that, and I'm not going to say it, but BI blank CH for pulling you down. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What does that mean as far as your expertise and analysis with the Donovan Thomas, God forbid, killing with the Tahoe behind him, that there's something to do with a BI blank CH pulling that person down?
They don't blame that B word for pulling you down. That could be a woman. It could be reference to a woman bringing somebody down, or.
How does the Donovan Thomas, tell the jurors, from your investigation, how does the Donovan Thomas killing relate to a woman pulling someone down?
I think on direct, we said that the entire song didn't reference the murder. You're making the song about the murder. We said on direct that first line was in reference to the murder.
So
that was it, just a snippet.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay.
Are you done? I didn't mean
I'm
to.
done.
Okay. So from your analysis, you or somebody, your teammate, found one line and ignoring the context or the other words or lyrics around the line. Is that fair to say?
No, we didn't ignore it, but that particular line stood out because of the words that were used.
Did any of the other lines assist that one line that you're focusing on with the top?
No, but it jumped off into, like F12 and killing 12. And so 12, Donovan Thomas wasn't 12. So we can't say this song was about just Donovan Thomas. We know that. We know that just that particular first line. And he did it a couple of times. He said it 2 or 3 times in the song. So he jumped around talking about a lot of different stuff in that particular song.
Do songs, in your experience, and it doesn't have to be rap music, do they sometimes repeat lyrics throughout the song?
Yes, they do. The hook maybe, or yes,
What'd you call it?
the hook.
Okay. Now, you mentioned killing 12, and the line is something like killing 12 and then SH blank T. Fair to
Mhm.
say?
Yes.
Okay. And 12, I think the jurors know, that's a symbol, a slang for police officers. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And is this unique to Slime, SH blank T, killing 12 in music of the rap industry?
I don't understand that question.
Is killing 12, that phrase, or killing 12, SH blank T, is that unique to this song?
I'm sure there's a lot of rappers that probably talk about killing the police, but this song had the YSL S word first, then killing 12 S word. Like it was referencing that's what YSL do, kill 12.
And which police officer, God forbid, was killed that you're referring to?
In this song, I didn't say one was killed, but killing 12 is like I want to kill 12, or it could reference anything.
Do you have, through your investigation of this case, your knowledge and collective knowledge, do you have any police officer that, God forbid, has been killed?
No, but I have seen where YSL members have fired at the police more than once.
All right, let me do this. Because you're talking about YSL members, and then we're going to come back to the other songs, if that's okay. I'm not trying to jump around on purpose. Can I, would you mind looking at State's Exhibit? I believe it is 418Y. And you just looked at it earlier and helped the jurors.
Okay.
Can you put up the picture more if possible, if it's not? Okay. And you remember this, and this is in 2015 in Houston. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Who is the person to the immediate right? Well, you see Jeffrey Williams in the center,
Yes.
center bottom. You pointed him out to the jurors.
Yes.
Who's the young lady to his immediate right?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Let's start on all the way on what we would look at the right, wearing the gray RG. You know what RG is, that sweatshirt?
Rich Gang.
All right. You know what Rich Gang is?
Yes, record label from Baby, Brian Williams.
Okay. And who is that person, if you were?
Who, Brian Williams? Oh, I'm sorry. In the picture, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Demikian Garlington, aka D.
Tell the jurors the last time Jeffrey Williams had any contact whatsoever through your investigation with Demikian Garlington.
I can't tell you. I don't know. I don't know when.
Who is the person now above Demikian Garlington in the white shirt?
That's Kelvin Treadwell, aka OG Bentley.
I'm going to ask you the same question. When is the last time Jeffrey Williams had any communication through your investigation with Mr. Kelvin Treadwell?
I don't know. Back whenever in 2015, when all this was going on, they stayed, in touch. But it's been, like you say, 10 years ago almost.
Do you know when that touch ended?
No, I don't.
The young man next to him, is that Trontavious Stevens?
Yes.
Also known as Tick or Slug?
Yes.
All right. The young man next to, well, do you know how much contact Jeffrey Williams has with Trontavious Stevens?
I don't know.
All right. The young man next to Mr. Stevens, is that Mr. Demise McMullen, also known as Nard?
Yes.
And how much contact has Jeffrey Williams had with him since 2015?
I do not know.
The gentleman to the right of Mr. McMullen, is that a gentleman named Mr. Sledge?
Yes.
Also known as Muntuk?
Yes.
How much contact, or when is the last contact Jeffrey Williams ever had with that gentleman?
I don't know.
The young lady next to Mr. Sledge, I know you you can't identify her, but a sister of Jeffrey Williams. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And then we come down from the sister, and right in front of her, there's a young man in black with his right hand up all the way to the left. You see that?
Yes.
And that person is?
I think I said on direct, I don't remember, I can't identify that person.
Okay. And how about the person in the red sweatshirt right next to that person's left?
Yeah, I don't know who that is either.
All right. Did I do the person who is to the immediate left of Mr. Williams sitting down holding the bar?
Shannon Stillwell?
Okay. And do you know the last time, and I'm excluding obviously this trial, but the last time that Mr. Jeffrey Williams had any contact?
I don't know, sir.
All right. Thank you for that. All right. I want to go back to where we were. And I'd like to talk to you. I'm just going in order of the exhibit number. It's 537YA. I believe it's a song Bad Boy. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you said it's released.
No, I'm sorry.
You said it's released. Give us a year again or a month again.
We said that it was uploaded, premiered January 15, 2021.
Okay, so January 2021 is approximately 6 years after January 2015. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And in that, you highlight or articulate or focus us on a particular lyric. I just want to get the lyric. And that lyric is, I shot at his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And you related that back to January, I may have get me on these dates, January 22nd, 2015, January 26th, 2015, shooting at Mr. Bennett's mother's home, and his mother got shot on the 2nd or January 26th, 2015 date. Fair to say?
Yes, but that second part, he no longer mentioned me, it refers to the back and forth that he and Lucci did on social media for the whole world in Atlanta to see. They were going back and forth for a while.
Okay, I want to talk to you about that back and forth, okay? If the shooting happens in January 2015, and the lyric that you're telling the jury about and educating the jury is, I shot his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me, is it your understanding that since the shooting, he being, you're saying Mr. Bennett, right? YFM Lucci?
I'm saying that the mother is that's who he said. He no longer mentioned me. He's referring to Lucci.
YFM Lucci.
Yes.
Also known as, well, his given name is Mr.
Rayshawn Bennett. Right.
Okay. So you're saying since January 26, 2015, if I'm wrong, just correct me, Mr. Bennett no longer mentions Jeffrey Williams. Is that what the lyric means to you?
No, the lyric means to me that we have been going back and forth, talking about each other, targeting each other on social media, having words go back and forth. And I think that whenever Jeffrey Williams put something out about his mother. He said something about his mother on social media about he glad he takes care of his mother or something like that. So I'm thinking that he was just taunting or just like he was doing on the videos that he was making. He was taunting him in this song.
Okay, and I know you're giving a state of mind. You're trying to say what Jeffrey Williams was doing, but through your investigation and through this lyric, are you not saying that once the shot, God forbid, came to the mother, on January 26, 2015, this lyric means that he, Mr. Bennett, no longer mentions me? Is that what the lyric means? And if it's not, and if your answer just states...
I can't say what exactly it means. I'm saying what I saw as an investigator, as a gang investigator, when the back and forth and the gang beef continued way after the 2015.
Now, the words before in the art Do you know what the words are right before I shot his mommy, now he no longer mentions me?
I don't have that copy of those in front of me.
If I showed you a copy, would that refresh your memory?
Please.
You have it? John, may I approach?
You may.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Given you, if you want to see anything else from the song, just let us know.
Okay.
That refreshes your memory. Just tell me that it does.
Okay. I see where you got the arrow. Okay.
Can you tell the jurors if it's accurate, from your investigation, if it's accurate? Otherwise, we could pull up on Google, whatever you want. Tell the jurors what the line is above the line that you highlighted for the ladies and gentlemen jury.
It says, you say you won't smoke. I've been coming down the chimney.
And then the next line is the line about,
You got barbecue, your B word. I'm so fried and they crispy.
how does the line that you highlighted for the jurors, how does that coincide, if you know, in context, with the line about the chimney and the barbecue?
The part about the smoke is significant because that's slang for you want to keep starting stuff, or you want a piece of me, or it's slang for, when they say you want all the smoke, or I got the smoke, or you don't want no smoke. So that's significant. But the part about the barbecue and the fried and crispy, I can't say what that meant.
Detective, you told the jury that you don't study Jeffrey Williams' lyrics or songs. How did you come about learning about these chosen lyrics from these three songs?
It's not that I didn't study them or I don't study them. It's that I can read words and I see what the words say. And a lot of times if I'm investigating something, or if I know it's an ongoing beef between you and the ops, and you sending messages through your music or through the words that you're putting on paper or on wax or whatever they call it, it's noticeable because of the investigation.
Wouldn't you want to then go out and ask somebody who was there at the time of the creation of that song, how did this lyric come about?
No, it's self-explanatory mostly. I mean, it's words, but the words mean stuff. It means something.
From your vantage point of what you do for a living, those words mean exactly what you believe.
Yes, it's been several songs that have gotten people killed around Atlanta, for sure.
Do you know what rap songs are primarily, I'm not saying everyone, primarily about? Rap music.
What is rap music about?
Yeah. Did you ever bother?
It can be expression. It depends on, I guess who it is and what they're saying. Every rapper don't rap about violence and guns and gangs and killing.
Does any other rapper rap about violence and gangs? And
it's killing? A lot of rappers rap about guns and gangs and violence all the time.
And have you ever been to a concert, Jeffrey Williams?
No.
Have you ever been to a concert of any rap performer?
I was just at Usher the other night, but he's not a rapper.
Okay. Well, have you ever been at anyone you consider a rapper?
Yes. Maybe not recently, but I have been to rap concerts. I'm not really into rap as of late.
Do you ever notice the crowd, that they're all diverse?
Yes.
Do you know whether rap is the number one gross industry financially in the world?
I believe that.
Do you ever think about why is it popular?
Objection relevant?
Sustained.
Do you know whether this type of violence and gangs and killing 12, is that popular?
It is, but it shouldn't be.
Let me ask you about just how it is, okay? I think that's the third one that you asked about.
Okay.
Oh, before we go to that, Bad Boy, who is the co-artist on that? The jurors saw a video. There were two people singing.
Yes. That's another rapper.
Who is that?
I don't know, Bad Boy.
One more time. You don't have to look at anything.
I mean, I'm looking at the name of the person. I don't know him. I just know that he's a collaborator with Mr. Williams.
Do you know that person's performer's name?
No.
Do you know whether any of these lyrics were changed in any way after they were actually sung?
No, I don't know that.
Do you know whether that can occur?
I mean, anything's possible, but whenever they play it on the radio or play it on YouTube, or you can kind of look at what the words are, and the person is actually rapping it on a music video and you can see it visually, then the words are the words.
I'm saying after it's actually recorded, do you know whether sound engineers or record producers, do you know whether any of the lyrics sometimes get changed?
It's possibly, but like I'm saying, once it's released, the words are the words.
In 539 YA, it's just how it is.
Mhm.
And in that one, you referenced, I'd done the jacking, now I'm full-time rapping. Remember that?
Yes.
Do you know whether any other artist has that exact lyric before Jeffrey Williams used it in the song?
I don't know.
You also targeted, in my words, mentioned the word wax. You just said that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what wax means.
It was just my terminology of whenever music is made or the tracks. I kind of reference that with the tracks that are made, or they put it on wax. It could be like on a record, or I'm old, so could be a album or a cassette tape for all I know. But it's just a term that a lot of the artists use when they laying down the tracks or the music.
So this song that the jurors heard is entitled Just How It Is. Fair to say?
Yes.
And in that, you targeted the second time, we known to kill the biggest, and I think you said...
I think I said kitty, but I think it's cat.
That's fine. I think you said something like kittens of the kitties or something. But it's
the biggest kitty of the cats, I think I said, but I had it backwards. I think it's
that's fine.
We killed the biggest cat of all the kitties.
Okay. And you told the jurors that in your vantage point, you believe that may have some reference to Jeffrey Williams, from Jeffrey Williams to the Donovan Thomas killing. That's what you said.
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of Jeffrey Williams being friends with Donovan Thomas in January 2015?
I am.
Okay. And when it says we known to kill the biggest, and I think you corrected, cats of all the kitties, the line before that, do you have the words in front of you?
I don't.
Would you need to see something?
Yes, please.
You're on me. May I approach? May I approach?
Yes.
I turned it this way just because I did what I did before. I made an error, but this is the whole song.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Okay.
find that.
I didn't mean to turn my back. If you were ready.
Okay. Okay, it said, you want me to read the line before, we known to kill the biggest cats?
Yeah, if it refreshes your memory, if that's accurate, yes, if you don't mind.
We don't speak about the S word on wax. It's all mob business.
And then it goes right into.
We known to kill the biggest cats of all kitties.
So that line above, the one about we don't speak on wax, from your definition of wax, does that mean we don't speak on record, we don't go on something that's permanent to talk about mob business? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But then this entire song is about criminality. Or most of it, I don't want to say all of it.
The song kind of, it talks about the beef that, the interaction at Lennox, which happened. It tell you to ask the cops, the detective, they know all the business. So, on one hand, saying that we're not going to talk about it, but we talk about it.
That's my point. So it's interesting in that song saying we're not going to talk about anything, but yet it's being talked about, right?
Yes.
You don't know whether any of this music, these lyrics, I know you don't know who wrote them, but you don't know if they're just art, do you? And not autobiographical.
It can be art. It can be looked at as art. I agree that it's art, but I think that when actual crimes are committed and you brag about it in a song, or you reference it in a song, or you taunt your ops in a song, then it causes problems. Because like I said, I've seen where songs have gotten 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds killed here in Atlanta because of things that were said in a song.
Well, that's terrible. But where in any of these songs that you looked at, does it mention the op means opposition? Fair to say?
Yes.
Where does it ever mention IF gang?
What?
IF gang.
It does not.
I mean, that's your, and you're entitled to it, but that's your opinion. That's your personal opinion, right?
Yes.
Okay. Where does any of these songs mention Jeffrey's friend Donovan Thomas?
It don't.
Now, I want to go to Jeffrey's releases, album releases, and songs releases. If you're not familiar with them, I'm not going to ask you about them, but are you familiar with his songs, like the names and how they're spelled? And
I'm not. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. With regards to, you know who Dwayne Carter is?
I do.
Phenomenal performer known as Lil Wayne.
Yes.
Are you familiar with his music?
Yes.
Are you familiar that on or about the 26th day of April 2015, he was here in Atlanta and in a tour bus, and that tour bus was fired upon?
Yes, that was a part of our operation planners.
Okay. Now, you knew Jeffrey Williams was performing in or around Holly Grove, Louisiana during that same time, same date. Fair to say?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Now, were you aware through your investigation, through you or your teammates, your prosecution team, that earlier that year, 2015, 2014, Jeffrey Williams and the performer known as Lil Wayne did music together?
No, I didn't know that.
Were you aware that in 2016 and 17 and 18, Jeffrey Williams and the performer known as Lil Wayne did music together?
Objection, or assume effects on an evidence.
I'm asking.
Sustained.
I'm asking asking questions if she's aware. All right. Through your investigation, to you or anyone else, can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, jury, whether Jeffrey Williams and Lil Wayne did music together 2016, 17, and or 18?
I didn't see that in the investigation.
All right. Do you know if anybody ever spoke with Lil Wayne during your investigation?
I think they might have spoke to his people, maybe around the tour bus incident, but
Okay.
I'm not sure who and how, because that was like a Cobb County incident. So I think somebody there did.
I'm excluding like a tour bus driver or something. I'm saying like the let's do this. Anybody, to your knowledge, ever speak with you? I assume it's not you because you would have told us, but you or other people on your team ever speak with Lil Wayne's musical assistants?
Not that I know of.
All right. Were you aware that Lil Wayne put out, since the tour bus shooting, more recently, an album with Jeffrey or a song with Jeffrey Williams?
Objection, assume effects out of evidence.
Sustained.
Do you know whether Lil Wayne has put out a song with Jeffrey Williams since the tour bus shooting?
I don't.
Do you do any type of investigation, or do you have any training or experience into the promotion of music, specifically Jeffrey Williams rap music?
No.
And by that, I mean like something on YouTube, come to this event.
That
or-
wouldn't be relevant for my job as a gang investigator.
I couldn't hear you. I apologize.
I said that wouldn't be relevant for my job as a gang investigator. I don't study music. I don't, like I said, when we investigate crimes, we look at the crime. The music might come into play once we're looking at the crimes that happen. But as far as us just focusing on music or targeting music, that's not what we do.
Let me show you what I believe. Well, can I have state's exhibit number? Do you mind playing for me? Let me show you with the court's, Soundable Court's permission, what's already been marked and entered into evidence, but I don't have the number, so
Okay.
Ms. Knight is helping with the number, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, is it okay if
Yes.
I play that once
Yes.
it is announced? While that's being pulled up, were you present for a February 28th, 2015 interview with Detective Dennis? There's others there. And Mr. Copeland, you know, Kenneth Copeland is Lil Rudy.
Yes, I was there, but I think I was like in another room. We have a room where we have a monitor where we can watch the actual interview live. I wasn't actually in the room where they were interviewing.
Okay, so you're watching via some sort of
Monitor.
connectivity, and you can hear what's going on?
Yes.
Okay. I may want to ask you about that, but make sure that we get this first.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I play 117E?
Yes.
as an errand. Tell me if you've seen this before. It's already in evidence, okay?
Yeah, YSL. Carter 6 coming out Friday, first show. New Orleans, Holly Grove. Fuck, nigga. Meet me there, better yet. Beat me there, you did. With them dicks, too, nigga. Yeah.
Have you seen that before?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do any type of work to determine whether that was choreographed and promoted by the record label or anybody with the record label? Do you know? All right. In that February 28, 2015, I call it interrogation, interview, whatever, conversation with Mr. Copeland or Lil Woody and one of your team members that you're watching on the other line or other room.
No.
Do you remember it coming up by Detective Dennis saying it's marketing? A lot of rap is entertainment, it's marketing. Do you remember all that?
Somewhat. It's been a while. But
Do you have any knowledge of how much money has gone into marketing the performer known as Young Thug? Do you know?
I'm sure a lot.
And that marketing backs up a certain type of image for the music. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you ever speak with any of the marketers to prepare for this case at all?
I did not.
Do you know who Future is? A performer, fabulous performer, Future.
Future, the rapper?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know whether that performer has any type of symbol, like an animal symbol? And if you don't, just...
No, can't think of one.
Okay. Do you know whether Lil Wayne has a symbol?
Nah, it's not coming to me right away.
Okay. Does a goat sound familiar? And if you don't know, just...
That sounds familiar. It seemed like I seen that on an album cover or something.
Okay. And Future, an eagle? Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
And Drake, an owl?
Yes, I remember the owl.
And have you seen Jeffrey Williams collaborate with all those different individuals, those performers?
I have.
And have you seen their album covers or pictures with the snake and the goat, the owl and the snake, the eagle and the snake? Have you seen that?
I've seen a couple of, not all of them. I really haven't paid attention to them.
I want to go over with you. You were asked questions about the rodeo tour, or what known as the rodeo tour.
Yes.
And you were asked about whether crime slowed down in March of 2015, something to that effect. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you know what Jeffrey Williams' schedule was in January 2015?
No.
Do you know how many days he was physically in Atlanta area?
No.
How about in February 2015?
I don't know.
Is that going to be the same answer for the rest of 2015?
I mean, looking at this exhibit, he was pretty busy.
Well, that exhibit ends on around April 2015. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you ever, through your investigation, know that Jeffrey Williams was performing all over the world in 2015?
I did not really keep up with it, but we kept up with it, but we didn't keep up with it. So we kind of noticed, like you said, the slowdown of the crime in March, which we saw that, he was on tour and gone a lot. So
When was the uptick again in the crime?
it started back in April.
Okay.
Mhm.
Do you know where Jeffrey Williams, whether he was in Atlanta in April?
According to this tour thing, he was April 15th, April 1st, April 2nd, and April 3rd. He was on tour. So the rest of April, I can't say where he was.
Do you know whether he was in Atlanta?
I don't know.
And that's going to be the answer for the rest of the year, right?
Yes.
Where was Jeffrey Williams physically living in 2014?
I have no idea.
How about 15?
15, I was a part of the search warrant team. Well, can I talk about that? The resident.
Your Honor, I think we need to move past.
Just answer the question of whether you know where he was living.
Yes, some parts of 2015.
Okay. How many residents did he have in 2015?
I'm not sure. I just know of one.
How about 16? 2016?
No.
Same answer throughout until May of 2022?
Same answer.
All right. Do you know whether he was living for considerable periods of time outside of Atlanta during all those years?
I don't know.
Okay. How many times in and around January 2015, God forbid the killings, January 10th, 2015, okay? How many times did Jeffrey Williams initiate, I mean, he's the one to initiate the caller to Demise McMullen?
I don't know.
How about Kenneth Copeland?
I don't know.
Justin Cobb?
I don't know. I didn't look into that part of the investigation.
Okay. All right. Now, you were asked about whether Jeffrey Williams, you were shown a stack. It's Jeffrey Williams exhibit numbers 220, and then it starts with A and it goes alphabetically throughout. You were asked about January 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th, whether you found any schedules of concerts. You remember that question?
That was on the flyers.
Yes.
Did we see any flyers?
Yes.
Because it was a list of flyers for the whole year, I think.
Yes. Do you know who got those flyers?
No.
Do you know who Detective Racy is by any chance?
I do.
Now, January 11th, 2015, do you know where Jeffrey Williams physically was?
I don't.
Do you know whether he was filming a music video?
I don't.
Effects on the evidence.
Sustained.
Same question on the 12th. Do you know what he was doing?
On the 12th, where he was? I don't know.
Do you know what type of work he was doing on the 11th, 12th, 13th, et cetera?
I don't.
Your Honor, may I have a moment? May I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
Mr. App.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective. My name's Jay Apt. I represent Mr. Kendrick.
How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Good.
So I listened carefully to your testimony. When you were giving an answer about, or answers about a photograph depicting Mr. Kendrick standing on the hood of a vehicle, you said you wanted to focus on, quote, the crime at hand and who committed it, correct?
I didn't say it was a crime. I said it was disrespect.
Okay. So you don't believe that my client was committing a crime?
If he didn't damage the vehicle, no.
Uh-huh. All right, great. And you didn't, you perceived that that was an act of disrespect, correct?
Did.
Okay. Did you question Mr. Kendrick or any of Mr. Kendrick's associates about him doing that?
I did not.
Did you question Mr. Rayshawn Bennett about that incident?
No, I didn't.
And to be clear for the jury, Rayshawn Bennett is the person who you believe owned that car, correct?
Correct.
He's also known as YFN Lucci, right?
Yes.
So you didn't question him about how he perceived it?
No.
And you didn't question any of Mr. Bennett's associates or friends about that incident?
I didn't, but Mr. Lucci spoke out on a pod with how he felt about that.
Okay. But you don't know for you're assuming that it was gang related, correct?
I'm not assuming. I know what was going on when that happened.
You didn't question anyone involved, but you knew
I
what
didn't
was
have to
going on?
question. I knew that it was a gang beef going between YFN, Lucci and his crew, and also YSL and their crew.
When is the last time before that photograph that Mr. Bennett and Mr. Kendrick spoke in person? Do you know?
I think they ran into each other at Lennox, but that was just according to social media. But they actually talked about them running into each other or talking.
Do you know whether or not they ran into each other that day at the mall?
I think I saw something on social media saying that they did.
Is it possible that they made a bet that day and this was just someone winning a bet?
I don't know what was said.
You don't know, right? Because you didn't ask anyone, correct?
No, but the
You're
guy
assuming.
stood on the guy.
Let her finish her answer, and y'all are kind of talking over each other, so try not to do that. Thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor.
It's all right.
I don't know it, but I don't think they even made a bet because, like I said, it was a lot of animosity and tension between the two groups.
And you wouldn't know because you didn't bother to question any of them, right?
I didn't question them, no.
Yeah. So you don't know whether for certain whether it was gang related or a bet or what the reason was or the intent was behind Mr. Kendrick standing on that vehicle. That's fair to say you don't know because you didn't question any of them.
I saw the reaction of Mr. Lucci when he was questioned about it.
Why not ask him? Why not go and ask him then?
I didn't have to ask him. I saw his reaction. He wasn't happy.
He didn't have to follow the evidence?
He
or
wasn't
investigate?
happy.
Is it possible he wasn't happy because he lost a bet and had nothing to do with gang activity? Yeah, it is assuming facts. You don't know one way or another what the reason or intent was in my client's mind. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't know what his intent was, but he got a reaction out of Lucci.
You believe in the First Amendment, right?
I do.
You believe in our people's right to free speech?
I do.
You believe in musicians' ability to create lyrics for art, right?
I do.
But you stated in your testimony that you think rap music that depicts violence is popular, but it shouldn't be.
I agree. It shouldn't be glorified.
And
I stand by that.
You also said that there are songs which have killed children in Atlanta. Which songs?
I don't know specific songs, but I know that it's music. The reason for the beef, as far as the Atlantic Station situation, they were going back and forth on social media with songs and disrespecting each other. Next thing you know is gunplay and children are dead.
You're the expert, detective. Which songs? Which songs regarding rap violence caused the death of children?
I don't know the name of the songs, but I know that those particular kids were involved in music, talking about each other in the music. Then it's violence spawned because of the music.
Do you think you should be an expert on rap lyrics?
Sustained.
I never said I was an expert on rap music. You said that.
You understand that lyrics and even lyrics about violence can be used as art to depict, to be marketed and for commercial purposes without being factual, right? You agree with that?
I have heard of that and seen that, but
and that can be done in
it's
movies.
not. It's not a good thing. That's all I said.
Not a good thing. You ever seen the movie The Untouchables with Robert De Niro?
Probably not.
No? Goodfellas?
Seen Goodfellas.
Okay. So do you think Robert De Niro should be charged with crimes because he depicts murder and violence?
No.
What about Al
didn't do it.
Pacino?
If he was charged when he stepped off the movie set and he went and did the actual things that he did in the movie, then yes, he should be charged.
But you said in earlier testimony that if it's depicting previous actual acts of violence, then that should be a crime.
Like I said, if Robert De Niro left the movie set and went out and shot somebody like he did in the movie, then yes, he should be charged.
That's not what you said earlier. You said, did you say earlier that someone who is rapping about a previous act of violence should be held responsible for that?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
I said that they put in the music or in the wording of the songs things that have happened, meaning whether it was a shooting, whether it was a drive-by, whether it was a smash and grab, whatever. I say that sometimes this can be a confession, sometimes it can be taunting just to the other gang members or the apps or whatever.
So if it's taunting, then it should be criminalized. Is that your...
I didn't say that either.
Okay. So Bob Marley singing "I Shot the Sheriff" is okay too, right?
If you shoot the sheriff in real life like that man did up in Kentucky, then yes.
Yep. Yeah.
Or if it's like the sheriff shot the judge.
You don't know much about Bob Marley's life, do you?
What does that got to do with anything?
Listen, you understand that you've already testified that you have no concrete evidence that the lyrics that were played in this courtroom earlier were directly related to any actual criminal activity, right?
I didn't say it was connected to criminal activity. I never said that.
Well, okay. So they're just art. They're just free speech then. We can agree on that?
It's free speech, but like I said, when you talk about a crime that actually happened and your group is the suspect,
It's what? It's what?
It's obvious that you were involved maybe in that crime.
It's obvious that you were involved if you're singing about it?
Could have been.
Yes, sir.
Object to the characterization of it's obvious that you were involved, maybe. And I'm going to object to Mr.
Overruled. What else? Hang on. To Mr. App's misstatement. Is that what you said? Ask your question again.
Thank you, Your Honor. So what you're saying is if someone sings about an act of violence that previously occurred, then it's obvious that they were involved.
That is a misstatement. That wasn't.
Is that what you're saying?
Not exactly. I'm saying that if crimes have been committed and then you go brag about it in a song, it's hard to defend that you didn't have anything to do with what you're pretty much confessing in a song.
Okay, and I guess that's my point. If Robert De Niro plays Al Capone and he's playing Al Capone in a movie, is it then obvious that he's the one who's in the mafia? I don't understand. Why is it that singing about a previous crime that occurred somehow ties you to that crime? What evidence do you, and let me rephrase, what evidence do you have that either Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Williams actually committed the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I didn't tell you that I had evidence of that. Did I tell you that?
You testified.
I testified that they killed Donovan Thomas?
You testified that it was obvious.
Got me mixed up. I didn't tell you that.
So it's not obvious that they're involved?
objection, Your Honor, because I'm not sure where we're going to go, and so I want to.
Well, a minute ago,
Hang on and let me listen to her objection.
Can we approach her?
Yes.
Now, I don't know what they doing over there at that state's desk, but baby, you are what is it, minute short and $1 late, a day late, or whatever. Like, girl, God, what do you do? You sleep, baby? He is now. Hold on, this is a very heated exchange, and they pretty much even. He getting her, but she getting his ass back, right? So but she better be careful because she gonna fuck around and blurt out something else that they ain't gonna the judge ain't gonna keep on with all of these inadvertent you know comments being made that shouldn't be made in a court of law, right? By a witness. Because they pile up at some point and it could be seen to be prejudicial, and at some point there isn't any remedy that could be made, right? I've told you about remedies a long time ago when it comes to court of law, right? Told you about limiting instructions, or they call it corrective. They call a whole bunch of different things, right? But it's actually a limiting instruction what they give the jurors as to disregard something or part of it or what have you, right? Or they tell you that this evidence goes to this particular defendant and not the other, so on and so forth, right? I'm sorry. Yeah. So, but with the exchange, they need to be careful because he is establishing a lot of things, which is his job to do. He's establishing, the the um, the First Amendment, the fact that we have creative expressions and people expressing certain ways and so on and so forth. It's so funny that she said the same thing that I said was last week, that somebody needs to reiterate that when you have lyrics that depict something that you did or that was done, then that's how they can link it to you, whatever. I said that maybe in one of those uploads, or on one of the lives. I remember saying it prior to this moment. But yeah, I was watching. I was like, ooh, as I'm on my print shit back home, but I was like, ooh, it's getting good. It is getting good. I don't know what Simone is doing. I'm calling Lady Simone. Lord, I'm so unprofessional. He getting her ass. He know it too. He cocky with it. I like him. He from Weinstein's office. I like him.
All right, Detective, we just want to make sure that with regard to Mr. App's questioning, he's going to confine his questions to things that have to do with his client, Mr. Kendrick. And you should likewise confine your answers to things that have to do with his client right now while he's the one questioning, okay? And not talk about any of the other co-defendants on trial here. And things like a search warrant that got the results of which were suppressed, don't even veer into territory like that. And I'm not going to go through all of the different possibilities, but just be mindful when you testify, to be careful not to testify to anything that, as an experienced detective shouldn't be being talked about, okay?
Okay.
I know goddamn well when she said the search warrant that she wasn't finna go into a search warrant that was suppressed. Lord have mercy. I can't no more. Y'all gonna have to get somebody else. I can't do this. I can't do this. I have bad things to do with my life. What? You heard when she said the search warrant? You mean the search warrant? That you got suppressed. You can't be. Now, see, I want to line her. Okay. I told you a long time ago. I had issues with George. Long time ago. 595 could talk. Oh my gosh. I can't with these people. You open to sit up there and talk about a damn search warrant that was suppressed. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. I know this ain't real. This ain't real life. And this, now I kind of understand something. I see why Fonnie Willis contracted attorneys to pretty much do the investigator detective type work. I see why. Unfucking believable. Oh, sorry, y'all. What? No, I know it.
All right, any other kind of parameter anybody wants to mention?
Well, um, Your Honor, and I guess I'm speaking to the detective as well.
Okay.
Detective. Um, I represent Shannon Stillwell. I am not asking this question, and he is specifically asking about Mr. Kendrick. I would not anticipate that the answer would include pronouns such as they or things of that nature. And I would ask that anything be strictly limited to Mr. Kendrick.
I understand.
All right, anybody else?
I'll absolutely limit my questions relating only to Mr. Kendrick.
All right. Okay, I think we're ready to get the jury back. They may not be ready to come back, but
This lady here probably drink wine when she gets home to unwind. That's crazy. I can't believe that. Girl, why would you even bring that up? A search warrant that is suppressed. Girl, bye. Let me get off now. I've been talking about her ass, and I don't want to do that. How long a body been sitting there? Let me go back and see. Now, I ain't finna rewind it here. I'm gonna go back and look. Hold on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Detective, you were saying that it, and I don't want to misquote you, but that if someone raps or sings about an act of violence that actually occurred, then it becomes obvious of what?
To me, it's bragging. Could be taunting or bragging.
And well, let me ask you this. Are you aware of whether Mr. Kendrick wrote any of those lyrics that were played in the courtroom earlier?
No, I'm not aware.
So you don't know if my client was even involved in writing those lyrics.
I never said he did.
And you're not aware of Mr. Kendrick in any way, shape, or form being tied to or involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas. Isn't that true?
I know he was arrested and charged or a suspect for it.
Were his fingerprints found anywhere?
I didn't work the homicide portion of that. You would have to refer to.
You don't know. You don't know if his
I
fingerprints.
didn't get into the homicide investigation.
You don't know if his fingerprints were found on the Tahoe or any evidence in the case?
No.
You don't know if his DNA was found?
No.
You don't know if any ballistics were found that were tied to Mr. Kendrick, correct?
No.
In fact, you're not aware of any eyewitnesses who saw Mr. Kendrick commit that crime, correct?
I don't know of any.
And you went to great lengths to give an expert opinion about what the state refers to as exhibit, I believe, exhibit 535 YB, which is the song called Slime. And I apologize, I may be less genteel than Mr. Steele is, but it's a piece of evidence. The song's actual name is Slime Shit. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you stated earlier, you don't know the date that song was released, right?
No, I only see the date that it was uploaded to YouTube, like I told Mr. Steele.
You don't know the date it was written?
I don't.
You don't know who wrote the lyrics?
I don't.
And so if that song, if I told you that track was released officially on September 16th of 2015, and that...
Sustained.
I'll withdraw the question. If, hypothetically, if those lyrics were released in 2014, before the murder of Donovan Thomas, then wouldn't it be fair to say that the Tahoe mentioned in the song had nothing to do with Mr. Thomas's murder, right?
That would be fair.
You're not suggesting that whoever wrote the lyrics was psychic and predicted the murder of Donovan Thomas, right?
I did not say that.
Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, are there other defense attorneys with questions for this witness? Come on up.
Good afternoon, former agent.
No, I'm actually a retired investigator, but I was a former task force officer.
Retired investigator. Okay, retired investigator Underwood. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, good.
All right, good. First of all, I just want to get one thing out of the way. Brief, and I know you were answering a question. You brought up some Atlantic Station incident. That has nothing to do with this case,
Oh,
correct?
no, it has nothing to do with this case.
Okay.
It was just referencing gang violence.
Okay, cool. You, in preparation, you knew you were going to be testifying eventually, and you provided a CV.
I did.
To the state, correct?
I did. It's probably been a while though, since because I might have updated it since I did my Daubert, maybe.
Okay. Yes, I understand. On Friday, when the state was asking about some of your background experiences, you were asked, have you received training on how gangs use music to promote violence? And you answered yes.
I have.
Okay, could you tell me the name of that class and who taught it and when that occurred?
I have attended like the Georgia Gang Investigation Association training where, and I can't remember the name of the individual. I know Marissa Viverito has taught one at APD, but when I went to the GGIA one, I can't remember the name of the instructor, but I've had like at least 2 or 3 classes.
So Marissa Viverito is someone who worked for the DA's office in Fulton County, correct?
She used to.
And right, and she's also worked for the state of Georgia, correct?
Yes.
And you know her to be on the witness list for this case, correct? Okay, so she taught that class.
She taught one of them.
Okay.
I've been to more than one.
Well, who specifically talked about how gangs use music? What individual, what professor, or was it an artist that talked about that? Who was it?
It wasn't a professor, it was law enforcement.
Oh, law enforcement. And who was the law enforcement?
The one that I do remember recently was Marissa. She taught one at APD.
All right, Marissa Viverito, who used to work for the DA's office. Okay. So there was no one from the music industry, no artists or anything there. Okay.
No.
How gangs, you were asked if you had training in how gangs use music to promote fear in other gangs. Again, who were the musicians or anyone that spoke to you about that?
No musicians.
Okay.
The classes that I've taken have been all from law enforcement when it came to gangs. My other classes at Columbia Southern were professors, but they didn't talk about gangs.
Okay. And how gangs use music to promote fear in other gangs. What date was that? Who taught you about that?
I told you what class. I don't remember the instructor on one of them, but I do. Like I said, the most recent one at APD within the last 3 years. It might have been while she was still here. She taught that one. That's the one that stands out. But I did go to one down in South Fulton as well, but it was like a GGIA training.
You were asked how gangs use. You were asked about your training or education and how gangs use music to promote cohesiveness. Who taught that class? Is that the same answer?
It would be the same. Yes.
Okay, so no one from the music industry, and it seems like
every class was law enforcement.
And the one that you're speaking of is Investigator Viverito, who's on the state's witness list for this case.
That's one of them.
Okay. And the same answer would be for your experience when the state asked you how gang members use music to send messages to rival gangs. Would those be your same answers?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then you were asked by the state here, among other things, to talk about lyrics in this case, and you've been speaking about specific lyrics.
Yes.
Okay, in that Bad Boy video, you didn't recognize the other artist?
No, I don't know who that is.
You ever hear Juice WRLD?
I've heard of it, but I don't. That's not anybody that came on the radar because he haven't probably committed a crime here in Atlanta.
Okay. So as I understand it, in preparation of this testimony, and correct me if I get the timing wrong, sometime last week, the state gave you some music videos to review or some songs to review.
Yes.
Okay. How many?
The 3.
Okay. It was just those 3.
Just these 3.
Okay. And they were all songs by Jeffrey Williams.
Yes.
Okay. Did they not ask you to review a song called Homicide, written and performed by Lil Woody featuring Fagiano?
Never heard of it, no.
Have you ever watched that video?
I haven't.
Okay. Are you aware of this song?
No.
You aware that in that music video, in that song, Woody talks about putting money on someone else's head?
Not aware.
Are you aware that the person he talks about putting money on their head is a heavy-set African-American male?
Not aware of that.
Are you aware that the person he conspires with in that video to kill the heavy-set African-American male is Trevante Turner?
And I'm saying objection vague as to, are you talking about what happened in the video?
Yes.
This video, and so
I haven't seen the video.
Okay, so you're not aware that Trevante Turner played the role of the hitman in Woody's video where
I haven't seen that
he
video.
depicts killing a heavyset African-American man. Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, are there any other defense counsel questions? No. All right, is there redirect? Go ahead.
Mr. Steele asked you when he was questioning you if any of these lyrics mention Donovan Thomas Jr.'s name inside of those songs. You recall that
I
line of
recall that
questioning?
question.
When you're listening to songs that may become a part of your investigation, do the ops usually say specifically the person's name, or is it more of a hidden message? What has been your experience when you're listening to the music that comes a part of your investigation?
My experience is not directly, saying the person's name is like sending a message, but like if that particular person or that person's group or person's gang know that I committed a crime or know that we have beef, then a lot of times they know it's obvious who they're sending the message to.
And when we say it's obvious, is it obvious to the opposition gang who the message is being targeted? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Mr. Shard asked you about whether or not anyone from the music industry came and taught your class. Do you remember him asking you a series of questions about that?
Yes.
The classes that you took, were they focused on music or focused on gangs?
Focused on gangs.
And have you ever had anyone from the music industry come and talk to you about gangs?
No.
Court's indulgence.
All right, any recross by anybody? All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Sharon Ladders to the stand.
All right. Welcome back, Ms. Latners. You're still under oath.
Sit down.
Sure. Yeah, you can go ahead and sit down. You're still under oath from your prior testimony.
Good afternoon.
Before coming to the witness stand, did you have an opportunity to review the CAD report and 911 calls?
Yes.
Ms. Latners, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 1 November, 1 November, Delta, and a disc marked that contains, I should say, 1 November, Alpha, Bravo, and Echo. And Ms. Latners, just look up at me if you've had opportunity to review that. Ms. Latners, Are those the items that you reviewed before coming to testify this afternoon?
Yes.
And what are they?
Copy of the CAD report for February 23rd, 2019, and the 911 calls.
And is there any markings on that 911 disc that you marked on?
Yes, I placed my initials on it.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the CAD reports and associated 911 calls for that incident?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 1 November, 1 November Delta, and the disc that has 1 November Alpha, Bravo, and Echo.
All right, those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Latners, I'm going to first publish 1 November. Ms. Latners, what is the date for this CAD report?
February 23rd, 2019.
And what did this call come in as?
Image, shots fired.
What was the call type and description when the call was complete?
Person shot.
What was the location for this person shot call on February 23rd, 2019?
50 Mount Zion Road, Southwest, Brandon Wine Townhouses, Atlanta.
In what zone is that, Ms. Latners?
Zone 3.
Now, what time was this CAD report a officer generated or 911 call?
911 calls.
What time was that call received by APD dispatch?
Call went up to dispatch at 04:37 a.m. hours.
Were officers dispatched at 04:37?
Yes.
Was the call received at 04:36:40?
The call came into 911 at 04:35. 911 sent it over to Zone 3, dispatched at 04:36.
And Ms. Latners, what time were those officers that were dispatched arrive on scene?
It shows 04:42 a.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latners, I wanted to draw your attention on, you see on page 2 of this CAD report,
Yes.
at the bottom, you have unit ID 1394, and it has a code of a LC. Do you see that, Ms. Latners?
The bottom of page 2,
Yes, ma'am.
1394 is the sergeant for that zone.
And what does that LC indicate?
Location change.
And can you explain to the jury what that time and what that time is and what it reads afterwards?
Unit 1394 advised at 6:10 a.m. hours, he arrived at Grady Hospital.
Now, Ms. Latners, if you turn to page 3, do you see the CAD narrative?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what that first entry is at 4:35:54 a.m.?
The person advised the 911 call take a shots fired in that area at 50 Mount Zion Road.
And Ms. Latners, if you look 2 lines down at 4:36:40 a.m., what is the remarks indicate following that?
Call advised he heard 10 shots in the area.
Does it say 10 plus shots, Ms. Latners?
Plus shots in the area.
And if you look further down at 4:38 a.m., what does that CAD narrative remark indicate?
Well, it shows the call came from a T-Mobile. Then it says address at 2835 Old Hateville Road, Southwest, and they gave a phone number out, the person who called. It's a duplicate call.
And what is that last line at 4:38 a.m.?
It looked like second rounds of I heard from the hills of apartments, did not see anything.
And Ms. Latners, if you turn to page 4, do you see at 4:39 a.m. it starts with mail caller?
Yes.
What does that remark section in this CAD narrative indicate for the jury?
Another caller called in, advised male caller David requests to speak with officer at apartment Y Yankee 5. He gave out his phone number.
And beneath that, where it starts at 4:47 a.m., what does that indicate? Starts with unit.
Advised a unit told his dispatcher, advised male inside a blue Charger in passenger side, possible 50 was shot to the head.
So that's possible signal 50 to the head.
Yes.
And is there a related CAD indicated beneath that at 4:48:56 a.m.?
He advised this incident is related to CAD number 190540456.
And Ms. Latners, if you look a couple lines beneath that at 4:54 a.m., that starts with BLU. Do you see that, Ms. Latners?
Yes.
What does that indicate for the jury?
The officer advised the dispatcher blue Dodge Charge, gave out the tag number, temporary tag number 2454029, which is a paper tag.
And Ms. Latners, what is immediately beneath that 1 minute later at 4:55 a.m.?
He advised his dispatcher possible vehicle, possible code 19, which is a stolen vehicle out of Cobb County.
And Ms. Latners, at 5:07 a.m., do you see the CAD remark that starts with unit ADV?
Unit advised shell cases near building X-ray.
And Ms. Latners, what at the very bottom, or a couple lines from the bottom at 6:10 a.m., it has unit advise. Do you see that?
Yes, unit advised the victim is 48, which means a person is dead at 06:09 a.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latners, is some of the 911 recordings that are on that disc pertain to this CAD report ending in 454 from February 23rd, 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to publish one November alpha.
All right.
Is it ready? Atlanta 911 operator 7198. What is the address of the emergency?
I live in an apartment called, they used to call it the Wood, but they call it the Crystals now. And the address is at 50 Mount Zion Road, Southwest. Someone out here shooting, about 10 shots.
Okay, do you want to speak with an officer?
Yes, ma'am.
You do?
No, ma'am. Can you have someone just come out here?
Okay, we will. Thank you.
Hmm?
We will. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Ms. Latners, Your Honor, the state is going to publish one November Bravo at this time.
Thank you.
Atlanta 911 operator 7357. What's the address to the emergency? This is Atlanta. This is 911. What is the address to your emergency?
The address is on 50 Mount Zion Road, Southwest. Apartment Y5.
I can't. Apartment 15?
Y5.
Y5. Do you need fire, police, or ambulance? Police.
What is your name?
David Goodman.
David, what's your phone number?
Your Honor, I'm just briefly needing the phone number.
That's fine.
Is there a gate code, sir?
No gate code.
No gate code. Okay. All right. Let's see. And what's the name of the apartment, sir?
Crystal Apartments.
You said Crystal Apartments?
Yeah.
Okay. What's going on out there, sir?
I just heard a bunch of shooting. I'm not sure if it was aimed at my apartment, but it sounded like it was aimed over here at our apartment.
Okay.
I just want to make sure.
Did you call already, sir? Because it's showing that we did get calls in reference to this.
No, this is my first time calling.
Okay, yes, sir. We did get a call about, do you want to speak to the police when they come out?
Yeah.
Okay. And let me confirm, you said you are in Y5, correct?
Yes.
All right, we'll get help out to you, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Ms. Knight. And Your Honor, the state's going to publish 1 November Delta.
All right.
Ms. Latner's is 1 November Delta the CAD report that was related to the first CAD report we discussed with the jury?
Yes.
And what are the last three on this incident number for this CAD?
0456.
Did this come before or after the first CAD report we discussed?
After.
What is the location for this CAD?
Is advised Oak Drive and Pendleton Circus Southwest.
And what was the call type and description?
Shots fired.
Is it the same zone?
Yes.
And was this a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time did this 911 call come in?
0436 a.m. hours.
And what time did officers arrive?
0457 a.m. hours.
Ms. Latner's turning to page 2. Do you see the CAD narrative remarks?
He advised multiple shots fired in the area, no further.
And then is that last line at 4:48:56 a.m. reference the first CAD we discussed?
Yes.
And Ms. Latner's at the very top or near the top on the front page. What is the disposition for this CAD report?
Code 12.
Is that an investigation?
Yes, it is.
Was there also a 911 call that corresponded with this CAD report, Ms. Latner's?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state is going to publish 1 November echo at this time.
All right.
Atlanta 911 937-087. What is the address? Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can barely hear you, ma'am. It sounds like you're whispering.
Yeah, because it just woke me up. There's a shooting going on in my neighborhood, and it sounds like it's coming from Oak Drive.
Oak Drive and what other cross street?
Pennington, Old Hateville.
All right, how many shots did you hear?
It was around, and then it sounded like it was another gun that was weaker than the first round that about 5-7 shots, and then there was a second gun that was going off, and that was about 3 or 4.
Okay, did you hear anything else besides the shots being fired? Any vehicles speeding away, anyone yelling?
No, just the shots.
Okay, we'll get someone out there to check the area.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Stop at 1 minute and 21 seconds. No further questions from the state, Ms. Latner. Thank you.
Any defense questioning?
Good afternoon, Ms. Latners. I'm Attorney D. Williams. I'm going to be very brief. I know you want to go.
Yes.
So looking at the CAD report, do officers have access to the contact information of 911 callers?
Say that again.
Looking at the CAD report, do officers have access to the contact of the 911 callers?
Most of the time, officer want to talk to the caller, he would ask his dispatch to call the caller back.
And do all the 911 calls go over the radio or just to dispatch?
The 911 calls goes to dispatch. Dispatch the officer out.
Okay.
Two different sections.
Two different ones? Okay, thank you. And then upon the request from the DA's office, your office turned over all the records regarding this incident?
Yes.
And all calls that require an officer on scene, are they entered into a CAD report?
Say that again.
All calls that require, I guess, are dispatched to a scene, are they entered into a CAD report?
The 911 call creates the CAD report for calls to come through 911. If an officer pulled out on a call, their dispatcher will create a CAD report for them.
Thank you, Ms. Latners.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Oh, help me.
All right, let's not comment on the various attorneys.
Hello. How long do 911 calls preserve?
Well, since Atlanta take over 1 million calls a year, our system can only hold so much. So the system purge out the 911 calls itself. We don't purge it out. The system does that.
How long does it, when you say purge, you're saying call on January 1, 2015, let's say, excuse me, January 11th, 12:04 a.m. January 11, 2015, 12:04 a.m. How long will that call last?
We should hold the call. 911 should hold the audio for at least 3 to 4 years.
3 or 4 years.
Years.
So in my January 11th, 12:04 a.m.
What year?
2015.
We will not have.
We're going up to approximately 2019,
We'll have 2019.
and then it's gone.
2015, we don't even have that system anymore.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, any redirect?
Your Honor, one question. Ms. Latners, would CAD reports and 911 audios, are they subject to FOIA request?
Are they subject to what?
To Freedom of Information Act request?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All righty, any recross?
Do you know whether Mr. Jeffrey Williams was arrested on May 9th, 2022 in this case?
I can't answer that.
Do you know whether May 9th, 2022 is after January 11th, 2019?
I can't answer that.
Yes, you can. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. You are excused.
I can leave.
You can leave. No idea whether they'll have you back again or not, but call your next witness. Yeah.
They are hilarious. They are hilarious. Child, I can't show this is somebody else's content, but y'all please look at when y'all get a chance, go look at my wall. Y'all on Twitter, come over to on the YouTube side and look at my wall when I post this meatloaf. Honey, I'm sitting here. I'm like, now wait a minute. But I was like, okay, cause I explain to y'all, cause I don't think I'm gonna have a chance to, cause they're gonna come back. Shabba. You know, there are certain dishes that you. I'll get myself done.
Last name, right? Last name. We ready? Yes. Thank you. I can't see what's on that screen, so thanks. We're ready. Thank you.
When I went out the door.
When you
Oh, she was over the phone. Yes, she was over the phone.
conversation that woke you up was with Miss Brazy on the phone with was it a male or a female?
I'm not really sure. I don't know.
And you said then you went outside and there was a blue Charger.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And when you got outside, did you know anyone did you know a blue Charger was going to pull up?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And when you got outside and the blue Charger was there, did you recognize anyone inside the Charger?
Only BJ.
Okay. And was it just BJ in the car, or were there other people in the car?
It was 2 other people in the car, but I didn't know them.
Okay.
Never seen them.
Okay. Was this the first time you met him?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
And do you ever get into the car?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, once you got into the car, did you get introduced to, you said there was 2 other people in the car?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I mean, I can't really remember. I don't know. I just know we was all in the car and we drove to the other side.
Was BJ driving? Was he in the passenger seat?
BJ was driving.
Okay. And do you know who was in the front seat when you got in?
And Jamari.
Okay. And who was seated in the back seat with you?
Brazy was by the door. I was in the middle, and little boy Red was on the other side.
Okay. So let's talk about that. So you said that you went outside and you met BJ and the people you met that night as Jamari and Red.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell the jurors, when does Brazy enter into the picture? When does she come outside?
She came outside when I got in the car.
Okay. And did she also get into the car?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Where in the car did she sit?
She sat by the door. I was in the middle.
Okay. So was she in the back with you?
Yes.
Okay. And so can you tell the jurors when everyone's in the car, where are you guys going next?
I guess we was going to get weed.
Okay.
After that, we pulled over there, whatever she led them to, some apartments I never been in. I'm sitting in the car for a little minute. Next thing you know, she get out the car. She leaves. She come back and get me as soon as I got the car.
Hold on, before we get there. So how far did you go from where BJ in the blue Charger picked you up and took you to buy some weed? How far was that trip?
I mean, it was across the street, literally across the street.
And I think I heard you say that Ms. Brazy directed BJ where to go?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And when you guys got there, do you remember inside the car, did you or anybody else give anyone any money to purchase marijuana?
No.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Okay. And so once you get there, can you tell the jurors, do you all go inside to an apartment or?
No, she get out the car first. Then next thing you know, she come back and get me out the car and the car just got shot up all of a sudden. But when we get out the car and we started running, I seen Blaylock and Leroy running towards the car, like literally shooting the car. I saw them.
Okay. And had you ever been, you said this was an apartment complex. Had you ever been there before?
Never.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked. That's States Exhibit 10, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy, through 19, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy. All right, let's start with States Exhibits 10, 11, and 12, and N, okay? Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how do you recognize them?
Because this were right here on this thing. I can't really.
Well,
know.
don't show us.
Okay.
You can
Have you-
show it to Mr. Abbasi who's questioning you, just don't show it to the jury.
Yes, ma'am. I remember this right here because this where we was parked at. This the breezeway I ran down to go in the back with Tahira. We was in the bushes hiding right here until Leroy came to get us. She led us through a cut. We got in the car with him. They took me back to Blaylock House.
Let me ask you this question. In States Exhibits 10, NN through 13, NN, do those pictures fairly and accurately depict the apartment complex that you described where you guys stopped to buy marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time around, the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 10 through 13, NN.
Those are admitted.
Okay. Now I want to show you States Exhibits 13, 14, and 15. And can you tell me, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize the photographs in States Exhibits?
Just the car that we was in that pulled up.
Okay. And is that vehicle or that's depicted in States Exhibits 14 through 16 and fairly and accurately depict the blue Charger that picked you up that night?
Yes.
This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 14 NN through 16 NN.
Those are admitted.
Okay, so you said you did recognize and the vehicle depicted in States Exhibits 13, 14, and 15 NN fairly and accurately depict the Charger that picked you up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this time around, the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 13 through 15 NN.
14 through 16 or 13 through 15?
I misspoke. It is.
All right, those are admitted. 14 through 16, right?
It's 13 through 15. I apologize.
Okay, so what was, I thought it was 10 through 13 the first time around. Was it only 10 through 12?
I apologize. I
That's
got
okay.
confused this late now. It's so 10 through 12 NN
Okay.
are the maps.
All right.
And then the car is 13.
Okay, those are all admitted.
Okay. So I want to put up on the screen in front of you here in a second, States Exhibit 10 and N, okay?
Okay.
And it's going to pop up right in the computer right in front of you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
What has being put up? Ms. Smith, could you tell me, so you said you guys parked, the car parked?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? Gotta say yes for the record.
Yes.
And how long was Ms. Brazy, how long was she gone from the car when she left to go to the apartment?
I'm not really sure.
Okay, was it a few minutes? Was it an hour?
Probably like a couple of minutes.
Okay, and you said she came back?
Mm-hmm.
And can you tell the jurors, when she came back, why did she come back?
When she came back, she got me out the car. As soon as I got the car got shot up.
Okay, and why they are pulling that up on the screen, I want to show you State Exhibit 17, 18, and 19. All right, so while that's getting put up there, can you tell me, do you recognize the photographs in State Exhibit 17 and through 19? And can you tell the jurors, how do you recognize those photographs?
Cause that's the breezeway we ran down.
Okay, do those exhibits, the photographs in State Exhibit 17 and through 19 and fairly and accurately depict, I guess, the apartment complex and bless you, the breezeway you said that you guys ran after the shooting started?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender what's been marked as 17 and N through 19 and N.
Those are admitted.
All right. Okay. So can you show the jurors, do you see the red line that's in the middle of State's Exhibit 10 and N?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you see where it starts near the parking spaces?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, is that where the car parked, the Charger that you guys were in when you arrived?
I'm not sure what spot, but it was somewhere right there.
Okay, was it in that general area?
Yes.
Okay, and you talked about, I guess, after the shooting started, you saw Little Rod and Bally, I guess, come running at the car, shooting at the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Can you kind of show the jurors the area which you saw them come running towards the vehicle with guns?
I mean, I really don't remember when I ran through the breezeway. I just knew I seen them.
Okay.
Like, I don't remember.
And in 18 and can you tell the jurors, is this the breezeway that you're talking about? As soon as it comes up. Do you see the breezeway?
Yes.
And is it the area in the middle of State Exhibit 18 and where there's an opening with stairs?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, you said you ran through that breezeway, and where did you go?
In some bushes with tire.
Okay, and the bushes, in relation to, I guess, the building that we're looking at, where you ran through the breezeway, where is this, I guess, the area with the bushes in the field?
I mean, the bushes was right there, literally, in the back. Like, as soon as we ran through the breezeway, the bushes was right there. It was a field in the bushes.
And State Exhibit 10 and N, which will be in front of you in 2 seconds. Can you kind of show the jurors, orient them kind of where you ran through the breezeway and past the buildings?
I mean, I'm assuming these the bushes right here.
Well, I don't want you to assume. So can you kind of circle the area or point to the area on the photograph?
You can't see it on the screen?
Oh, I forgot your screen isn't interactive. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna walk over here, okay? And I want you to tell me where to stop. So if this is the breezeway and you ran through it,
The bushes right there.
these bushes?
Mhm.
So the bushes at the top left-hand corner of State's Exhibit 10NN?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to those bushes, the bushes or the area where the bushes were by yourself?
No, I was with Tahir. I ran in the bushes with her.
And you said you ran towards those bushes because you heard and saw Lil Rod and Bally shooting at the Charger.
Correct.
Can you tell the jurors how many shots did you hear?
I'm not sure.
Okay, did you hear one shot, two shot?
Multiple.
Okay, more than 10?
I'm not sure. I just know I heard shots.
Okay. And how long did you guys kind of, I guess, wait or stay in the bushes?
Not for long. Like after it happened, she led me through a cut with her, and we got in the car.
Okay. And prior to kind of going, I guess, through the cut into the car you just talked about, can you tell the jurors as the shots are being fired at the Charger, who's inside of it?
BJ, Jamari, and Red.
Okay. And as the shots are kind of ringing out and being fired towards the car, can you tell the jurors, do you see the Charger that BJ, Jamari, and the person you knew as Red were in? Does it stay there or does it move?
It stopped. The car stopped and only 2 people got out.
Okay. And when you say it stopped, how far did it get from the area you described where you guys had parked?
I'm not really sure. I just know I seen the car after.
Okay.
When we was in the bushes and stuff.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors when you saw the car after when you guys were in the bushes, do you see anybody get out of the car?
Only 2 people.
Okay. And do you, at the time the 2 people get out of the car, do you know who it is?
BJ and Red.
Okay. And
I didn't know at that time, but now I know.
Okay. So at that time you only knew 2 people got out of the car.
I never knew who they was though.
Okay. And you said you guys were in the bushes for a little while, and then you said your friend Miss Brazy, she led you through a cut. Yes.
Yes.
And how far, I guess, from the bushes, or how long does it take you to get from the bushes and through the cut to the car?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Was it a long walk?
I mean, I really can't remember like that. It's been so long.
Okay. And once you said, how did the car know, I guess, to where to pick you up?
I don't know. I was following her.
Okay. And who was driving the car?
Lil Rod.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, was it the same car that Little Rod had picked you up in earlier that night from your house?
Yes.
Okay. And once you got in the car, who was in it?
Just Lil Rod, me, and Tahir. That's it.
Okay. And where did you, Lil Rod, Miss Brazy, and you, where did y'all go next?
They took me back to Blaylock house.
Okay.
And we was there. They left, locked me in the basement, and went back to the scene.
Okay. And you said they locked you in a basement. Why did they lock you in the basement?
I don't know.
Okay. How long were they gone?
I mean, I'll say like 30 minutes at the most, because the mom came in, she was screaming and stuff. It's like she knew what was going on, and she locked me back inside the basement. After that.
Whose mom?
Blaylock.
Okay. And did you tell her what happened?
No.
Why not?
I mean, she was in a rage. She was looking for her son.
Okay. And did the time that you, I guess, are locked in the basement, did you have a phone?
Yes, I found like a little phone in there. I called my mom. I called her 2 times, but she never told me that no police is at her house right then. After that, I called my grandma. My grandma told me to call my mama back. I called my mama. My mama yelling and screaming, homicide at her door at this point. I tell my mom where I'm at. At this point, I'm scared. I really don't know what to do. I didn't tell them that I talked to my mom when they came back. They just kept telling me that we was going to the basketball court. They come back. I played like I ain't talked to nobody or nothing. We all get ready to go out the house. The police pull up. Everybody take out running except me.
Now, you said you found a phone in the basement to use. Did you have a phone that night? Your own phone?
No, I didn't have no phone. No.
Where was it?
I mean, I didn't have my particular phone on me. I don't even think I had a phone at that moment.
And when you got back to Valley's house, and before they leave you in the basement, is Valley and Little Rod, is there any conversation about what just happened?
Yeah, like they was getting calls from people. People was telling them about
Speculation, hearsay.
And let me I'll ask a more direct question, okay? So, and I should ask you this first. So, when you guys get to Valley's house, is he already there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you three go back, I guess, you, Miss Brazy, and Lil Rod, you all go down to the basement. Is that where Valley is? Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I just want to ask you these direct questions. So what do you hear Little Rod and Valley discussing about what happened with the shooting?
I mean, I really don't know what to say because they keep saying objection every time I say something. So I really don't know.
All right, I get it.
You don't worry about what they say. Just stop, and then if he asks you another question, unless you hear objection again, go ahead and answer.
Okay.
Just tell me what Valley and Lil Rod say. Don't tell me what anybody else said, okay?
Yeah. I'm not sure. I really don't know.
Do they say? Well, let me ask you this: are they talking about the shooting of the Charger?
Yes.
Okay, what do they say?
I mean, I just hear Blaylock saying, "Oh man, I ain't know that was him." This and the third.
Okay, and does Lil Rod say anything?
I'm not sure.
Okay, and as they continue to talk, would you say they're kind of bragging about the shooting?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And then how long, I guess you guys, let me back up. You said you're going, when they get back, you said you go to a basketball court?
We didn't never make it there.
Okay. And why didn't you ever make it there?
Because the police came.
Okay. And you said when the police came, everybody else ran?
Yes.
Okay. And do you go with the police
Yes.
anywhere from, I guess, the area where the basketball court is?
Yes, I went with them.
All right. And where do you go?
Down to homicide investigation.
Okay. And do you remember, do you speak with a Detective Hogan and a Detective Casey?
Yes.
Okay. And when you, I guess, are talking with Detective Hogan and Detective Casey, does your sister, I guess, come down to APD
Yes.
headquarters?
Yes, she did.
And when you first begin to talk with Detective Hogan and Detective Casey, is it just you and the two of them in the room?
I'm not really sure.
Okay. And tell me this, when you initially start, I guess, answering the questions that the detectives have for you, can you tell the jury, are you honest? Do you tell them the truth about what happened that night?
I mean, at first I was kind of shook up. I kind of lied a couple of times, but when my sister came in there, I felt more comfortable and told the truth.
Okay. And do you, I guess, kind of tell them a series of stories and lies about what you knew happened with the shooting of Jamari?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And why do you tell them several different stories or different lies as they're questioning you?
Because I was scared.
Response.
Self-serving what?
Overruled. You can answer. You can answer.
Could you ask me again?
So why don't you tell them the truth as they continue to ask you questions?
Because I was scared. I was feared. I never been in nothing like that. I don't even get in trouble. I don't even have a record. So,
What were you scared of?
I mean, life. Things go on.
Now, you said your sister, they let your sister eventually come in the room with you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when she comes into the room, can you tell the jurors, I guess, why do you feel, or do you begin to tell them what you told the jury that you saw Bally and Lil Rod do to your friends inside the blue Charger?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what about your sister being in the room, I guess, makes you feel more comfortable to tell the truth?
Yes.
What about her being in the room?
I mean, I felt more comfortable
Okay. Why?
because that's my sister. She was there with me.
Okay. Now, do you remember during the speaking with the detectives, are you able to give them like the Instagram names or usernames for Little Rod and Bally?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you, do you, I guess, do you look up Lil Rod's Instagram and give them pictures
Yes.
or show them pictures? Okay. Let's see. So I want to show you it states exhibits 23 NN and 24 NN. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And how do you recognize those?
Because that's Lil Rod.
Okay. And are those the photos of Little Rod that you showed and sent to the detectives on February 23rd of 2019?
Yes.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict or are copies of the photos that you showed and gave both Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 23 and 24, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy.
Those are admitted.
All right, so I want to publish those photos. Now, in States Exhibit 23, is this how how Little Rod looked back in February of 2019?
Yes. I'm not sure if that's how he looked, but that was a picture of him.
Okay. And is that the same with States Exhibit 24, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see in both of those photos, person you've described as Little Rod is holding a gun?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors the guns that you see in either one of those photos, does it look similar to the gun that you saw Little Rod with on?
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar what type of guns they had.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about, we just talked about the guns. Can you describe to the jurors, do you remember telling the detectives or describing for the detectives I guess, the type of guns or the size of the guns that you saw that night?
I'm not sure.
Okay, do you remember describing?
Sustained.
Well, during that interview on February 23rd of 2019, do you remember describing, I guess, the length of one of the guns that you saw Little Rod with?
I'm not sure.
Overruled.
You can answer.
You can answer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. When you say you're not sure, do you not remember?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you don't remember describing for Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy that you saw Little Rod with a long gun?
I probably did. It's been so long. I
Okay.
don't know. I'm not sure for real.
And do you remember specifically talking about the statements that you heard Little Rod and Bally saying after they got back to, or after y'all got to Bally's house? Do you remember telling the detectives about that?
Objection, leading.
I'm not sure.
Overruled.
I'm not sure.
Okay. When you say you're not sure, do you not remember telling the specific statements that you heard Little Rod and Bally talking about at Bally's house to the detectives on February 23rd of 2019 during that interview?
I don't remember.
So do you don't remember telling Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy that you heard Little Rod say, "We really just popped them N-words"? Do you remember?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then Bally, you heard Bally say, "Hell yeah, one."
I'd ask for a limiting instruction. This is not going D2E, this is spilling beans. I would object anything used against Mr. Wood.
I don't know what the full thing is going to be.
I mean, I don't object to the, I guess, the limiting instruction we've been giving as it relates to any statements previously made by any previous
I don't
co-defendants.
think that was exactly his objection. Y'all come out to the bench real fast for me.
You know. Okay.
According to this witness, statements were made. The court's not making any kind of finding or comment or determination whether the statements were in fact
I wanted to catch that from the beginning because I don't know what that was about.
Okay, so I just referenced, sorry, are you ready? I just referenced statements by Blaylock and Defendant Ryan, and what the court means to say is that according to this witness, statements were made, the court's not making any kind of finding or comment or determination whether the statements were in fact made, whether they exist or not. Okay, obviously it's up for you to determine all of the evidence in the case. So, okay. Back with the witness. All right, go ahead, Mr. Abadi.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Ms. Smith, we think we left off. Do you remember talking to and telling the detectives that you had then heard Bally, the person you've called Bally or Blaylock, say, hell yeah, one of them N-words dead twin?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I want to show you State's Exhibit 20, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy. And do you recognize the photograph depicted in 20 NN?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that photo?
There was a little boy that was shot in the car.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately depict the person you met that night is Jamari in that photograph?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would tender what's remarked as State's Exhibit, what did I say, 22 NN? 20 NN, I'm sorry.
20 NN, it's admitted.
Now, Ms. Smith, can you tell the jurors, did you set up BJ, Jamari, and Red to be shot that night?
No.
Okay. Did you know that Bally and Little Rod were going to come running out, shooting at the Charger with BJ, Jamari, and Red?
No.
After all of this happened, Ms. Smith, can you tell the jurors, did you fear for your life after this?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me why.
Because my mama's house got shot up multiple times. I was working, I was receiving threats. People went to my sister's job. It was just a lot of stuff that happened pertaining to this situation.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
All right, are there any defense questions for this witness? No, we need to go ahead and get moving on this. So it's time.
Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm attorney Angela D. Williams, and I represent Rodalius Ryan. And I'm going to talk to you about what you testified to at the trial in September 2021. Do you remember testifying?
I kind of don't.
You don't remember?
No,
Do you
I don't.
That's fine. Do you know how to read?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
We should probably approach for a real quick second.
All right.
Do you know how to read with that old ugly, big sweater coat you be having on in the courtroom? Do you know how to read, Heifer? The hell you mean? Do you know how to read? Bitch, do you know how to read? Yeah, I know how to read. I'm gonna read your ass right now. Sit your ass down, lady. Do you know how to read? Girl, bye.
I think we're going to break here for the day and start back again at 9. So I'm going to excuse y'all with your same instructions as always.
What?
Babe, her ignorant ass finna act a fool. What? I can't. I don't know how much more we gonna be able to take of this. Hi, 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 hi.
And Ms. Smith, I'm sorry to have to make you come back tomorrow, but we're going to need you back here at 9 tomorrow as well. I think it was just going to take too long to get through it all today. So sorry about that. All right, your excuse. Yep. So the issue on the floor had been Misty Williams' reference to a trial and how that needs to get handled. And I had asked at the bench, was the state intending to ultimately tender for this murder? Because if that's the case, then they're going to know there was a trial, and otherwise, and if so, we need the limiting instructions still, and if not, then we need to figure out how we're going to refer to, if testimony is going to get used, how to refer to it. Right, and that would certainly work. So what's the state's intention with regard to whether you're introducing the conviction?
The state intends to do so, Your Honor, but obviously it wasn't intentional to do so until
Basically, yes, is the answer.
Yes.
All right, then we need the limiting instruction, and we're going to need that probably, before tomorrow. And yes, sir.
Your Honor, and I'm not trying to step over Ms. D. Williams' case. From my perspective, I'm not sure under what legal theory the conviction would be entered. Mr. Ryan is, to my knowledge, unless he testifies, it wouldn't be for impeachment. The legal determination by another jury, I don't understand the relevance. I mean, this jury needs to make a decision, and this is listed as an overt act, to my understanding, in this indictment. So we're inviting the jury to know that a separate jury made a factual determination on one of the overt acts. And I view that as problematic.
Well, I think that, as to Mr. Ryan, that's evidence against him, and he's frankly already been confronted with it. The issue is with regard to anybody else.
Well, from my perspective, and I understand what you're saying, Your Honor, but why would we're hearing from witnesses in court.
I mean, I guess in the same way that some other co-defendants' guilty pleas have come in.
But those would be admissions. This is not an admission. This is just a determination by a separate jury, which I don't believe that's not evidence, as I understand.
What's the state's response?
So instead of just giving you a off-the-cuff answer, I'd like to do some.
All right, so we're going to have to arrive really early in the morning because these are some pretty critical issues that I have raised over and over with y'all, that we were going to have to deal with this when it came to Mr. Ryan's conviction, and I think Mr. Kendrick might have a plea or something as well. So I don't want to wait till first thing in the morning for them. But of course, that seems to be the way we do a lot of the things we do in this case, off the cuff. To get something to everybody as soon as possible, including potential limiters. All right, where are we on the Wooney Lee evidence? Ooh. Since I assume he's going to get reached sooner rather than later this week as well, right?
Your Honor, I had sent out a document we received from the state which had the compilation of everything they originally submitted that they wanted to offer into evidence with Mr. Wooney Lee. I think the state has possibly gone through and eliminated some pages, but they've not finished doing that as of earlier. So if they want to specify which pages, we can raise our objections. It was a document I sent earlier, 31 pages.
So, Your Honor, I have, and he's going to be testifying in this trial. And so, unlike the Blaylock Instagram that we hashed out before putting up this act, the predicates for introducing his Instagram, for the most part, there is a couple that I do believe are co-conspirator statements. He's also testifying that they would be via impeachment in terms of the right predicate questions. And so when what this PDF that defense counsel and the state are working off of is items that the state had identified, I think back in August, or when we made this larger co-conspirator statement of party opponent Dropbox link that we shared with all counsel. And so that what I am doing is, as the state continues to do, looking at what the state had organized as potential either co-conspirator statements or items that would address in Instagram with this witness, the universe of items that need to be pre-litigated, so to speak, in terms of these are group threads, messages that he makes to other parties. So what me and Ms. Abbasi were doing was just, I was going through them, giving courts previous rulings and thinking through the efficiency of this witness and what the state wants to use. And so
Might we reach him tomorrow?
we could reach him tomorrow, Your Honor. I think it's most likely to reach him Wednesday.
Okay.
But we could reach him tomorrow.
So then our lunch will be spent at least partly hashing out whatever y'all don't sort out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay.
And I do think one key thing with this witness is pre-hashing out. It's essentially what questions the state can ask is kind of predicated on these items, because the state, other than just a small few, can't introduce any of these Instagrams unless we ask the question. So for example, some of these are firearms.
Mm-hmm.
If we asked this witness a question about, has he ever possessed firearms, ever sold firearms to other YSL members? I'm using hypotheticals for purposes of this. The court may let us ask one of those questions. He may agree we can never get these in. The court and the state would not intend to ask him repetitive questions on that. And so I highlight that in terms of this evidence for him is just like, for example, if he said something contradictory on the stand, the state could use as impeachment purposes a wide range of items.
Right.
So I just highlight that for the court in terms of the efficacy of going through his specific Instagram before he testifies.
If y'all end up concluding that this is just kind of normal trial evidence, that if it comes in for impeachment because he needs to get impeached, then it comes in just like anything else, that's fine. If it's stuff that we're going to have to litigate other issues about, even if it does come in, then obviously I'll need to know that.
Yes, Your Honor.
So y'all need to be thinking about and working on that before lunchtime tomorrow.
I just need to know which ones the state actually
Well,
intends
y'all
on.
can get together on that. Okay, so
You said she talked to
witnesses, and I know we haven't gone through all of the Monday witnesses, but witnesses 3 and 4, you now intend to call both of those people, or no? Or is that just still an either or? It was an either or before. You don't know?
Your Honor, it was an either or before. Depending on how these witnesses testify, the state may need to call both of them. And so out of an abundance of caution, they are both included there.
And then ADA Hiles, is he like taking the place of some other witness? 'Cause
Yes,
I
Your
didn't
Honor.
see him on this list before.
So, Your Honor, he testified in the initial trial specifically about
Mr. Ryan's trial?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
And so there's trial transcripts. He actually testified at the motion for new trial as well. And so when defense counsel and by defense counsel, I mean Ms. D. Williams, Ms. Abbasi, and myself, given the guardrails, so to speak, of his testimony is well lined out, he's essentially describing these Instagram records that both so that witness is replacing what initially on that list was going to be either investigator Viv Rita or Sprinkle for the Jamari Holmes murder.
Okay. Thank you. And just FYI for the media, it is okay to show that witness whenever he takes the stand. Hiles. All right. And can I also just ask, as long as we're talking about scheduling, I know y'all are going to circle back on your big order of proof and exhibits list to Mr. Arnold at some point, and y'all have indicated the date. Other than him, is there any other witness in the first 50 that the state still intends to call? Are we through with those acts and counts and what have you? How about if y'all just take a look at that tonight and let me know in the morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Because it appears to me that we're through most of 1 through 50, like I said, other than Arnold, but they're, just let me know. Okay. All right. I think we need to be here at 8:30 in the morning. And that probably is, we're still, I mean, I'll see whether we end up starting at 9 or not. Hopefully we can, if y'all can get me things.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. See everybody at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Concerns.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't do her. Ooh, baby, I can't do her. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. She is a, hold on. Are they unprepared? Yes. But she doesn't understand that she is contributing to the disorganization. She's contributing to the disorganization. And for them being more unprepared. Not all the time, but sometimes. A lot of this shit you can't. She come from the. I don't get it. She know who all they have on staff. How many people they got on staff? How many people that may be assigned to this particular case? She knows this, and she's thinking maybe her office, their office is set up like she had hers. Like how many clerks? How many? No, you can't assume that. That is people just digging. Because a lot of times, a lot of, and I'm not saying, I ain't gonna say a lot of, but some attorneys are more hands-on, which they want to do the research themselves, right? So that puts the research and the preparation on you. No, baby. See, I took the best way I could. Honey, one my best friend Tim, the one I always be talking to, his wife ended up in the same court I was in, right? She was there for something. I just came in there to get the judge to sign off on something, right? Baby, that judge seen me, and baby, he stopped his the what was going on. He said, come on, let me get you out of here, cause I y'all have no idea, honey. I'm a bit much, baby. I am a bit much. You listen. I can't deal with all of that. I can't. Cause see, my thing is, I'm always thinking. I always keep me a few jobs because I know how I do, and I always keep me a few people that will give me a job because I know how I do. And when a lot of times when you get these boutique type positions, these niche type jobs, or whatever, where they put all their eggs in your basket, right? Ain't nobody else they can go get. So they're gonna have to deal with you or whatever. And I don't go to my job and show my that ain't what I'm saying. But don't come fucking with me. And sometimes, I've been on like two or three, been in two or three areas where they come fucking with me, right? Like, you gotta, you have people that go and get moved to other areas and you're signed this, all that type of stuff, whatever. The new person that you report to, whatever, they come fucking with you. Most people that, familiar with my work, they just leave me alone. Don't come fucking with me. Cause you know what I'm saying? Don't come. I don't have time for all of that. Cause you gonna get it. And by this time, Paige would have gotten it by now. I would have read her so smooth. She would have known she's being read. But there is nothing she could do about it for a sanction. Put it to listen. And that I don't want to tell y'all how to do nothing wrong with y'all job, so don't listen to me. But listen, there are ways that you can read your who you report to, and not, you know, get in trouble where you lose your job. You understand what I'm saying? I can't deal with all of that. That's not how my psychologist set up. My understanding that will not. No, I ain't gonna be able to do all of that. I don't like nobody talking to me crazy like that and rush it, create a problem and then rush for me to take care of it. Huh? You the one calls our witness list. Okay, if you stack your witness list up, how you gonna lay your case out? Duh. Now, granted, they should know what would be admissible and what probably won't be. And they should know. They should know to prepare their witnesses better than this. They should know that. So I'm not taking. I've told y'all the state is doing horrible. They're doing a horrible job. But this undercover Karen, I'm telling you, you see how she cut that the lady with the big ugly sweater coat on. She ain't got it on today. She look half the size now. You know what I'm saying? You see how she cut her? You see how she talked to them white attorneys, male, and and the female a little better. She talked to the black female attorneys like shit too. Fuck that. No, I can't do all that. I ain't set up like that. Uh-uh. No, I have to call me a family member to get me. If I was, in need of a little piece of change, I have to call me a family member and get me a couple or whatever because I'm fixing to go off on her. I'm gonna tell her it's me. I just want to know you got me. Let me tell you, um, with one of the jobs I had, right? This was an actual job. Wasn't me moving around in the same company because I've done that with at least uh, three companies, including the government. So listen. But this is an actual, separate from that. This was an actual standalone job, right? And I'm sitting up there and I'm trying to tell you, I am boiling, right? I'm boiling. And so I called that Walker husband. I said, hey, let me ask you a question. I said, I don't know how long it's gonna be. I said, if I, charge this to the game, you got it. Meaning, can you hold it down? He was like, yeah. I probably facilitated him, going back in, trying to put his toe back into the water. Shit, baby, 'cause I can't deal with no shit like that. No, you talking to me crazy. And I'm looking around. I told you I'm hypersensitive to that, to racial under and overtones. I am. I'm not imagining shit. I'm not gonna sit there and just blow the goddamn whistle. No, but especially back then. Okay, especially back then, I'll sit and do my evaluation and listen to whatever. Here, I don't give a fuck. Um, but of course, I've been right way more than I've been wrong now. With that, when that lady said that she wasn't talking to me, well, she said at Angela. I don't know why she didn't say at Angela. That would make a distinction, but nevertheless, she can just put that on all them other goddamn times. She done said somebody, man, I ain't said shit about her. So, charge that to the game. But, I just, believe you ain't, you really gotta take all that shit like that. You check a motherfucker one good time. I don't know. Now I think, it'll be okay. Now, don't listen to me if your job ain't set up like that. I'm just trying to tell you, don't listen to me 'cause it's some bullshit. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. And now, then just be, she done poisoned now she done got me thinking that I don't wanna, she talking about, yeah, she was saying, she was alluding to like them white men be saying, be calling your names. Wait a minute. Cause he called, I don't care, and this just in my psychology. I don't care what kind of name he called me. It's going to transfer over to me as some kind of black name. And then we're going to have a problem. I'm telling you, if that is from the setup from the family. Because they know that they can't say nothing. Even though we blood, it could be blood, it could be married, it could be whatever. But even if it's blood, so I'm going way back, like back to them pictures y'all seen, way back. Even if it's blood, they know. Ease on them words. Be careful. You're going to get cussed out. You're going to get, when I tell you, you're going to be treated like you ain't even kin to us. Blood or not. It's obviously something like my mom and my uncle right above my mom. They came out on the white side, okay, on the whiter side, but they ain't the white S, okay. The white S look like her in that courtroom. So, and everybody, they got the same mom and daddy. We don't have no we don't have no teenage and underage and all this grandma and granddaddies and none of that. We got none of that going on, right? Purely normal and natural. So I'm not saying that y'all, if that setup is going on went on in your family, that it's not. It's normal for back then. I don't say that it's natural because it's all weird to me. That's weird. But um, but so all everybody comfortable in age and all that extra shit, right? Um, but obviously my granddad, you know, He is white and is it something else? Or is this it's white and something else? White and Indian maybe? Anyway, when I went to my aunt's funeral, it was she had an array, and I wanted to do my cousin have those pictures, an array of a bunch. It was like a bunch of white men and women on the wall. And I said, who are these white people? I mean, that's your great. That's your granddaddy, your grand, what is your grand auntie, and your granddaddy and his sister and brothers, and there was some twins and shit like that going on, and I was like, this people is white. Like what the fuck? So, um, it's it's crazy, but they knew, and like freckles, right? Like we got a bunch of dark skin, like black family members with freckles and shit. It's weird. A lot of weirdness going on. A lot of weirdness going on. All I know, they know. You can even though you got nigga blood or I want to say it can't be nigga blood if it's on my granddaddy's side and it's my granddaddy's brother and sister's children. They white folks, so I don't know. But you better not say that motherfucking N word. Just put it like that. There's gonna be some shit in here today. Okay, so and they know them instructions from the grip. Gonna eat these greens. You gonna eat this Thanksgiving turkey, Christmas ham. But baby, you say you look like you finna trip and say some bullshit. They're gonna turn it out. So I wouldn't even go there, right? I wouldn't even go there. So, but yeah, weird, weird dynamic. I don't know. I don't think I would. I can't. I know I couldn't. Cause I'd be that lady be. She'll probably ask me, "What you looking at?" I'd probably be giving her a unit so serious, baby, it make her nervous. She'll be like, I'm gonna need y'all to walk me to my car." You ain't thinking about being walked to your car when you was talking all that hot shit. You was talking all that la la. Where's some? Uh. Now what I didn't I heard the little girl say that one like we're finna duel or something or it meant rape or something like that. I'm like, what the hell? Something like that. I got to go back and hear, listen. But y'all, I don't know. I ain't equipped. I don't have all the communication skills to deal with all of that. I still got some work to do in that area. Ooh. Johnny Cochran will call this a circus if he was still alive. Loving y'all need to be ashamed of yourself. Loving them need to be ashamed of themselves. They really do. Next.
She had a special bond with the enigmatic music legend, which felt more like family than romance. Their paths crossed during the casting.
It up. I'm sorry. What is this? Let's see, what is this about P. Diddy?
The wall of silence has now been broken, and victims are coming forward. Our team has had at this point more than 3,285 individuals contact us with people claiming to have been victimized by Sean Combs.
Multiple new lawsuits against Sean Diddy Combs are now public, accusing the disgraced rapper of sexual assault. And this new batch of lawsuits includes egregious new allegations, including claims from an Alabama woman who says that Combs drugged and raped her when she was just 13 years old. We're going to break down this disturbing new lawsuit as the one-time music mogul sits behind bars awaiting his federal criminal trial. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
I think I got that lawsuit. Jesus Christ. Pantene. Let me see. Listen to Pantene.
Really into the microphone, and if you will state and spell your name for the court reporter.
Pantene.
Ashley Merchant. My first name is ASHLEIGH. My last name is Merchant, MERCHANT. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Merchant. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. And to clarify, you are plaintiff or one of the plaintiffs in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this case was filed on January 30th, 2024.
We got, wait a minute. We got this. Let me show the damn super, this is a damn super lawyer here. You know, we got a super mayor. Well, this is a damn super lawyer here, baby. I ain't talking bad about it, Lord. I ain't talking bad about it, but baby, why am I on this side? Hold on. This damn super lawyer. This lady, she eats and sleep and breathe. Ooh, Pantene, honey. Let me see what Pantene got to say. I want to see how she working her, holding her mouth and stuff. Y'all be caring about this type of shit. I pay attention to everything. Mannerisms. Pantene. Tell them something, Pantene. Oh, wait a minute. Make sure whatever my man Lil Woody. Let me see what Pantene got to talk about today.
Really into the microphone, and if you will state and spell your name for the court reporter. Ashley Merchant. My first name is ASHLEIGH. My last name is Merchant, MERCHANT. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Merchant. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. And to clarify, you are plaintiff or one of the plaintiffs in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this case was filed on January 30th, 2024, correct?
I'd have to defer to my husband on that. That sounds about right. January. Okay. I know it's late January.
Okay. But if it's in the record as January 30th, we can argue with that.
I have no reason to dispute that.
Okay. And since we were last together at the hearing a few weeks ago, have you received any additional documentation regarding any of the requests at issue here?
Yes, we received some more NDAs.
Okay. And with respect to those NDAs that you've now received, do you believe that new documentation concludes that particular request regarding the NDAs?
No, I don't.
Okay. And what is the basis of your belief that is not complete?
Yeah, so I've talked with several people who were employed by the district attorney's office that have signed NDAs. People have reached out to me, prior investigators, prior lawyers have reached out to me and said that they signed an NDA and they wanted to talk to me about certain things, but that they had signed NDAs and they wanted to take a look at the NDAs to see if they could talk to me. And I didn't have their NDAs. They weren't part of the group that you gave me. So, and those witnesses didn't have copies either. They said those were copies that had been left at the DA's office. So I know 4 or 5 people I've talked to had signed NDAs and I don't have those. So that's why I believe I didn't get all the NDAs.
Okay. And were those people current or former employees of the district attorney?
Former. I think they were all, yeah, they were all former.
Okay, and did they relate to you that those NDAs were signed during the time period encapsulated by that request?
Yes. And some of them had actually reached out to me, which is why I originally requested it. So a witness would reach out to me and say, hey, I really want to talk to you about something that went on, but I'm worried about this NDA. I don't know what the punishment is for the NDA. And so that's why I first knew about the NDAs. You know, a witness would say, I really want to chat with you, but I don't know if I can be sued under these NDAs. And I didn't know what was in the NDA. And I told him, obviously, I can't give you legal advice, but I should at least be able to see the NDA because I believe, based on the one that I had from Mr. Wade, that the only punishment was that they would be fired if they spoke with anybody. But you know, that's why I originally asked for the NDAs. I was surprised that a public agency had required something like that to be signed.
Okay. So previously we've discussed just generally open records requests made by you or your office to the county. Would you say that you frequently make open records requests to either the county or the district attorney's office?
No, I actually would not say I frequently did. I was surprised Mr. Bonds testified that I had made 40 something. I've made, I believe it's 10 to the district attorney. I mean, total maybe, I don't know, less than 20 in total to Fulton County entirely. All of the different entities. I made, I believe, 10 to the DAs, right around 10. A couple of the ones that I made to other groups, like I made a request, just for example, to IT or purchasing, and then Dexter Bond went in and closed it out from the DA's office. So I actually didn't make an open records request to the DA's office, but somehow in your portal, he went in and was able to close it out. And so the open records request in the portal would show closed, and it would have a letter from Dexter Bond attached to it saying closed, see this letter, which I hadn't even made the request to the DA.
And so of those approximately 10 requests that you've made, what's the time frame over which you've made those requests? Do you know?
A year.
So in the last year. Okay. Now, when you make those requests in the past, have you ever had occasion to need to follow up because you felt like you didn't get what you were looking for?
Yes.
Was that only with the DA's office or other entities?
It was primarily with the DA's office.
Okay. And when you've done that in the past, have you ever, how have you handled that previously?
So out of the open records request, I think the easiest thing is to sort of classify ones that related to criminal cases that were pending, and then ones that didn't. The ones that are subject to this lawsuit really are ones that relate to no criminal case. I had a criminal case that I was doing open records where I was seeking invoices and contracts for an independent contractor who was working on that particular case. So I did a series of open records requests to try and find the contracts that were the contractual authority for that person to be hired, how that person was paid, whether or not they had an oath of office, things like that. So those were things I was investigating in regards to that criminal case. Most of those requests were some were partially filled, let's put it that way, but they were not completely filled. I did have a hearing in that criminal case, and I was able to use my subpoena power to get records in that case. That is why those records were not subject to this lawsuit, ultimately. They might have been initially subject to this lawsuit, but ultimately they were not something that was sought because I was able to get those through subpoena. The issue is I can only subpoena things that are relevant to a hearing that I have and the issues in that hearing. So I did open records. Let me just kind of back up. I did open records, and then I got a hearing. When I got that hearing, I was able to issue subpoenas for those same things that I had been denied in open records. I was able to get them because I could issue a subpoena in that hearing. I could not, however, issue a subpoena for things that weren't relevant to that hearing, which is why this open records lawsuit has continued.
What would you say that those things that have been requested pursuant to the requests in this lawsuit are related to the ones in the other criminal case as well?
No.
They're not in the same line of inquiry?
No. Some of them are, but not all of them, no.
Okay.
Like NDAs they don't have any relation to that case. Trying to think all of mine. The NDAs didn't have any relation to that. Forfeiture funds. I mean, the forfeiture funds had some relation, but it went a lot deeper than that. The rebranding didn't have anything to do with it, no.
Okay. Now, when you make open records requests, how do you, from a from a practical standpoint, how do you do that? Are you using the portal from the DA's website, from the county's website? Does it depend on who you're making the request to?
Yeah, no, so it depended on the time. I would go to the entity. So I would go to the DA's office and I would use their landing page. And I assumed that IT could track how I was doing it. So I was always very careful to make sure that I did it the proper channels. So I would go to the IT department. I'd go to the DA's office, and there was a link on theirs that when you clicked on that for open records, it would take it to the county open records portal. That link was not always active. So there was a time period where I was able to go to the DA's office and file open records request. And then after we filed this lawsuit, for a period of time, that link disappeared. So I wasn't actually able to make any open records requests to the DA's office during that period of time. It is now back, but I have not since made any since it's back. But I would go to the landing page of the DA's office, click on the open records link for records. It would take me to the county portal, and then I have a login, and I would type in what my open records request was.
Okay. Now, in the past, when you've had issues getting what you thought were a full set of responsive documents, have you ever had to go further than just following up with the department before?
Yes.
And what did you do in that situation?
I filed a complaint with the Attorney General's office.
Okay. Did you do that in this case?
Yes. Well, I did it. So I'm actually not sure. When you say this case, there's so many different requests that, I had about 10 requests, and some of them were partially filled, some weren't. I filed a complaint with the Attorney General. I definitely did that. I don't know which request it would have been listed under, but I know that I did do that.
Okay. Do you know, so you don't know if, and let me go back to sort of reset a little bit. Which particular requests do you believe still have outstanding documents in this case? Is it all the ones that you filed on, or is it limited to a couple of those requests?
If I could look at the actual requests, I can tell you exactly. Is that okay? I have them. I'm happy to look at them. Okay.
Yeah,
May I go?
Yes.
And I'll tell you.
And would it be easier for you if I mentioned a couple that, based on what's been testified to, and the proceedings in this case, I think we're still dealing with?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm looking at our letter, just so you know, the January 24th letter. It just sort of summarized the request. So I was just looking at that to sort of orient myself. But if you want to ask me about a specific request, I'm happy to answer about that.
Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, I believe the ones that we still have at issue, and based on your testimony earlier, saying that the NDAs were not still complete. We're looking at there were 2 requests regarding critical mention, which are R00272, 010-924, and 675-011-824. Do you believe those are still outstanding? Or having documents that are still outstanding?
I believe that they were not completely complied with, but for the purposes of this litigation, we were not going to be proceeding with those anymore because we didn't have any way to prove that they haven't been complied with fully.
Okay, so for purposes here, we're done with those in terms of production.
Yeah, I understand what you're talking about. Yeah, so these documents, you asked me my belief. I do not believe that we have received all the critical mention documents. The county spent $20,000 on a contract for this. I do not believe that it received 2 PDF graphs in exchange for $20,000 and 24 months of a contract for critical mention media monitoring. I have no way of proving that, but I find that hard to believe personally, that that's what they got for that money. Because I can't prove that these reports exist, we are not proceeding with anything further in that regard, if that makes sense.
I believe so, yes. Thank you. And then we mentioned that the NDAs, which were R000305.
Yes, so the NDAs, I've received, I believe, 122 to date. I know that there are more that we have not received. And based on that, I'm sure there's more, but do I know if there's more?
And you described having some conversations with former employees. Is there anything else that leads you to that belief, or is it just based on those conversations?
Well, the first thing that led me to that belief was the fact that the first issue I had was so Dexter Bond, the open records custodian, had done a business record certificate in a civil case where he certified Nathan Wade's NDA. Then he did a business record certificate in our case where he certified that there were no NDAs. So I had two certifications where he swore to two completely different things. Based on that, I do not have any faith that they actually have been searched for.
And then the last one that I think may still be at issue, I want to be clear, is the list of attorneys that have been hired during Madam DA Willis's tenure.
Yes.
And that was request 000-198-010-824. Is that one still?
That is still outstanding, yes.
Okay. And so with respect to these still outstanding requests, did you send these requests to the district attorney's office or to the county? Do you recall?
I can tell you. Let's see. I can tell you exactly who I sent them to. The personnel records, the list with the dates of hiring, that was sent through the public records portal, but the department I was requesting records from, there's a drop-down box when you go online, and the drop-down box I did was district attorney. So I've got that for that one. And then let's see, I can tell you the next one.
She is annoying as hell. However, that was my type of people to work with. She is, she's covering all bases or whatever, but she's going to be in your office 100 times. Oh my God, all in your face and all of that. And then she's probably bubbly. And them the motherfuckers I cannot stand because I don't like nobody popping up and shit in my face in the morning. That's why I don't like working during the day. I hate it. I listen. As late as I can get away with dragging my ass on up in there, I'm there. Listen. Oh my God. Oh goodness gracious. I can't stand it. Oh my, I should probably drink that Starbucks in the morning. And she probably was voted Miss Everything in school. And she probably was a cheerleader too. There's nothing wrong with that. But she was probably one of them bubbly ones. Yay, let's go. Let me tell you something. I wasn't a bubbly cheerleader. When the cheer was over, I was done cheering. You ain't have me like I would clap. I wasn't, yay, all right, okay, let's go, yay. You understand? 2 bits. Well, after all of that, I'm done. Yay, all right, let's go. Woo! Hell no, I'm tired.
Well, critical mention, I don't think you asked me about that. I also did, I did it to human resources. I did one to human resources. Let's see. So the one that I did regarding promotional material, I submitted that request to purchasing. So that's one of the ones I'm glad you asked me about it. That's actually a good example. So I submitted that request to purchasing, but somehow it got hijacked by the DA's office, and the DA's office closed it out with a letter from Dexter Bond. So I actually submitted that request to purchasing, but the DA's office responded. And I'm guessing it's because I asked for records in there from the DA's office. But I did not submit that to the DA's office. I submitted that to purchasing.
And do you know if any of these were ones that you submitted to the Attorney General's office for a complaint?
I don't. That wasn't part of this litigation, so I didn't really pay that much attention to it. I can tell you that. I can find it. The one that I submitted, there was only one, and I don't know which one it was.
And maybe a better question might be, how did you make a determination regarding what requests to send to the Attorney General's office versus what requests to go to litigation more directly on?
It depended on the time frame mostly. So, and also the AG didn't really work. I mean, I've done open records for many years. John and I have both done open records. We've gotten, I mean, it's something lawyers do. Every lawyer needs to know how to do open records. And normally if an agency was not responding appropriately, I could file a complaint with the Attorney General and they would call and say, hey, follow the law, and it would be resolved pretty quickly. That was by far my preferred option because I certainly don't want to spend the time or money having to litigate. I tried that early on in this case and it didn't help. So I didn't need to beat my head against the wall.
Yeah, but there were still some that you did not go to the Attorney General's office about. You just went straight to litigation after having some discussions with the department themselves.
I only filed a complaint once with the Attorney General, and I think it was a generalized, hey, Fulton County's not paying attention to open records requests. Please help. And they did not.
Okay. Now, with respect to the requests you sent to the DA's office, did you ever speak to or have any correspondence with Madam DA Willis herself regarding this?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe or any evidence that Madam DA was involved in the actual response to the open records request that you submitted?
Oh, she's copied on emails. I mean, there's emails that she's copied on, and then she received, she received the lawsuit. She received the letter about the open records. I mean, did I personally speak with her? No.
Okay, and did you ever see her actively take any involvement in response to open records? Did she say, hey, I'm trying to pull this, but she never, or did she ever correspond with you at all?
No, she did not.
Okay, all right. So, considering that Madam DA did not take in any part that you were aware of in terms of actively responding to the request, can you shed a little light on why she was named as a defendant in this action, either in her individual or official capacity?
She's the elected DA. It's her office.
Okay, and then with respect to her as the elected DA, do you believe her to be the person responsible in the department for complying with open record, to providing responses to Open Records Act requests?
I think that every government agency has a duty to respond to open records requests. I think when you have an elected official, that they're the ones that are actually held accountable by the public. And so they are the one that sets the policy.
Are you familiar with the custodian of records for the district attorney's office?
I have since in this litigation learned that I guess it's Dexter Bond now.
And is there a reason that during this litigation, when you learned that it was Mr. Bond who was the custodian of records, that the amended complaints continued to name Madam DA herself?
Because she's the DA, he's not. I mean, he could be fired and not there tomorrow. She designates him as the open records custodian. That's her job. He's just an employee. Like, she's allowed to designate whoever she wants, but that can change at any given time. I mean, county employees can come and go.
When you have an identified custodian of records, is there a reason why you would choose a different person than that to name as the respondent?
No, but that would be something that John would do anyway. I mean, he's the one that does the civil litigation, not me.
And if I could just interject here, right? The Fulton County District Attorney's Office was the original defendant, and the county took the position that that was not an entity capable of being sued.
That's right.
And then affirmatively stated that, I guess, if they're subject to the Open Records Act, it would be the district attorney in her official capacity. And I've already dismissed the district attorney in her individual capacity, although I I understand the reason that it was named in that manner was a belt and suspenders sort of approach, but I don't know that asking Ms. Merchant why she named the Fulton County District Attorney in her official capacity really advances the ball, because they did so at essentially my urging based on the county and the district attorney's office's position that that was not an entity capable of being sued. So,
Okay, I'll move on with my question. It's on your honor. Thank you. All right, Ms. Merchant, you were here and heard Mr. Bond's testimony and
I did.
Examined him.
Yes.
So during his testimony, there was quite a bit of discussion regarding the critical mention documentation. Just want to confirm with you that you made the second critical mention open records request because you felt the response to the first request was not complete. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall what you believe was missing at that point in time and why?
Yes.
What was that?
So the first one was what I would call a compilation of documents. It was 44 pages. It was clearly cut and pasted. Someone had removed dates, times, parties, subject matter, things like that. So someone had to actively take those documents and redact them. And I mean, from the cutouts, it looked like they literally cut and pasted them. There were things that were not part of it. I mean, you would see, part of an email, and then you'd have no to, from, no date, nothing like that. And then you'd have another part, and then you'd have a link that didn't actually have a hyperlink. So I could tell that the whole emails were not contained. I could tell that there were significant parts of the emails that were missing. I also could see on the subject matter, when you have an email, there's a subject matter, and below it, if you have an attachment, you see a list for an attachment where there would be a JPEG, a PNG, a TIFF file, a PDF, something like that. There's a link. Well, when I received those documents, I saw the name of the link, the name of the PDF, or the name of the JPEG, whatever that was. One time it was a PowerPoint. I saw that as an attachment, but that attachment wasn't provided. So someone had printed off a document that clearly showed there was an attachment, but they had not given me the attachment. So I thought I was super clear when I wrote back and said, hey, I want the attachments to these documents. And I tried as hard as I could to highlight exactly where they were, named the document, named where the attachment was, named what the attachment, actually was called, so that whoever printed those emails out could go and actually click on the attachment and give me the copy of the attachment.
Okay. Now, being that you believe that there was some missing documentation, did you include all of the missing documentation you believe existed? Was that in your follow-up request?
Yes.
All of that was in your follow-up request?
My follow-up request was very specific as to the documents that were missing. The PowerPoint, yes.
Okay, in that second request, I can just read a portion of that for you.
Which request number is it, so I can follow along?
Yes, R000272. 010924.
Okay.
And it said, I asked for the analytics and documents that are clearly referenced. And I'll skip a little bit, saying, in monitoring the reports with analytics provided to the DA's office monthly, appears the emails may have been accessed on a regular basis, all have access to these on a regular basis, and names a number of individuals, and those are public and paid for. Does that encompass all of those items that you just listed off?
So I'm looking at a different one than you are. You had said 010924. In that one, I say, I'm seeking a copy of any and all correspondence, and I put including copies of all contracts and or payments and all analytics and or reports to and or from. So yeah, I think analytics and reports are clear. And then contracts and payments are clear. So that's that case number. But then I also followed up with another one. And this one I was even more clear. I referenced the prior one. I said, I got a set of emails. And then I said, I asked for the analytics and documents that are clearly referenced and attached to those emails. I put that reports with analytics were provided. It appears the emails, and I put the names that I could find from those: Jeff DeSantis, Fonnie Willis, Jeremy Murray, Pallavi Perkastha, Ryan Bryant, and Rita Kepler. And that the reports, that they're public documents. I thought that was pretty clear.
All right. All right, I'll move on a little bit here to the subpoenas that were issued during the course of this litigation.
Yes.
Were those all sent to employees of the district attorney's office, or were they sent to people from different entities as well?
There were multiple different places that I sent them. So I had subpoenas to third-party vendors. I subpoenaed Critical Mention, which, for example, had I not subpoenaed them, I would have never known about, because I still haven't to this day received copies of the payments for the second year of the contract. Critical Mention was a 2-year contract. The first 12 months was paid through purchasing. So I received the county documents from purchasing about that, showing I had the contract and I had the actual payment. The second year I asked and asked and asked, and I've never received it once from the county, still to this day. I received it from Critical Mention. So I did that.
Were there others besides Critical Mention, individuals that were employed in other agencies or other certain, at least, departments of the county?
Yes, there were other departments of the county. So I sent them to Critical Mention. I sent to IT. I sent to, I think one of the ladies used to work for Fonnie Willis, and now she works for a different department. I sent it to them too.
So when you're subpoenaing individuals who do not work for the district attorney with respect to documents that you believe are in the possession of the district attorney's office, how are those individuals supposed to know if the district attorney has those items? And do you believe, I guess let me start with that question first.
Which question?
How do you believe, or why do you believe that those individuals who are not a part of the district attorney's office would have access to or possession of requested documentation that you requested from the district attorney's office?
Well, they did actually have it. That's how I got most of it. So I don't know how, so that's the problem.
They had possession of district attorney materials?
Yeah, IT did. That's where I got all the emails from. So IT apparently did. And you have to understand, when I don't work for Fulton County. So when I do an open records request, I don't know how their systems work. I don't know how things are stored. I don't know things like that. So I know that there are documents. I know that there is for example, there is a PowerPoint attached to an email that has its only DA employees on that email. I know that PowerPoint exists. Do I know how the county stores it? No. And I have learned that I have to ask for it every different way I can possibly ask for it in order to avoid someone saying no records exist. So I asked for it from the DA's office. They did not give it to me. I asked for it from IT. IT all of a sudden is able to access all of those. So apparently IT can go into the DA's emails. I did not know that, but I'm glad I subpoenaed them because I learned it.
Did you believe any of the individuals who do not work for the DA's office, at this point we'll say other than IT because you've explained that, but any of the individuals who don't work for the DA could produce documents on behalf of the district attorney responsive to your request?
I don't know. You'd have to ask me. You'd have to be more specific who you're talking about.
Was there anybody that you subpoenaed that you believe could produce documents on behalf of the district attorney's office other than individuals who work for the district attorney's office?
Okay, I think I understand what you're asking. So I didn't care if they were produced on behalf of the district attorney's office. I just wanted the documents. So when I've just, for example, subpoenaed ITs, obviously they're not producing them on behalf of the DA. They're producing them on behalf of IT. I really don't care who produces them. I just wanted the documents. So yeah, Critical Mention supplied documents. They were not supplied on behalf of the DA, but they were DA documents.
Do you believe that just because somebody who has dealt with the DA's office has documents, that those documents are also held or belong to the district attorney's office?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking me.
If Critical Mention is producing documents, how can you be sure that those documents are also in the possession of the district attorney's office?
Because the law requires that the district attorney comply with the Records Retention Act. And so, for example, to answer your question, Critical Mention was paid with a check out of the district attorney's fund. It says the check says DA Willis for Fulton County. The law requires the DA's office maintain copies of all of that. And so I would assume that when I asked for that document, since the law requires that they maintain that document, that they would provide it to me.
Have you filed, in this case, are there any claims in this case regarding record retention, or is it just open records?
So an Open Records Act litigation is not going to involve a violation of the Records Retention Act, but so when I'm asking for a document in open records, one of the things that I want to know is, does the document exist? Does it have to exist? Because I've learned one of the answers that I get, particularly from the DA's office in Fulton County, is no responsive records. So I have to go look at the records retention because they say no responsive records. Well, they've taken a position that we don't maintain any records essentially, so we don't have to give you anything. But the law actually does say that they have to maintain certain records. So I go and look at that. I'm not going to ask for something that I don't know that they're required to keep.
Is that a position that they've taken that's been taken in this case, that the district attorney isn't required to? I'll withdraw that question. But based on the response, I want to go back a little bit to your understanding of, do you agree that the DA's office and the county themselves are separate entities?
Yes.
Okay. And so even if a different department has documentation, that doesn't mean that the district attorney's office necessarily has that documentation. Would you agree with that?
Depending on the documentation, yes.
Yeah. And so even if the people who you subpoenaed in this case that work for other departments had that documentation, it doesn't necessarily mean that the district attorney's office has that documentation.
In this case, it did, because when I subpoenaed those entities from the district attorney, I also received the same set of documents. So clearly they did have it.
Okay. Now, with respect to how the case came about, you had mentioned you didn't go to the DA's office, or excuse me, to the Attorney General's office this time, like you did on a different issue. Could you explain again why that would have been the case? Why you didn't attempt to pursue the Attorney General's office route again?
So we have different remedies when the Open Records Act is not being complied with. One of them is to file a complaint with the Attorney General. There are some agencies that the Attorney General is very quick to call and help with. In fact, I think the first time I met you, I filed a complaint with the Attorney General in East Point because they were not providing any documents. The Attorney General called you, you were the city attorney at the time, and you said, oh my gosh, you're right, and I got the documents. I've learned that municipal courts respond very quickly to the Attorney General. I've learned that the Fulton County DA's office does not really care when they get a call from the Attorney General. So I could have wasted time and sent requests over and over to the Attorney General in this case, but that would have just been a waste of time.
Okay. And in your consideration, did the fact that the Attorney General also is not quite as high profile or high publicity as something like filing a lawsuit against the district attorney's office?
Your Honor, objection. Not sure what the purpose of that question is, other than to make a political point.
Sustained. You can try again or rephrase.
Thank you, Your Honor. We discussed previously that you had made some other open records requests, and there were subpoenas involved with another case that you're handling, a fairly high-profile criminal matter involving prosecution by the district attorney's office. Was it your intent to include some of these documents in that litigation as well, if they showed what you wanted or what you thought they might?
Yeah, well, I think the only way to answer that question is to look at the timeline. So I did a series of open records requests in September of 2023. It's fair to say that most of those were related to that criminal litigation. At the same time, though, I actually I became the president of the Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers in January. We were actually working with some other public interest organizations prior to my taking over as president. We were doing some investigation on the jail conditions and on the backlog funding for the jail. Most of the records that are subject to this lawsuit actually had to do with the public interest work I was doing on tracking funding for backlog and the jail issues. So there were two separate real umbrellas, that I was working under. I was looking for things in regards to the criminal case, but I was also looking for things that had absolutely nothing to do with the criminal case.
Mr. Bowman, can I ask a question? Your line of questioning right now seems to be going towards the intent that the plaintiffs had in seeking the records, or the use to which they intended to put those records. And I'm not aware of that being a relevant factor for the court's consideration. If that is, then please tell me why I should be considering that. But my understanding is essentially, is it a public record? And was it properly requested in a way that was understandable and could have been complied with?
And Your Honor, I think maybe this goes more towards less the actual production of the documents and more towards the attorney's fees issue. So I will withdraw. I'll hold off on some of these questions until we get to the attorney's fees portion.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Bowman.
All right. If you give me just a minute, Your Honor, I'm going to make sure that that's exhausted my questions on the substantive portion. Okay. A couple of points that I would like to go back to regarding the documentation that you did end up receiving from IT related to emails. Because you've named the district attorney's office and the district attorney's office is who's still at issue in this case, if they did not have those documents, you said you received them from IT, correct?
I received them from you. So you all, actually Ms. Monroe, I received them from Ms. Monroe. They did not send them to me directly. Ms. Monroe sent them to me. She sent them to me from IT, Fonnie Willis, Dexter Bond, Kevin Armstrong. I'm trying to remember everybody. There were 4 or 5 different people. She sent them to me as the certified records in response to our subpoenas for all of those folks. And there was someone else, maybe Jeremy Murray.
And was that certification of those records, do you know, did that come from the district attorney's office or from the IT department?
It came from, so whoever, Ms. Monroe, it came from Ms. Monroe, but she sent it, like, if it was the IT packet, it came from IT, like whoever was in charge of IT certified that. They did the business record certificate.
And being that if IT is the entity that provided those documents, would you agree that that's not relevant to what the DA had in their office if they are documents that the IT department has?
Well, they're the same documents that you provided me from the DA's office also. So you provided them to me from Fonnie Willis, Dexter Bond, Kevin Armstrong, all of those people. So it was like 197 pages and I got the exact same set of documents. I don't know where you all got them from. You could have gotten them from IT. You could have gotten them from the DA. I have no idea where you got them from, but the same set was certified from each different agency or each different person, but it was one set of documents. I have no idea where you guys got them from.
Okay. All right. And Your Honor, could we have just a moment?
Sure.
All right, thank you. more follow-ups. I apologize. With respect to the NDAs you believe are still outstanding and the individuals you spoke with, do you know, or could you provide the names of those individuals or the individuals that you believe have NDAs that are still outstanding? And if you can't, if you can't recite it now, to be able to provide it to us.
I'm like I told you before, I'm happy to provide it to you, but the witnesses that told me that don't want the district attorney to know who they are. So, I mean, if the court wants me to provide it, that's fine. I'm not hiding it at all, but those people have asked me not to. They don't want the district attorney to know that. So,
I guess at this point, though, if we would ask for them, because if they're at issue in the case, we would need to know who they are so that we can check if those documents actually exist.
right. And those are the people that have told me that they signed NDAs, which you all did not provide me the NDAs. So they're the only ones I know. But I mean, you provided 122 and there's a lot of DAs that aren't in there. So I don't know if they were pick and choose. I mean, who signs NDAs, who doesn't? I have no idea.
Right. Right. So just if we can have those. And then I think the rest of the questions I had, we'll save for the rest of for the attorney's fees portion.
So the names of those individuals, to my way of thinking, would be relevant to two issues. Number one is whether or not their NDAs have been provided for purposes of any injunctive relief that the plaintiffs are seeking. I don't think that their names need to be disclosed in open court for that purpose. The second reason that it might be relevant would be the extent to which there's any way to identify or understand if the fact that those four or five, persons' NDAs were not produced is somehow indicative of a failure to produce others that might be in the possession of the DA's office. I also am not sure, particularly given that they're former employees, if that would be relevant in open court either. But if you feel strongly, I could be persuaded, Mr. Bowman.
No, Your Honor, we're happy to take them off the record so that we're not putting people's names out in open court. That's fine. Just so we can confirm whether or not those documents do exist.
Okay, thank you.
I'm happy to provide them.
Okay, thank you. With that, I believe that's all I have for this portion. We'll come back to a few more questions.
Okay, understanding that you're reserving your right to question her on other matters.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Merchant, questions for this witness?
No further questions for this witness on this issue, Judge. While she's on the stand, though, if Your Honor's inclined, I can question her about damages now, or we can wait and wait for Your Honor's ruling on the liability issues. But we don't have any additional evidence but for damages.
Okay. I think that just for efficiency's sake, it would just make the most sense to go ahead and have you question Ms. Merchant regarding the issue of damages and outstanding issues, if there's any injunctive relief other than the NDAs.
And yes, Your Honor, I think the issues with injunctive relief, to tackle that issue first, I think the ones that we set forth in the email to you, those are still the current issues. Okay. And framed in that manner as well. I'm not aware of anything else. Ms. Merchant has testified, obviously, to some things that she thinks probably are incomplete and has evidence of that. But as we sit here today, there's no way for us to tell you how to tell them to do it.
Okay.
Which I know puts you in a tough spot.
As an aside, the Supreme Court has said that one of its forthcoming opinions tomorrow will be the Gonzalez versus Miller case.
Of course.
Yes, sir.
Sure. No,
Ms. Merchant, I've handed you.
now that's her husband. And he like her damn daddy. I looked at a picture. That man 50 years old. I looked at a picture of him. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's let's make sure. I'm pretty sure that's that man because I remember his face from, the disqualification hearing. Child. And Pantene with them old cheap ass little polyester outfits and shit that she probably done had for 20 or 30 years. She would get on my goddamn nerve. I'm telling you, I can't be locked up in the office with her. I'd be like, girl, get your ass out of here. All that fucking talking and shit. I'm like, oh. I can't take myself serious part of the baby, but oh Lord. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Oh, baby, that's why I be telling people, oh, you have to just know me, baby. You have to know the looks. If you doing all that talking, baby, I might cut a unit at your ass. That means shut up. Talking too damn much. That's why my daughter, when I tell you that the Lord made my daughter perfect for me, okay? I don't think I could have dealt with no other child. That's why I probably have only one, okay? Because another one would have uh, um, confused and messed up the surroundings. But it had me somewhere crazy. Oh Lord, she used to get in that car. Used to pick up from school. She used to get in that car some days, and baby, some of them days I used to be wore out. Them clients wore me out, and she getting all that talking. And she would look over at me and she tell me I'm talking too much. I'm like, so, oh God, I ain't like, I don't know why they ain't take that child from me, baby. I don't know. Oh, I don't be with all that. Oh, yeah. You sound like Miss Pac-Man. I'm like, shut the fuck up, y'all. Not to my child. I'm just saying, because she know, I mean, that's not something that happens all the time. People get excited about stuff and just like, like, God damn. I be like, because a lot of times I be, you know how you be sit down and I'm always thinking. And it's something I was going through my head or whatever. And you come up there with all that miscellaneous la, and I'm like, oh, if you don't shut up. And you ever had the type where you be doing something and you just you look up to acknowledge them because you got your communication skill sets, embedded in you. You raised right. You somebody talking, you look up 10 hours, and time you put your head down to do what you're doing, and they strike something back up. Now you got to lift your head up again. Now about in about 30 minutes, you done raise your head up 10 times. Like, get on some motherfucking well. Shit. Sure, aggravating ass. You see, I'm busy.
Copy of pre-marked plaintiff's exhibit number 24. Can you recognize it?
Yes, this is my record of time, description of work performed. It's a Word document that I kept with an outline of my time that I had to spend on this litigation.
Okay, is this a true and accurate copy of the time record that you prepared in the case?
Yes.
Are all the time entries listed on this document for the civil action case number 24CV001325?
Yes, and the open records that before the action number came about.
Okay, can you tell the court how you prepared this document?
Yeah, I just keep keep track as I'm going. Keep an open Word document. I really was trained. I used to do work for the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals as an appointed lawyer, and this is how they like them to be done. They like their times kept like this. I used to have a judge who appointed me fun cases, and so I had to learn how to keep my time for that. And so we keep them in increments, time increments, 0.10, a tenth of an hour increments. And so it's just tracking what I did on the case.
Okay, what is, before I ask you that, Your Honor, at this time, plaintiff would move into evidence plaintiff's exhibit number 24.
Mr. Bowden?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 24 is admitted.
Ms. Merchant, can you tell the court the total number of fees and hours that you had in this case prior to today?
So this document is as of September 30th. I had 78 hours, 78.7 hours, and then attorney's fees. So attorney's fees, to be fair to the county, it definitely significantly reduced my normal average rate and looked more towards what the Attorney General pays for this type of litigation. And so my total attorney's fees as of September 30th were $23,610.
Okay, can you tell the court how you arrived at the $300 figure based on your review of the Attorney General's website?
Yes, so I went to the Attorney General's website. There's a couple entities that hire outside counsel to do work in civil cases, and one of them is the Attorney General. Mm-hmm. They publish every single year. They publish, they're very transparent with their rates that they pay lawyers, and they're very transparent with how much money these lawyers bill. So they actually publish it online. You don't even have to do an open records request. You can just go online and click it, and it shows it. And so I reviewed all of those, and lawyers that have been practicing approximately the same amount of time that I've been practicing, I used those rates.
How would your private rate for your services be different if you had not used the Attorney General's website?
Oh, it would be far higher than $300 an hour. I mean, I've been practicing 21 years and, do highly specialized work. I mean, I would charge at least $600 an hour.
Government approach?
Yes.
Well, you said at least.
Instruction showing you what I previously marked as plaintiff's exhibit 29.
Yes, Mr. Merchant, I can't hear you. He showed me what is marked as plaintiff's exhibit 29. It is an affidavit that I prepared that has a very brief outline of my my past work and sorry.
Is it a true and accurate copy of the affidavit you yourself prepared?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, plaintiff will move into evidence. Plaintiff's exhibit
29. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 29 is admitted. And did you say it's like a CV or?
Affidavit.
Okay, an affidavit. Thank you.
So, I explained to y'all what a CV is. I've been explaining y'all from the YSEC. I explained y'all earlier what a CV was when it was first introduced over there in the Kells case, right? So it's like a professional resume, which pretty much tells the court. In this case, it's not used this way. It's just pretty much telling the court of her highly specialized work she does, right? CV is used by experts when you take the stand. You know how y'all have a personal resume? Well, professionals that, does expert work and that includes testifying in courts and things of that nature. A lot of doctors use them. They tender a CV, a curriculum vitae, right? And that's what that is. Listen. Now I like Ashley. I do. She'll get on my damn nerves. But I like how she is a woman that is aware of her accomplishments. And I fucks with that. I do. She let, and oh no, that'd been much higher than that. But I have to call on that. She said at least 600. So I was going to say, you're talking about, I better be glad I heard at least 600. I know you're in Georgia, so I know what those. I don't get into that. But listen, but 600. That's what we do in Florida for a motherfucker like me. But when you work in different things, right? But I am. Listen, I was appointed this. I was appointed that. I know that's right, Ashley. Run it down, Palm. What? I know that's right, baby. Woo! Oh, listen, I had to tell you this story. I had this. I think I told you about this birthday. Then at last moment, spur of the moment came up. We had, I think it was three or four tables, right? And Applebee's, they don't do no reservations or no shit like that, whatever. Everybody know that. Well, I didn't, but to the last minute. So the white folk and other people got there ahead of me at the Applebee's and had the people rope it off in the back. It's like the way the Applebee's is made on Bay Meadows. They got like it's a it's like a little side area, you know. Um, it's enclosed and everything, but it's like it's going into another area, right? That's off away from the main area. That would be like you come into the left, this side is to the right, right? And it's a you know just a little more intimate little area. And so they had like four tables, and they put like um 2 to 3 tables together on each to make like rows, right? So I had like about 20 something people there, right? Including like my daughter and one of the girls from her basketball team, and how we sat. It was like my my best, my closest friend, my best friends was at the same table. So I was at like by the window to the left. To the right was the fake ass girlfriend. Right across from me from was Yvette. Right beside her was the girl that came over for Christmas, and I forgot who were all was the rest of them to the table, right? Um, and then this one lady, she, I guess she really don't understand how I how my friendships are set up, but she thought because we had been like in each other's face for I don't know, and they really don't have. I don't know, like for the past year, so not even, yeah, kind of sort of like that. That maybe she thought that she should have been at that table, and she made her. I heard that because she was in the table behind me, and she grabbed a chair because my daughter and her stepdaughter and her husband and some more people was at that table behind me. And I heard, I said, no, I'm finna come to this table. So she, kind of, so it kind of made it tight, right? When she moved the chair, I was like, oh boy, this finna be interesting, whatever. So, and it's the white people, they would sprinkle here and there, right? And where was I going with this back? Oh, I know I was going to tell you. So, and I'm going to keep it real short. So, you saw this lady, how she's, and I'm okay with somebody owning their shit. And they rightfully own it. I ain't talking about making this shit up. I'm talking about rightfully own it. Like, okay, I see you. You're like, like, huh? Um, so, um, they somebody the girl who pulled the chair over, we was talking about different restaurants because she didn't understand how the hell I come up with Applebee's. Oh, I'm gonna tell you how I came up with Applebee's. One, I like Applebee's. That's number one. Number two, I don't necessarily have to do bougie ass shit. Okay, this is an AKA woman. Okay, I ain't trying to be funny, but I don't have to do bougie ass shit. All right. And I'm a person that remembers, where she done traveled through. Okay. So I'm just not like that. Right. And also, I know that I have friends from all walks. They ain't gonna, all of them not gonna be, have that budget to be sitting their ass up there to the roof Chris and all them different damn places. Right. Um, so they got on the topic of restaurants. And so it was, she was like, so they were talking about different restaurants, and so she had said, she asked, do y'all ever heard of this particular restaurant? And she told me, oh, y'all probably don't know because um, it's a it's one of those. It's not a franchise restaurant. Some shit, right? Not even understanding that, baby, most of these people in here are dressed down. That's number one. You don't know nothing about everybody's profession in here. And you just like, huh? Girl. The one that's from Detroit that was a director to a psych ward, well, a psych ward at a hospital that runs, that's a big administrator in one of them hospitals in Georgia. Girl, well, oh Lord, I had to because people started rubbernecking. They started shaking. Like, this motherfucker must be don't know. See, she okay. I told you, I just don't, just because we cool and we might be pooling money, all that type of shit. That don't mean you my friend like that. You on the road to be, but don't mean you're there yet. Okay, so don't do that. All right, because you don't know me like that, and more important, you don't know some of these people from these 50,000 groups that I'm a part of. You don't know these people like that. And when I tell you they went to rubbernecking, like they was finna put they CB on the goddamn table. Like, bitch, what you mean? Like, what the fuck? Now, everybody places their values in something different. They don't place their values in cars. Because those ones I tell you, they got the 20-year-old cars and shit like that, whatever, 10-year-old cars at that time, or whatever. And but a decent house on the west side, which is cheap, is a cheap part of the land out in Jacksonville to live in. And I got friends, they pulling up in farms and all kinds of shit, whatever. But you don't know these people. And we don't sit up there and be all bougie like that. We don't do that. I don't hang with people like that. But don't get them twisted. Because they'll hit an Ashley Merchant on your ass and run their shit down on your ass. Like, what? What? That's why I use that terminology. Huh? What? Huh? Girl. Now, if I go last, if I go first, you fucked out the way. What are you talking about? I don't have people that be trying me like that. She tried me one time. She quickly got a quick education. Wait a minute, baby. Wait a minute. Because at that time, when we were kind of close, that's when I was going through that spell where I was sick and I was, off those 18 months, right? I was single or whatever. I wasn't finna jump up and down with nobody. My sick ass. So there was a lot. But don't get it goddamn twisted. Everybody went looking crazy, like, because that offended everybody. Everybody. And the one from Detroit got her. She said she went looking back to my and that's when she started speaking in a so, oh my. Well, I'm sorry. Us people aren't, girl, she got her. She got her. Like, bitch, don't do that. I was like, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I don't think you're gonna make it. I was saying to myself, you ain't gonna make it in none of my crews. Yeah, they don't like you. I'm saying this right now. They ain't gonna like. Cause see, I get to the understanding of people. So I unless you totally turn me off or I really I try to get to the understanding of people. Yeah, I don't fuck with them now. You know what I'm saying? Because they thought that they could just start coming over my house and don't knock or don't call. No, I'm not, but don't call. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I'm like, you glad you got in. Like, no, I don't do shit like that. So yeah. Yeah, they have an entitlement, their problem too, and then they thought that I can alter the course of, like they thought if they um like like all the girls on the team, everybody didn't have all the money all the time, right? And we were traveling a lot and sleeping well. Because I told people I don't sleep at no days in on the roadway in and all them kind of ends like that. I don't sleep like that. Okay, I don't do that. Um, but so our travel fees were high, and a lot of times a lot of the girls didn't have it. So they would have to. We all had to pitch in a couple of extra children. Okay, that's just what it was. They thought that that meant that their child was gonna play more than that don't mean that. And I'm not the coach, but I can speak for them. You understand? I'm not the coach, but I can speak for them. Yeah. So, and I was trying to get like out of the starting five, well, who job she coming out? And you get out there and you turn the ball over all them thousand times, whatever, baby. I'm trying to tell you what's going to happen. He don't have patience like that. I don't know what to tell you. So, and then people think that their children are better than what like if you go back to the school team, after you're on y'all know this, after you're on a travel team, when you go back to the school team, of course, you're going to be probably the best child on the team, or at least one of them. But that's not how it was on our team. Our team was pretty much stacked, right? We didn't have a recruiting team. They started out, they couldn't dribble when they started out. It was terrible. And I mean, they had a dang on good coach over you know, as the year. I mean, they've improved in months. Our first year out, we won state. I think we got defeated. I would think our first defeat was at when we went to the nationals. The first time we went to the nationals, and then you know we we made it. I don't know. We got ninth or 11th or something like that. All them 200 some teams behind me, whatever, which is damn good, right? And then so we didn't have like a regular season loss. We just went like a long time without losing. You know, we like out of the whole. When my daughter was there 7 years, so out of the whole 7 years that she was there, regular regular travel season, they probably lost, and I might be stretching it because I can remember the losses. Regular season, they probably out of 7 years, consecutive years, they probably lost five regular season. I'm not talking about anything. I'm not talking about nationals and stuff like that. Where it gets everybody from all over everybody. Okay, but like maybe 5 times, and I'm really counting. I'm really counting seeing. I'm really seeing three, but I'm going to say five. But I'm really seeing about three. I can't. I don't think so though. I don't think so. I know. Yeah, and so we was feared, baby, all over the all over the country. We show up, it was some shit. And when we beat them big old, and I don't know what they feed them children down in Texas. I Texas Thunder. That was the name of them girls. And those girls, I'm five. Well, I say I'm stretching at 5'9", but I'm really like 5'8.5". Those girls was taller than at 12. They were taller than me. 6 foot. Who was 6'8" girl at 12? Well, who is your daddy? 6 foot. Okay, and big as me. Big old ass girls. And our little kids. I was taller than everybody on the team. Yeah. Now imagine that when my 5'5" daughter is the center. What do you want? What you want from us? What the fuck do you want? Baby, that's why we had a running game. We'll run your ass. Listen here. If it's a 40-minute game, 38 of them, we pressing your ass. We running your ass down. You better get it together or get ran up out the gym, and we shooting the lights out. Maybe I'll find some kind of way if I can get some tapes or something. Cause I don't think I'll be able to see those tapes. Maybe you will. I'll try to figure out how to get it up one day if I can find out where I have them.
So, Ms. Merchant, can you explain to the court a little bit more about your experience as a lawyer?
Sure. So I went to the University of Florida, Levin College of Law. I graduated in 2003. I came to Atlanta and I worked at the Southern Center for Human Rights. I actually did some civil litigation with them, and I did death penalty defense work in Georgia and Alabama. Prior to coming to Atlanta, I worked for a criminal defense lawyer in Florida. And then when I moved to Atlanta, I worked at the Southern Center. When I was admitted to the bar here, I was sworn in June of 2004 in this courthouse. Judge Baxter swore me in, and I worked at the Metro Conflict Defender at the time. That was prior to the Indigent Defense Act. So the Metro Conflict Defender actually had the contract for state court work. So I was a public defender downstairs in state court here. And then I left that job to take a job at the Office of the Public Defender, which had the felony contract. So I moved to do felonies, and I was in the complex trial division at the public defender here when it was Vernon Pitts. And then I moved to the appellate division. And then I left that. I had my first daughter and left the public defender to open my own law firm. I first opened it. I had two. I had one in Buckhead, and I was in office with some other lawyers, and I had an office in Cobb County. And I have been, since 2008, I've been in private practice. 95%, I would say, is criminal defense litigation. 5% is civil. It's usually things like this where I have to get involved somehow, or my expertise as a criminal litigator somehow comes in handy.
So can you tell the court a little bit about whether you've been recognized in your field of practice?
Yes, I have. I've received a number of honors. I am the current, like I mentioned earlier, I'm the current president of the Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, which is kind of a long track. So I've been on the executive board for 5 years. I've been a super lawyer for over a decade. I'm old enough to be super lawyer, not rising star. But before I was 40, I was rising star. I have received on the Rise Award from the Daily Report, received a year ago an honor from the Southern Center for Human Rights with you about our work in a civil action case that we had, a very large plaintiff's case, doing public interest type work, but have definitely received the Cobb Bar Award for Champion of Justice, received Gachtel's Award for Champion of Justice. So I've been very blessed.
And the work you performed in this case, can you explain to the court how you and I divided up the labor in the case?
Oh, yeah, that's easy. I do the facts. So John does all the civil stuff, and I do mostly the facts. So anytime there were like a factual basis that needed to be written, that would be my job, determining all the facts and keeping records of all the facts and keeping all the documents clear. The actual, the legal drafting we would do together to a certain extent, but you would do the primary legal drafting, and then I would just assist in it.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Merchant, I'm handing you what I previously marked as plaintiff's exhibit number 23. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Mr. Merchant, I can't hear you when you're walking back to the podium.
I asked her, I'm handing you what I previously marked as plaintiff's exhibit number 23. Do you recognize it? And she said yes.
Yes.
What is it?
This is our expenses. The first couple pages are input into a program we use called Clio, and then it's all receipts from all of our expenses in this case.
Is it a true and accurate copy of our expense report for this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, plaintiff would move into evidence plaintiff's exhibit number 23.
Mr. Bowen,
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 23 is admitted.
Can you tell the court what our total expenses in this case are prior to today?
$1,339.23.
And to be clear, are you the one that put the entries in the doc?
No, my paralegal did.
Have we had discussions with Ms. Bergdorf about that?
Yes, we have.
And you're clear from that document that these are all related to this particular case?
Yes, I am.
Ms. Merchant, when you sent all of the requests, whether it be to the county, to the DA's office, in any shape or form, did you do so in good faith?
Yes.
Okay. And when you and I filed this complaint, did you do so in good faith?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bowman?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. All right, Ms. Merchant. So when in this case, who is your attorney in this case?
John, and myself. I mean, I'm an attorney, so, you know, it's myself and John. We're a small firm.
So you are representing yourselves effectively.
Yes, I'm, well, one of them, but John does the majority of the litigation in civil cases.
And then a little bit of an odd question to ask given circumstances, but do you have an engagement agreement with the firm regarding this case?
I don't think so, but John would know.
Your Honor, we'll stipulate that we did not hire.
I was going to say, I don't think so.
Okay. With that said, was there anything other than what you already discussed about how you determined the rate that would be applied for your services in this case?
Like why a certain rate?
Yeah, how did you settle on the $300 figure?
Because it's a public agency, because this is the county. I mean, it's reasonable for the county. I mean, I don't currently, but historically, I've done plenty of appointed work, and I always have a reduced rate for that. Like I do it for the federal government, for the 11th Circuit, and it's always at a reduced rate. So
essentially your rate for government work.
Definitely.
Now, has anybody other than you and Mr. Merchant, has anybody else been reviewing the time spent in this case to determine the reasonable amount of time?
Reviewing our time, is that what you asked?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Is there anyone else working to control the costs or direct the litigation in this matter?
No.
Okay. Did the potential, back up. We've seen a number of orders entered in the case regarding cameras in the courtroom and media related to this case. Have you coordinated with any media entity at all regarding this case or the hearings in this case?
I haven't coordinated. I will say that if someone calls me, my policy is always if someone calls me and asks me for a document that's a public record that's already on file with the clerk, if some news agency calls and asks me for something, if it's already a public record, I have no problem sharing that.
Have you reached out directly to any media organization or reporter or other individual to proactively reach out to them to discuss this case?
That I've initiated the contact?
Yes, ma'am.
I wouldn't say I've initiated any. I mean, there are reporters that I talk to that I'm friends with that have asked me about the status, but I don't think the one I'm thinking of, I don't actually think has ever reported on this case.
Is there any other, without revealing the substance of any such conversation, have you discussed this case with any other attorney, other counsel on the criminal matter that's related to some of the issues here?
There's more than one criminal matter, I think, that could be related. I have told some of the other lawyers about the status of this case, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, have you discussed any strategy with any other counsel?
No, not strategy.
Okay. Anything about the factual underpinnings of the case with other counsel?
the facts of the case, I have definitely, I mean, John and I are lawyers, like we talk to lawyers. So yeah, I definitely have talked to other lawyers about the facts of the case.
Okay, are any of those lawyers representing co-defendants in the case in which you represent Mr. Roman?
I have told lawyers in the Roman case about some of the facts in regards to open records.
And again, without revealing any attorney-client substance, have you spoken with Mr. Roman about this case?
Yeah, but not really at any great length. Well, because this case, so when you talk about this case.
Oh, hold on. Well, yeah, let me interject here for a moment. Let me say this. I understand certainly that part of the DA's position, the defendants, the district attorney's office and Madam DA in her official capacity, is that perhaps these requests were not substantially justified because they were intended for use in the prosecution of Michael Roman, right? I absolutely understand that. I don't know that it's an efficient use of our time to sort of beat that horse, because I certainly understand that that's the position of the DA's office.
And Your Honor, the reason that I bring it up is, number one, counsel opened the door with discussion about good faith and the good faith activity in the case. I think it goes a little bit to good faith when we're talking about the level of publicity that somewhat this case, but certainly the other case have generated, and the interest in the goings on at the DA's office in particular, and as well as the sort of some of the expansion and all the subpoenas, specifically including the subpoena to Madam DA herself in this case. I do think it goes to the reasonableness of that, and then therefore the reasonableness of the attorney's fees.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Merchant, your response?
Yeah, I didn't know.
Mr. Merchant, if you could sit down and be on the mic.
I'm a slow learner. My wife can tell you that. Well, I did open the door to attorney-client waiver. And he specifically asked her, what did you talk to Mr. Roman about? She is his counsel in a separate case, so he cannot inquire as to communication she had with her own client, even if it's marginally relevant, which I don't think that it is.
Well, there are a number of privileges that would attach in terms of attorney-client work product, et cetera. I mean, I think the point's been made. And to the extent you wish to inquire further, I'm not saying you can't. I'm just letting you know, I get your point about that aspect.
And I just note, Your Honor, I didn't ask about specific conversations, just whether she had spoken with Mr. Roman.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
With that said, I'll continue on. Has there been anybody else outside of you and the members of your firm, Mr. Merchant, who have provided any input or funding at all into this case?
No, haven't gotten a dime.
Okay. Do you have any agreements or discussions with any outside parties regarding anything that regarding the proceedings in this case?
No.
Okay. Has any of the work in this case been billed to clients in Mr. Roman's case?
No.
Has any of the documentation that you've received in this case been utilized in that case?
No. In this litigation now.
In the subject of this litigation?
Right. I want to make sure you weren't saying in response to any open records.
No.
Because early on, so when we filed it, just to qualify, just to make sure that it's perfectly clear, when we filed this litigation in January, there were a number of outstanding open records requests that were also part of this litigation originally. Those, I was able to subpoena those documents when I had a hearing in the Roman case. And some of those specifically were things like invoices, things like that. So I asked for those under open records. I didn't get all those. So they were initially part of this litigation. But then when I got a hearing date in the Roman matter, I was able to subpoena those. And so I was actually able to get those so they didn't have to stay part of this open records.
Thank you. I do want to go back to Exhibit 24 in this case, which was the description of the work performed. Now we talked about this case having been filed in late January of 2024. And I'm looking at page 1 of Plaintiff's Exhibit 24, and I'm seeing entries that begin in September, going up through onto page 2, going to all the way up through prior to filing the complaint in this case. Is it your contention that the correspondence and the issues that were dealt with prior to the filing of this case is something that should be included in attorney's fees?
Yes, because it was all part of what I had to do to get responses to the open records. If you look at page 1, and you know what you're referencing on the second page, page 2. So how it's supposed to work is I'm supposed to file an open records, ask for the document, and then you all give me the document. When it doesn't happen that way and I have to follow up and email and beg and plead and explain again and again for months, that's all part of what is leading up to the litigation. And that's what you'll see on the first page. Follow up on email, follow up on ORA response, send another email. And you actually, okay, so to answer, I'm glad this is in front of me now. I can qualify my answer earlier. The complaint to the Attorney General was in October, October 17th. So I filed this lawsuit in January. I mean, these issues were still outstanding. So clearly the Attorney General complaint wasn't gonna fix things. But no, all of these are part of pre-suit, I guess, work is what you could talk about. And let's just be clear, if they'd been complied with over this 6 months, there would never have been a litigation. But like November 29th, send an email following up with the county regarding
I haven't asked you a question at this point, so I appreciate that. But, if you could give me just 1 second, Your Honor, to make sure that I've hit everything. Double check. That's all I have at this point, Your Honor, just in case there's any redirect.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Mr. Merchant?
Yes, I just have one question for you. So, Ms. Merchant, if we had to hire outside counsel and they had to read all the correspondence that you had sent to the county and to the DA's office, and you got up to speed, done all the legal research and all of that, and we paid them their rate, would it have been more expensive for us to do that or less expensive than handling it ourselves?
Way more expensive, cost prohibitive.
That's all I have.
Okay, I have a couple of questions just to make sure I know what the exhibits are that I'm looking at. I heard Exhibit 23 being identified as a document supporting claimed expenses of $1,339.23.
That's correct.
Okay. And then separately, Exhibit 24, which some questions, I mean, I've seen that it is a table with individual entries of time. What I was less clear on is this as to all time expended by the Merchant Law Firm, or is it just as to Ashley Merchant?
This is my time.
Okay.
This is my time.
Okay, thank you.
And then do you want to keep them?
Yes, please.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anything, was that the only question you had? Anything else, Mr. Bowman?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Merchant. Yeah, that was all I had. You may be excused.
Okay.
Man, police pulling everybody over. Man, 3 cars are behind every car. On force? On goddamn everywhere. It's Thursday.
Oh, Lord, let me get him. Hold on, so let me play what was the outcome of that hearing. So I thought I was home. Well, y'all heard I been say I thought I was home. Duh. Don't ask me no questions. Stay out my burner. Stay out my burner. My business. All right, so we're gonna see what the outcome was. But hear the outcome because it tells you the outcome in the corner. Hold on.
Anything.
So,
Okay. My apologies, Ms. Monroe, because I feel like I was very confrontational with you, and it's not anything intended to reflect upon your presence here in the courtroom and your capabilities as a fine attorney. So I apologize if I was a little more confrontational than I really should have been. So my apologies. I think that what I have said several times, and I continue to struggle with, is that it appears to me that I've already said that I think either or both the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and Madam DA Fonnie Willis in her official capacity as the District Attorney of Fulton County are subject to the Open Records Act. And therefore, the response that would have been appropriate would by the records custodian, who in this case is Mr. Bond, would have been to recite some procedure that he follows or some process that he follows, which I didn't clearly hear in terms of when he receives a request. The impression that I got from hearing the testimony of Mr. Bond is that there are certain types of requests they get all the time, and they are used to responding to them, and they, maybe closed criminal files, things like that, right? And that those are pretty standard. And I imagine that these requests were somewhat out of the ordinary for what the office requires or typically handles. But the fact, and this is where it really gets off the rails, that not only was Mr. Bond not able to testify to a particular process that he follows by requesting, from IT to do searches, and more importantly, to follow up with certain people, but not Ms. Merchant, about what it was that was the nature of the request. Seems to me to indicate that there's something of a problem regarding the efforts of the records custodian of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office to in good faith, comply. Now, having said all of that, here's what we are going to do. I am telling you right now where I am leaning and how I'm going to rule, assuming that tomorrow the Supreme Court does not say that the District Attorney's Office and the individual officially duly elected person is not subject to the Open Records Act. So it is not my intention to enter an order today, but I do want to tell you what my likely ruling will be, because I'm going to reserve the issue of attorney's fees, right, in terms of damages that are sought. I believe, based on the evidence that I've seen, there is no dispute that the records that were sought, that the requests were clear, and that to the extent that the custodian did not understand what was being requested, it was the obligation of them to make a good faith effort to make sure they understood what was being provided or what was being requested. I do not believe that the records custodian engaged in a good faith effort to determine how to respond to the requests that were made. I also am unpersuaded by the idea, given the high profile nature of so much of what the District Attorney's Office does in Fulton County, the sheer volume of just media requests alone for public documents makes me question the idea that 13 requests from one individual was somehow overly burdensome. Because of that, it is my inclination to find that as to the NDAs, as to certain of the open matters, and that's the part I'm reserving, right? I have materials here from the merchants to make sure I understand what they believe, what matters are still open. It appears to me quite clear that the NDA issue is still open, right? And it may be that y'all can resolve that, but my issue really is that while I appreciate, Ms. Monroe, your assertion that the subpoenas, right, were the resolution of this problem and that they're not, that they asked for different things. I think having seen the subpoenas and comparing them to the Open Records Act requests, the reason they're different is two things. Number one, there were attorneys in the form of Mr. Bowman and Ms. Monroe who were in good faith trying to understand what was being requested and comply with the request. That was not the same in the Open Records Act request. And two, by the time those requests morphed into the subpoena that was served on Fulton County, Ms. Merchant had been educated about what it was she was asking for and how to ask for it more clearly, which again, could have all been accomplished had Mr. Bond not had the Ashley Merchant rule. And so all of that is to say this, what I'm going to ask for from the merchants is a proposed order that rules in favor, or proposed judgment, I guess it would be, that rules in favor of the merchant law firm in this action as to those specific items that were not timely produced. And here's where I want to focus. I'm going to focus on the fees issue, the expenses that were associated with their efforts to recover these amounts. And here's why. I've given the DA's office a real hard time. I would be remiss if I did not say that I'm quite certain that Ms. Merchant has been difficult and has potentially used these proceedings, right, particularly the subpoena to Madam DA Willis individually, to gain either media attention or positioning in the criminal case. While I'm certain that is true, as I challenged Ms. Allaby about a moment ago when she was speaking, my understanding of the Open Records Act request is while some of that argument may be relevant to whether or not Ms. Merchant or the firm was substantially justified in making these requests, at the end of the day, the relevant consideration is, are these public documents that the public is entitled to see? And was a request made and was a good faith effort made to comply with those requests? And because despite the fact that the DA's office may not like what Ms. Merchant may or may not do with those documents, that doesn't change the outcome. And so the reason I say all that is to say that I don't intend necessarily to award the entirety of the attorney's fees that were sought by the Merchant law firm. I expect that I will cull a good bit from it because I believe that some of it, particularly the subpoenas to all the various parties, when it took me 10 minutes into that first hearing to point out that I wasn't going to hear from any of those witnesses until it became absolutely necessary, because those witnesses were in possession of specific information that no one else was in possession of. And that's a fairly standard approach in civil law. And so I do think perhaps there was an expanding of the proceedings, but I'm not ruling on the motion that was urged today regarding sanctions and fees, but I will say that that still probably wouldn't rise to a basis for sanctions, because very quickly the Merchant law firm got the testimony that it believed it needed to prove its case from one witness and then released the others from further requirements to testify, despite the fact that, you know, if it was really Ms. Merchant's intention to get media attention and hype this all up to the media, she could have continued to insist and get into an argument with the court and brief, et cetera, on this entitlement to examine Madam DA Willis. I will also say that I take exception to this argument that this entire characterization of Ms. Merchant, who again, I don't doubt that she has been, I'll stick with the word difficult because that's what I said before, right? That she is someone who is aggressive and difficult, can be difficult to deal with in litigation, whether it be civil or criminal. I understand that. But the district attorney's motion and the effort to characterize it as being in bad faith by hyping up all this media attention to harass the DA's office could have all been cut. All of that could have been cut away if Dexter Bond had picked up the phone and called Sean Merchant or Ashley Merchant and said, what are you trying to get? And then given the documents. Or engaged in a good faith effort that would reassure the requesting party that some good faith effort had been made to locate those documents so that when the representation that no such documents existed or were in the possession of the custodian was made, it would be more credible. So all of that is what I'm going to do, assuming again that the Supreme Court doesn't wipe this all away tomorrow, is enter a judgment in favor of the Merchant law firm regarding the failure to timely provide the documents that were requested, the ones that are still listed, the ones that are still outstanding, if there are any. It sounds like we've abandoned most of them except for perhaps the NDA in terms of injunctive relief. Mostly this is about failure to timely provide, and that will occasion an award of attorney's fees in favor of the Merchant law firm associated with the efforts they undertook to secure these documents. But I don't yet know what the dollar amount of that is going to be. I will say that I believe that Ms. Merchant's choice of $300 an hour and tying that to the Attorney General's office is a reasonable dollar amount. And that what I will really be focused on is trying to see if, it may be that I'm wrong, right? But to see if expenses or time spent was on something that unnecessarily expanded the scope of the litigation, or was, as Mr. Merchant and Ms. Monroe also pointed out, as to a dismissed party, perhaps not be recoverable. So that's what I'm going to be looking at and determining the nature and extent of any fee award that I make. Questions about what I've just said? Ms. Monroe.
Thank you, Anna, for your breakdown. I'm just wondering if the court will be considering any fees that have commenced that were incurred prior to this litigation.
So that's one of the reasons that I want to look at this issue, because my best recollection as I sit here right now of the standard is that certainly attorney's fees incurred in the litigation beginning when the litigation began is what is directly recoverable. I don't, as I sit here right now, recall what the law is about the things like the drafting of a complaint or things like that of positioning a case to be filed and whether such fees are recoverable. But it's my intention to resort to the case law. And if there's case law that says those things should not be recovered, then I will exclude them based on what I find in the case law. Anything else, Ms. Monroe?
That's it.
Okay. Mr. Merchant?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Last thing is if the...
I just wanted to say, I promised you exhibits.
Yes, thank you. If the Gonzalez versus Miller opinion comes out tomorrow and it does in fact say that the district attorney's office and or the elected district attorney in their official capacity are not subject to open records, then I assume I will be receiving a motion to dismiss the case from the county attorney, which will likely be granted, but we might have to mull through it a little bit more than that. I just don't know what it will say. I will be surprised, given Justice LaGrua's decision in the Milleron case and how expansively they were applying the statute there, if they were to very narrowly read it here. But we'll see, because I'm not on that court and I'm not in charge of that. So, anything else that anybody needs from me?
Not the plaintiff, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you all. Have a good day.
Oh, wow, Penty.
Elements of their claim, subjecting it therefore to a directed verdict. Okay.
Let's see, what was this? Oh, let me hear what this is about, y'all. And I only got
I think I
I think I'm clear on how the court is directing me. And thank you for the opportunity to come before you, Your Honor. We are asking that the court make a finding in our favor. At this point, the court has heard the evidence in this case. You've heard testimony in this case. You had the opportunity to hear from our chief of staff, Mr. Bond. You've had the opportunity to hear from the plaintiffs in this case. The record is also supplemented with multiple affidavits and business record certifications and responses to the plaintiff's request. And so there is a clear record that the plaintiff has not met their burden under the law with regard to a finding in favor of the plaintiffs. Judge, we are here, and I'm going to try to thread this needle as gently as I can. Our position is that we are here not because the district attorney's office or Madam District Attorney Fonnie Willis was not responsive to the plaintiffs. To the contrary, the record is clear that we were in fact responsive to the plaintiffs. But there has been no evidence that has been provided, only argument and supposition that the district attorney's office has not complied with the Open Records Act or acted without justification in this matter. We have not been negligent in any of our actions with regard to the multiple open records requests in this case. And Judge, in all candor to this tribunal, the reason that we are here is not because of this Open Records Act. We are here because of the criminal case that is pending against Michael Roman. This open records suit has been filed in order to essentially get information to relitigate the disqualification that was heard in the criminal case and to add credence to plaintiff's argument with regard to that. It is not lost on the defendants in this case. When this lawsuit was filed back in January, on January 30th of 2024, mere days before briefs were due in the criminal matter, that is not a coincidence. It was intentional to add credence to calls for disqualification of the district attorney in that criminal case. This entire lawsuit, this case, and why we are before this court is to accomplish three goals on behalf of this plaintiff. It is to impact the criminal prosecution of her client this upcoming election. It's our position that there has been bad faith on behalf of the plaintiff and that this suit is being used to harass and intimidate the district attorney. And I will save the unjust enrichment portion for later as pursuant to the court's direction. But the district attorney's office, District Attorney Willis, have established by and through testimony and the record that there is absolutely no reason to find in favor of the plaintiff at all whatsoever. And essentially, we are relitigating a number of issues that took place in the criminal prosecution and the disqualification motion. And unfortunately, the plaintiff, like I said, filed this suit in order to bolster her assertions in that criminal case. That should not happen. We should not be relitigating matters here. The information that is requested.
Well, forgive me for interrupting, but let me just be clear. We're not relitigating any of those matters because I have no authority and thankfully no responsibility to relitigate any of the issues associated with Mr. Roman's prosecution or that larger prosecution.
I understand the course. I'm sorry.
Right. And so I'm just saying, I promise you that I will not take up any invitation to relitigate those issues because I don't want to and I don't have the authority to do so.
I understand. It is our position that that is what the plaintiff is trying to do here. It is our position that that is why this litigation, this suit has been filed. It is our position as to that is why we have received and been inundated with a number of subpoenas. Subpoena power has been abused in this situation, as it was similarly in the criminal case. We have a number of individuals within our office that were subpoenaed pursuant to this case that is before your honor that were never even called as a witness. District Attorney Willis, the plaintiff's asked to hold her in contempt, did not properly subpoena her. It's all explained within this motion, did not properly subpoena her.
And she is saying what I told y'all before last time when we watched this same courtroom, what's going on, right? This all has to do with this election, okay? And Georgia is very, because remember we keep looking at the electoral map, right? And we see Georgia is going to be very, very crucial for either party. It can tip the scale either way. And this is meant to somehow, and this is where I have a problem with people in politics and people that just use the legal system as a weapon, or just make something that can be so simple if you just like okay, here's what I'm saying. This could all been avoided if they would have just simply, like the judge say, honor the open records request. That's all you got to do. Just honor it. Your business already out there in the streets about you and Nathan and the money and all of that. You know, the most they could do is, I mean, I don't know what the open request is really for, what they're trying to get to or whatever, but you know, you've already had a favorable ruling um and with the you know, with the disqualification hearing. Everybody now, we all know you're getting down with the get down or whatever. You and the man still cool. Yeah, you showed up on the camera not too long ago when your daughter got pulled over. I'm talking about Fonnie Willis. It's just like it, you understand what I'm saying? Sometimes by trying to fight somebody over something, you know, it's already on Front Street. It makes the matters worse. You understand? Now you don't know what Pantene is fixing to do. We could have just give it to her. Just give it to her. A lot of times people don't understand the art of winning. Sometimes you can lose the win. But people like don't like the, some people just like to keep on with the tug of war, tug of war, tug of war. And in doing so you can eventually lose a lot of shit. Lose peace. That's number one. Time. And like the just so you, I mean, like you could have just picked up the phone and just what is it? You know, what do you want? What do you want? Come on, Pantene. Get your ass on. Lord have mercy. Now you'd have got a bill and everything else. And they got bragging rights.
Have not filed in notice or anything of that nature. A signed return receipt was not filed with the court pursuant to the law. I would refer the court to the case of Harkness. Let me get the citation for you, Your Honor. Harkness versus State 225, Georgia Appeals 864, 1997 case, which states very explicitly, and in that case, the appellate contended that his trial counsel was ineffective and he failed to secure counsel's attendance for a motion for new trial. Counsel attempted to serve Harkness attempted to serve trial counsel by way of certified mail, and the court noted in that case that proof of service of a subpoena in this matter requires the filing of a signed return receipt with the court, and the same is not in the record. It's directly analysis.
Let me interrupt. Okay, so this is why I wanted to separate out some things. So a good bit of what you're complaining about now, right? I can't give anybody legal advice, but there's a procedure for you to say that that was in bad faith and that we incurred attorney's fees or whatever associated with a party who was ultimately dismissed. Like there's a process, but right now the issue in front of the court is, and this is what I'm struggling with. To my understanding, there's never been a dispute that the records that were requested by the merchant law firm are public records that are subject to the ORA. I've never seen it asserted as a defense in this case. I've never heard it argued by any of the attorneys in this case that the records sought were not public records that are subject to the Open Records Act, separate and apart from the ruling I've made that the DA's office is subject to the Open Records Act, unless, of course, the Supreme Court tells me tomorrow that I'm wrong, right? Mm-hmm. So if they are in fact open records and the request made by the merchant law firm was clear enough that the custodian could understand what was being requested and attempt to comply with it, Does the fact that an attorney intends to use those public records to their advantage in another piece of litigation, why does that matter?
Judge, I think it all is related. We in the district attorney's office are dealing with a plaintiff who has filed a complaint, has alleged all manner of information about the criminal case throughout that complaint and the amended complaint concerning the criminal case and why she's requesting this information has been expressed and has not hid at all at any juncture of this case or any other case that her purpose and the goal of requesting these open records, requesting this documentation that she has provided to the district attorney's office is to undermine the criminal prosecution. I think it's all intertwined in why we are here, why this case was filed, why it is.
Right. But respectfully.
Okay, let me say it for you, Judge, because listen, I mean, just what none of that matters. You can't hold hostage a legal request because of why you think they're going, how they're going to use it against you or whatever. You can't do that. This is nigger shit. This is what I'm talking about. Nigger shit. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to tell you. I just want to buy a whole state and just put in that state the people I want in it. And just, I can't. She literally just pretty much said, they only want it because that don't matter. Wet and wavy?
There's two issues I'm hearing you say, and I think they're separate, and I'd like to get an answer separately. One is this aspect of harassment of the DA's office. That's a separate thing, okay? I obviously want to be sensitive to concerns that that's what is trying to be accomplished through this litigation. But we're going to put a pin in that for a moment right now. My question is, as a zealous advocate for their client, what is wrong with an attorney saying, I am aware that there are public records that I can request through a statutorily allowable procedure that I might use to assist in the zealous defense of my criminal defendant client? What is wrong with that?
Judge, I've never said anything is wrong with zealous representation. Prior defense attorney right here. I believe that it is important that we have defense attorneys who zealously advocate for their clients, that look at all possible defenses, that make sure that they are covering every base. That is not what is happening here. That is not why we are here today. We have something that is very different. And my perspective, my view, our position we submit to this court is that it is so intertwined with why this lawsuit was filed, that zealous representation is one thing, but to use the open record statute in order to harass a district attorney, to file filings into the record, in this case that is before your honor, that our position is not accurate, to assert to this court that there are documents that were not received that we know that were in fact received, or we have a situation where we have a plaintiff that is making assertions that there are these additional documents, even though she has been given responses, she has been communicated with, that we have been nothing but responsive to her request regarding the multiple open records requests that we have received. Now, even receiving the responses from the state, we were still met with this assertion that one, we were derelict in our duty in some regard, that we were negligent in some regard, that we have not complied with this statute. And what I am trying to probably and artfully communicate to this court is that those assertions were made for the sole purpose of undermining the prosecution in the criminal case. That has been the driving force of what led us here. And that is very different than zealous advocacy. We are outside of the realm of zealous advocacy. The records are public. She can use it however she chooses to. But whether or not there have been factual assertions that this court can actually consider outside of, speculation, assumptions, just my belief or my thought is this, facts and evidence that will suggest that the district attorney has did something other than comply with this open record statute is not here. The record is void of that. This court actually has a record that not only shows, but proves that we have not just exercised our duty, but we have gone a step further because, as the plaintiffs have said at some point during their questioning today, this situation is very litigious. We know, not just know, but it is a tenet of District Attorney Willis to make sure that we are being transparent in our dealings. These accusations, this lawsuit suggests otherwise. And what I'm trying to communicate to the court is that that suggestion is not because there is a legitimate basis. It is because plaintiffs wish to use that in order for Michael Roman to get out from underneath his criminal case. The appropriate and proper way to handle that situation is to allow that man to have a trial. People have a right to a jury trial. People have a right to defend their clients.
Right, but again, I apologize if I sound like I'm beating a dead horse here, but again, what I'm struggling with is whether any of this information is intended for or will be used for. I question whether that's relevant to a determination of were these open records, were they clearly requested, were they provided, or was a good faith effort made to find them and provide them? And ultimately, whether they're admissible in evidence for any purpose against Mr. Roman or in his behalf is a decision for a different judge in a different proceeding. What I'm struggling with here is I don't understand why the fact that well, first of all, to be clear, I understand your argument, but Ms. Merchant has testified that she either doesn't intend or hasn't made a decision. That's not the purpose for why she requested these records, because the ones she wanted regarding Mr. Roman were ultimately obtained through subpoena in the criminal action. So she has affirmatively, and I think Mr. Merchant also said that that's not the intention here, that some of this was for a project associated with Gactyl or something like that. But setting that aside, I understand that you are somewhat disbelieving of that representation. Again, what I'm struggling with is, okay, if an attorney knows that there is information that might help their client and they are legally authorized to get it, what's wrong with them saying, here's my Open Records Act request, give me those documents, and then seeing if the trial judge will let them use those documents?
Again, Judge, I don't think that is not an appropriate thing to do. What I'm saying is that's not what happened here. I'm saying that the plaintiff's complaint and their amended complaint say the contrary of what was testified to right here today, that the purpose of this litigation, the purpose of this was to use these documents in the criminal prosecution. But putting that aside, Judge, here for the open records suit, we have direction and guidance from our Supreme Court, and I will draw the court's attention to Felker versus Lukemire, 267 Georgia 296. It's a 1996 case where an individual was requesting documents from a public entity. But there was a line in this case that is so poignant and so on point to what we have here that states the legislature could not have intended for an open records request to be used to trap an unsuspecting public official. And we have this game of gotcha that the plaintiffs are trying to, impose upon the district attorney. Notwithstanding all of the other matters and cases that we have, people request records from our office every single day. We are inundated with open records requests.
Even though the official position of the DA's office in this litigation is that they're not governed by the Open Records Act. Just saying.
People request it. I have no control over what people request.
But if you don't give them, they apparently can't be enforced against you because the law doesn't apply to you according to the official position of the district attorney's office and the Fulton County District Attorney in this lawsuit. Just saying.
And I'm saying that people make their requests. They reach out to our office. They ask for the documents they wish to ask for. That is their prerogative. They can reach out to any office and make any requests that they want. What I'm saying is that this particular lawsuit has made it this far, not because of the merits, not because there was some type of inaction on behalf of the district attorney, not because there was some type of hiding of the ball or not providing documents to the plaintiff because they requested it. We are here today because of exactly what I stated, Judge. It is not because the plaintiff did not receive something. It's not because the district attorney is playing hide the ball. It is not for any of those reasons. It is because, and I understand the court's position with regard to this, but it's because the plaintiff wishes to undermine the prosecution in the criminal case. Use those records for however you choose to use them. We did provide them. We did, in fact, provide the records to the plaintiff. During the pendency of this litigation, we have received a number of emails. We've received correspondence. I will note for the record before this honorable court, District Attorney Willis and the District Attorney's Office are both represented by counsel. Plaintiff has still reached out, completely gone around and usurped our professional rules of conduct, our duties as attorneys, has not reached out to me. I've sat in this courtroom. When I came to make my argument for the motion to quash, the court very wisely said, why don't you accept service now? I was not for that. I was a little opposed to that. I sat in this courtroom for days as we heard testimony from Mr. Bond, still did not get served with anything. Still did not have the plaintiff at least adhere to the basic and minimum requirements of our duties as attorneys, our duties as counsel. All of this is illustrative of why we are here, why the claim has no merit, why there is no basis for this sham of a lawsuit, for this waste of the court's time that we are here for. This is an attempt to obstruct justice. This is an attempt to make sure that there is a news clip or a news bite with regard to this that uses Madam District Attorney's name, because quite frankly, without her name, these news cameras would not be here. What I am telling this court is that there should not be, and I'm asking this court to not rule in favor of the plaintiffs, to rule in favor of the defendants, because based on this record as a whole, evaluating the record as a whole, the filings that were made ahead of testimony, assertions from plaintiffs about not needing injunctive relief, and now we're here on injunctive relief, the multiple requests are not even the issue, because again, plaintiff has received those things. It is truly the conduct, the extension of this lawsuit in order to ask for those attorney's fees, and I won't go any further than that. But all of this is to serve a particular purpose, and it is not because they did not receive documents. It's not because we are violative of the open record statute. It is to undermine this prosecution. It's to impact this criminal prosecution, the election, and to harass the district attorney's office. And as such, we are asking that this court find in favor of the defendants.
Thank you. Mr. Merchant, your response? Yes, sir.
Wow, that was crazy. But yeah, you can't withhold something, some information that people receive on a daily basis via request, regardless of why you think they're going to use them. Even if you know if they make a legitimate request for records, you have to hand it over, because you're only sorry, what is this? You're only, compounding a problem. It's crazy, right? And did y'all notice how many times that judge and these white attorneys use the word or filler? That's not really a word, filler, right? Right? But I'm not fixing to even try to understand why someone or anyone that haven't graduated from nowhere university will question others that have. I have no idea how that works, but I guess it does in certain universities, right? But yeah, people use but yeah, this is it's heating up. Georgia is very, 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 very important, right? And they are trying to turn this whole thing into something that can benefit them, they believe, for the election, right? They can make some kind of big deal. But now you've given them more of a weapon to make a bigger deal by just simply not giving, just by not giving them the records when they ask for them. Like, God, be. Oh my gosh, I was watching Baddies Caribbean, the third and the final part of the reunion. Why did Tommy spit on Big Ant? And he had to drop and walk away. And it is so crazy that I believe that it was, I don't know if it was both of the Plum brothers that was, like shaded out, because I know they little frame. One of them is real little. The other one is he's not as small as the other brother. It's Lemon Pepper, but he's small. And um, they shaded, one of them face out. I think both of them. They kind of shaded them out, right? Because they was at the reunion. Because like the other partners that's in the Zeus, like that white lady, and I think and that other guy, we've seen him either on commercials or on sitcoms or something. We've seen him, okay, and they don't be nowhere around this foolishness. They let Lemon Pepper and all of that be everywhere and doing it, what? And I heard him and Jamisha got married. Yeah, child. Mm-hmm. Surely did. And Saucy was like, Saucy talking about, this is the bomb. Y'all call me anytime. But oh my God, it was going down. And I'm just trying to figure something out. I'm just trying to figure it all out. Where and when? I mean, I asked y'all this. Maybe if it wasn't y'all or somebody else. Well, did it become okay for you to wear clothes that just have your ass out? Just have it out. I mean, literally your ass. Or you got clothing where you got a stomach and you just got it out. Like, like some of these women look like they pregnant and they belly's out. Biggie have her ass out. Rolly have her ass out. Everybody's ass is out and they stomach. I have no idea how to. I would never even want to do that. I found a way to dress my dumb ass up like Vanity and without showing my ass. That's called being creative. I have no desire to, even when I could. I didn't wear. I wore clothes that fit, nothing tight where you see prints and shit. You have someone where you can see the prints of their front, their back, everything they got to offer. It's ridiculous, right? It is. It is so ridiculous. I mean, I was, and this is maybe my need to escape. I'm telling you, I be baby, I be looking for an escape route. You hear me? I be trying to get about. I do. What I mean by that is that I just simply want a little peaceful, little quiet, little life. I want to work on some creative shit or whatever. And that's it. I got a few little ideas of something, some things I want to, start or whatever. And and do things. I don't want to do too much of uh, solution oriented work. Anything. I don't give a damn if it's in law or whatever. I don't want to do none of that. I don't want to solve nothing. I don't. Nope. I don't want to do none of that. And so far, it seems like I got to get it myself. I'm just so shy and I'm so nervous. And I don't like to, gamble and stuff like that. And I feel more secure when I have like a partner in it. I've tried everybody. Now, I won't say everybody, but everybody that I would trust. Um, I think I'm just going to eventually make my daughter be a partner in some things, whether she wants to or not, right? Um, the okay, I had a good chance with credit card man, but see that was back in the day, and while I was out those 18 months, I had some time to come up with a lot of creative, did a lot of research and a lot of things or whatever. But then once I was able to go back to work and do all that, I was shit. I don't know how many jobs I started out the gate with. And so that kind of got put on the back burner. Plus my daughter was still traveling and all kind of crazy shit in college, and that happened. And so it's been busy, 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 busy. And then I won't say I was betrayed. I feel like it's a betrayal, but it seems like I've been betrayed, whatever. Because so policeman, he had said now that he wouldn't mind working. He didn't care about about working with me on the creative and stuff like that. And when I say creative, that could mean a whole bunch of stuff. It could be that can cover business, that can cover um, philanthropic type stuff, that can cover like um, social media based, that can cover event, that can cover a lot of stuff, right? And I got I mean, I have really the inner workings and all that type of stuff or whatever. I just need more of that support and that. But he can't offer me no because there's a part in creativity. Some of that stuff I just don't have. Right? There's just certain things I just don't have. And wow, he was, it's like, okay, well, we'll get this hiring somebody. I'm like, no, that ain't what you said. You said that you would bring some girl, child, nothing. It's always we sit down and work on, yeah. But well, now we got to go to this. Da, 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 da. I don't want to do that. I'm tired. I don't want to keep doing that. My feet hurt. I'm tired of wearing these heels. My feet hurt. Ah, damn. So I got to put on. I said I put on my big girl panties and do it myself. I guess. I don't know. Because I know that it can develop. I'm trying to. I so want something on Zeus. I do. I don't know how. I don't want nobody that's connected to them. I guess I can find out, but I don't know. Hey, I was resorting back to my old tricks from when I was young, because I've been falling out. We've been playing the fallout game for at least when I was oh my gosh, you know, I was like 13 or 14 years old going out there with a damn new edition. Oh, my friend I fell out. She's back there. We got to go back there with my friend. Yeah, I'm like, I got to figure out, I got to find Big Ant. Nobody knows Big Ant. I find that strange. We got to get through Big Ant. Get to Big Ant. Got him. Hey, I'm put a girl on or something. We got to get through Big Ant. Y'all know how it works. Oh my gosh, y'all know how this shit works. I'm too old to be the girl to put on. I can't do it. I can't do it. Did I say that out loud? Yeah, if I don't have a good time. And I ain't giving up nothing. Believe that. Child, my personality take me a long way, believe it or not. That's what I'm saying. I'm Kim on like not like me around here. Are you serious? I've been kicked out of battle. But yeah, like I'm like, it's such to me it's such fugazi that I work with on everybody's stuff, right? With them, everything anybody wanted their help with, I'm there. Me? Oh yeah, they'll come to some event, this, that, and third, whatever. But no, when I'm talking about, doing certain things or whatever, and they know I'm shy with it, or I be trying to partner or whatever. It seems yeah, and I think I just have to. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I just don't know. I'm talking about it's so sad. It's some stuff that, and it sound crazy if I tell you, but I can't even keep track of it all now. But when I started working on stuff way back when, um, I've been working on stuff probably about 20 years ago. I tell you not a word of a lie. And since that period of time, um, I thought I would partner up with probably my first partner. I thought I would have would be University of Florida. Nope. Because I know that if you have a man in the plan, um, the balance is there, and you're less likely to be like taken for granted or taken as a joke or whatever. And a lot of times men will listen to other men when they don't listen to women, right? Then there was the guy that, oh my God, we could have been, whoa, we could have been. But he was more interested in, you know, and then a lot of the stuff I came up with, I did the whole concept behind it, the whole create whatever, and just really just gave it to him. and whatever. And they fucked it up. You know, they did what I just don't get into because it runs my pressure up. It makes me sick in my stomach. Right. Um, gave that to I gave a lot of stuff away, and then sometimes then as the years go on, when you see something come out or whatever, you were like, I had that idea. It's crazy. I be so mad, but I can. And then when you put your own money in it and stuff like that, I just don't be. That's when you lose a lot of your confidence. You be like, okay, how much this is? I'm like, oh no, oh no, you know. And I believe in trying to take your own money rather than trying to get finance and stuff like that. I believe it's just easier to take your own money and not worry about having a bill coming out straight out. You know what I'm saying? Just different things, right? I don't know. And then I was like, and then I could like, cause I don't want to do all that event shit and um outside of my own charity, like doing. It's not that I don't want to help with charity. That's not what I'm saying. It's just that there's a lot of stuff that go into. I mean, listen. At one point, I had something to do every day, and I always reserve weekends. I needed both days, but from the sun up to sundown, my ass is ripping and running, and I got other people ripping and running too. That's wear and tear, right? Mentally and physically, that's wear and tear. I ain't got time for it. I'm so tired. I don't want to do all that no more. I just want a quiet, peaceful. And everybody that claimed they was gonna give it to me reneged, reneged. Some even got mad because I didn't want to, go out and it's my hair, go Jaguar and all this bullshit. I don't want to do that. I'm tired. And then, especially the games are on the weekend, right? Sure, let me tell you what I did. Y'all telling about I'm kid. Let me tell you what I did. Because apparently I wasn't able to say no. So you know what I did? I just didn't get the season's ticket no more. I didn't get them. So I gave up my place in getting the seats because I was in row 100. Yep, that's right. Why are we going now? They're only going to lose anyway. Traffic sucks here. I'm going to just keep going to that goddamn concession stand, eating up all the food and all of that. Why? So I just conveniently didn't get the tickets. Didn't get the what's the name? I'm so bad. I know. I been doing fuck shit, right? I don't care, cause listen, I want peace. Peace. That's it. Something I just want to sleep and just peace. Just peace. That's it. I want to have peace. They only want to give it to me, so okay, I get it then. I figure it out. You know me. I come up with something. Hmm. But it's sad though. It is. So I'm eventually. And then it's so crazy. She doesn't like. I was trying to get her in I would send her some of the places, whatever she'd, appear for me or whatever. It's just like, man, them people want you. They don't want me. They want you to show up. It's something we did get a certification. We did accomplish that. We did go back and get a certification together. Um, to do something, but we need another or something else. I'm serious. I know. I mean, that's crazy. But but right now, I got the Zeus Network fever. I'm not saying I'm not delusional thinking that we can get on the goddamn Zeus Network. That's not what I'm saying. I got an idea. Oh shit! But yeah, but mm, saying can't get nobody. Can't get nobody to give you what you want. Something so simple. A little assistance, a little peace. And all I need them to do is do the talking, do the presenting, do the this, do the, and sharing and, maybe some of the, the concept, the ideas and shit like that, right? Development in production, that type of shit. That's all I need you to do. It's like following the script. And this is so crazy. And how is this impossible for me? Look at me. I'm using y'all as a therapy session. Yes, I might do it. I might, because I only got, about 20 more, about 15 more minutes. Go live and do another therapy session. Check this out right here. How is this impossible? Where I don't have nothing but speakers. People love to talk. People that smell good, look good. The women love them. Love them all. They be about to knock me out. Like, God damn, bitch, calm down. Sales, you know what I'm saying? I mean, like, come on. Come on. You credit card man, right? He had sales in his history, right? I said University of Florida. Oh my God, University of Florida can sell it, baby. He can sell it. Yeah. The Popo, that's a whole salesman. That's a goddamn uh XDA. He done moved on to the same type of job, but still, he can talk. Mm-mm. And then this little thing that Adrian was trying one time, it was like I don't know, he ain't cut out for this shit. It was something he was doing, and I got asked him if he was still doing it. And it's like, and then it's not like we could really combine on something, because he got his own business, plus he got contracts and stuff like that. But and I don't think he could. And Ramona get on my damn nerve. Oh, I'm like, oh. Ronnie got time because ever he want to work the whole day, like they had his regular job 24/7. I got time for that. No, you got to. That's what I'm saying. Like, God dang. And I can't, go with I'm sorry, call him Mr. Adidas because y'all know about him with that failed Adidas contract. And I believe a friend of mine, and we talked about that. Let me see if I can find that particular um, call. Let's see, I don't be labeling no shit. I mean, I did since the last time or whatever, but that I that came across. But because I don't be, I never intended on playing nothing. But but it's sad though. It is sad. My child is she more frightened than me. Too scared. Well, who gonna talk to? But if y'all know, I know men and women. They will sit there and listen to the men, and the men can sell them holy water with a blessed handkerchief for $500, and they'll buy it. And it's not so much about selling stuff. That's not what it's basically about. It's about accumulation of other stuff, right? That's the creatives and productions I've been having in my head, but it's not here now. But yeah, I can get nothing. And then these people talk a good game. Like, oh, just to try to get into your draws or get into whatever. We don't do yeah. And then when we going, oh yeah, I got you, yeah, we don't do, yeah. But when? Child, I have to do it myself. I am. And I have the people to support. It's just that I'm break out in hives. I'm going to have a panic attack. I ain't had no damn panic attack. I'm gonna have one though. Shit. Mm, 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 mm. Mm. Something got to give. Something got to give. I don't know what I'll be teaching in the next couple months. I don't know what. Something, I'm trying to tell you, something got to give. That's what I'm saying. I gotta find me a white man who can help with this type of shit and give me some peace. Give me a little operating room. Okay? See. Shit. Sad though. So sad. Ask for small shit. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, we're gonna work on it. We're gonna work on it. Next weekend. I'm still waiting on that weekend. I ain't finna ask you and keep asking stuff like that. Then you have entanglement. Oh, because entanglement was kind of in a part of that world that I was talking about, but he was just like you heard him say, he couldn't wait to click on and see what we was talking about or what have you. And the thing about it should be easy because it had something to do with you know social media or whatever. But mm, 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 sad. And you got to be careful. This is no call for a nigga. What I mean by that, like I ain't talking about not black people. I'm talking about niggas. Because I'm telling you, can't do it with Mr. Adidas. Can't do it with him. Because that's the one I try to do most stuff. And he reached out to me. And it was so many things that I had going that I just gave it to him because it benefited his organization. He could intertwine it and it got all fucked up, right? Because the first time we have an argument over some nigga shit, because I was still there, you know what I'm saying? And this is what he always does. He always promises to do it how I give it to him. That lasts maybe twice. The next time you see it, it's all niggered up. Shortcuts, all kinds of. And what people don't understand is once you deliver something to somebody some way the first time and they like it that way, they like it that way because it has the essence and the soul into it, and the thought and the production, the crib, that type of stuff. They don't need for you to nigga it all up. Because your schedule, you know what I'm saying? Because of schedule, because of you could save something, not even really money, but just save, it's just like where something and another thing, I'm telling you what another thing what his problem is. When he thinks somebody is getting more like more dominance or people are coming to, like you said, people coming to me more than they coming to him, that type of shit, whatever. If you roll up on his organization, something he be like, you want to establish some kind of dominance and shit. Like I don't got time for all that bullshit, nigga shit. I don't have time for that. I let you have it because, baby, you know how many ideas and shit be in my damn head. Tell him, Whitney. Ain't that to me? Got more than enough to make it drop. It'll make it drop. Hey. Well, I got about 2-3 more minutes, but yeah, honey. And then you heard Mr. D. Every time you get on the line with him, hey, pretty, and yeah, you know.